large explosion occurred, sending earth and rocks flying. Qin Lie's expression immediately changed in astonishment. In front of him now was a layer of ice blocking the way. At this moment, the layer of ice shattered. Mu Fengxue coughed up a mouthful of blood from having forced herself to use her spiritual power. Cough. Seeing this, Qin Lie turned back and asked worriedly, Miss Mu, why did you help me? Forcing your spiritual power while bound. Aren't you afraid of severing your meridians? She replied weakly, I already said you wouldn't die. He was startled upon hearing this. He couldn't help but remember the sad expression on her face when she turned back. Mu Yuran. Qin Lie gritted his teeth and said, Miss Mu, no, Yuran, listen to me. He seemed to have said something. At this moment, a dazzling drop of blood still lay on the ground. After listening for a while, she asked, Really? Are you sure? Qin Lie smiled and replied, Don't worry, my luck has always been very good. Then Qin Lie pointed his sword forward and said, Daluo, this is the final match. Let's see who will emerge the victor. Hearing this, Daluo laughed loudly in contempt. A caged beast struggle? Then, his entire body erupted in a powerful flame of spiritual power. As they say, a lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit. I will show you the strongest form of my clan, so you will have no regrets in death. A stream of spiritual power shot directly into the sky. Seeing the scene before him, Qin Lie was stunned. At this moment, a horn appeared in the middle of Daluo's forehead. Initial stage, true demon body. He was astonished. His appearance had changed a bit. His cultivation is also close to the Lading Fu stage. At this moment, Daluo's eyes were completely red with only a pupil in the center. You with the surname Qin, are you ready to die? With the same swift speed as before, he immediately rushed forward. Instantly, Daluo's arm collided with Qin Lie's sword. He let out a soft grunt. On the other side, Daluo laughed with delight. You still have the spiritual energy of the immortal worship token in your body? So he immediately launched a fierce attack, saying, Interesting. Let this lord see how long you can hold out. 4. While attacking, Daluo taunted, What's wrong? What's wrong? Your reactions seem to be getting slower and slower. At this moment, a trickle of blood also flowed from the corner of Qin Lie's mouth. He couldn't dodge Daluo's arm in time, which was rushing toward him. Immediately after, his claw stopped right in front of Qin Lie's eyes. At this very moment, there suddenly seemed to be a fluctuation. A powerful yellow circle appeared beneath their feet. At this point, he looked at the stones on the other side and realized gravity field energy. This doesn't seem to be your own ability. You must have a magical artifact on you that can control the area. Seeing this, Daluo was not afraid at all, but became even more delighted. A good item. I must take it. He wasn't even afraid of the gravity, which immediately startled Qin Lie. What? Qin Lie quickly dodged the other's claw. Daluo stood opposite him and said, You with the surname Qin, your cultivation is clearly not equal to this lord's. Yet you've been able to fight for so long. I can't help but praise you. He laughed with delight. Although the added weight has slowed my movements, the cultivation gap between you and me remains unchanged. Daluo asserted, Your death is only a matter of time. And at this moment, Qin Lie was indeed panting, his strength somewhat depleted. However, he still smiled and said, Don't speak too soon. It's not certain who will die first. At this very moment, Daluo was startled and looked up at the sky. From the sky, snowflakes gradually began to fall. He wondered, Snow? How can there be snow at this time? This is not good. An ice spear gradually gathering energy appeared. At this moment, Mu Yuran, having escaped her bonds at some unknown point, had transformed and flown into the air. Above her head was a powerful ice weapon. Seeing this, Daluo was terrified. This is impossible. She was clearly bound. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, Could it be that your desperate attacks were just to buy time? Qin Lie smiled and revealed his intention. That's right. As long as you were slightly distracted and loosened your control over the spirit binding rope, Yuran would have a chance to execute an escape technique. What we bet on was that you couldn't focus on 2 places at once the entire time. Hearing this, Daluo recalled the moment the gravity field opened. While I was distracted, could have been then, he immediately kicked Qin Lie away. Bastard. He was kicked so hard he spat blood. Seeing this, Mu Yuran above worriedly called out, Qin Lie. Qin Lie immediately shouted, Don't worry about me. Attack quickly. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth. Immediately after, a layer of ice gathered above her head. and powerful frost. Mu Yuran looked down and said, "Take this, azure, snow-cold light pillar." Just like that, a powerful stream of ice and frost spiritual power struck down, like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, Daluo angrily roared, "Despicable! You humans are the most despicable!" Then that powerful ring of spiritual power struck down, enveloping him. Daluo let out a tragic scream, from a distance. One could see a pillar of blue light shooting straight into the sky. A moment later, the dust and smoke gradually dissipated. Mu Fengshua landed on the ground and said worriedly, "Qin Lie, how are you?" Qin Lie, propping himself up on the ground, replied, "Don't worry, I won't die." After standing up straight, Qin Lie praised, "The azure snow-cold light pillar is truly formidable. It seems not even ashes are left of that Daluo." Hearing this, she sighed in relief. "Phew, that's good." Then he quickly asked her, "Yuran, are you okay?" She let out a breath and replied, "I'm fine. After all, it was a high-tier spell, and I cast it by force. Bodily weakness is a normal after-effect." Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, "No, impossible." Qin Lie immediately stood in front of Mu Fengshue and asked, "Wu Xin, your backer has fallen. Do you have any last words?" The man named Wu Xin above heard this and said angrily, "Humph, even if Daluo is dead, the two of you are also greatly exhausted. As long as I kill you here, the result will be the same." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Oh?" Another group of people suddenly appeared and walked over, saying, "Then what if you add this old man?" Hearing the voice, Wu Xin was immediately startled. Mu Jiaoyang. The Mu family head smiled and said to the two, "Marquis Qin Yuran, you two have worked hard. Leave the rest to us." They immediately said, "Understood." Just like that, Daluo was defeated. The situation in Shan province immediately turned around. After Mu Jiaoyang sent the news back, Zhao Mu immediately gave the order to take the initiative and attack. The antidote glowed with a yellow light. As the Feng Shui Immortal had personally tested it, the antidote for the Deep Demon Abyss poison was suddenly in high demand. At this point, the demon sect could no longer rely on that gas to run rampant. A great crisis was thus resolved. Time gradually passed to a few days later in Linyang City. Mu Fengshue stood opposite Qin Lie and said, "Although that teleportation array was for long-distance travel, it's fortunate that the Demon Island is too far from here. If that weren't the case, we might have had to face more than just Daluo." He asked with a hint of regret, "You have to go already?" She replied, "The Outer Realm Demon Clan will stop at nothing to invade the Central Plains. Perhaps Shan Province isn't the only place in peril. Therefore, I must immediately return to Ying Province and report this matter to my esteemed master." Suddenly, she paused as if she had something to say. Qin Lie asked, What is it?" In the end, she just smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I just remembered the one who rejected the marriage engagement back then. I didn't expect you to have truly carved out a world for yourself now." At this moment, a layer of ice and frost appeared under Mu Fengshue's feet as she prepared to leave. "Well then, until we meet again." Instantly, she used her swift speed to quickly depart. On his side, Qin Lie summoned his sword and thought to himself, "Phew, Yuran is gone." Next, he gripped the sword tightly and raised. It's time to see what secrets you hold." Qin Lie recalled the sword's origin, the Songhai Jade Sword, a treasure seized from the hands of Shui Jing before. He immediately began to channel his spiritual power. Before, he had tried every method, but couldn't break it. Qin Lie's spiritual power began to pour into the sword as he thought, "Now that I have some free time, I'll use my cultivation to forcibly break through this fusion seal. Let's see how long you can resist." Immediately after, a light shone on Qin Lie's face. Ugh! He shut his eyes tightly. After a moment, the space around Qin Lie gradually changed, resembling galaxies. He opened his eyes with a start. Looking around, he wondered, where's this place? Suddenly, an old voice rang out, "Young man, congratulations." Qin Lie turned around in surprise. "Who's there?" At this moment, a phantom of a senior appeared in the sky and spoke mysteriously, "You have broken my heavenly Tao-level spirit seal barrier. Now, you have become the owner of the Thunder Spirit Sword." At this time, the mysterious phantom introduced himself. "This true man's name is Sheng Ying. I studied under Taoist Master Zhiji of Lumi Mountain, learned the arts for 10 years to attain the Tao, and enjoyed an immortal lifespan of over 500 years. He began to explain about the sword. This thunder spirit sword that you have unsealed was forged by this true man during my lifetime. It is one of the swords in the 9-spirit sword casket. Looking at the phantom before him, Qin Lie thought to himself, this is a Taoist manifestation technique. Sheng is probably no longer in this world. This must be the same principle as the Qin clan ancestor manifesting from the old divination stick. Just then, the voice of the phantom, true man Sheng, rang out. You who have obtained the spirit sword and broken the seal can come to the Sheng immortal abode to cultivate this true man's lifetime of knowledge. The auras of the 9 spirit swords are connected. Even from far away, they can resonate with each other. This true man will now impart to you the guiding sword art. Use it to track the location of the 8 remaining swords. This true man's life was considered extraordinary, with countless enemies, which brought upon me a fatal disaster. In my dying moments, I remembered that my lifetime of knowledge had no successor, so I hid it for future generations. If there is an inheritor, I will naturally depart. Remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom gradually faded away, waving towards Qin Lie. The voice seemed to emphasize again, remember this. Then, a blinding light flashed. Qin Lie returned to reality, his eyes snapping open. Qin Lie couldn't help but stand still for a moment, lost in thought. After regaining his senses, Qin Lie clutched his forehead, feeling a bit unwell. That Taoist manifestation technique was actually able to interfere with my consciousness. This true man, Sheng, is truly not simple. Thinking of this, he affirmed, the treasures he left behind must all be heavenly resources and supreme techniques. Then Qin Lie suddenly had a thought. Wait, if this Thunder Spirit Sword is one of the 9 swords, perhaps there are others who have also obtained the other spirit swords. He looked at his sword and secretly speculated. Just now, true man Sheng said that the auras of the 9 spirit swords are connected, and they can resonate with each other even from 10,000 miles away. At this point, Qin Lie became alarmed. This is not good. He couldn't help but think of another terrifying scenario. If someone finds this place, and their strength is overwhelmingly powerful, the Thunder Spirit Sword could be stolen, and it might even implicate second brother. However, Qin Lie hesitated slightly, but thinking from another perspective, by following the method of the guiding sword art, I should also be able to find the other spirit swords. This is truly an irresistible prospect. He then clenched his fist. Qin Lie told himself, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Even if I don't actively search, others will eventually come knocking on my door. Besides, an opportunity like this cannot be wasted. He looked at the sword and made a decision. If so, this also gives me a reason to leave Shan Province, which can be considered indirectly protecting Second Brother's group. Immediately after, Qin Lie silently chanted the incantation, guiding sword art, activate. A golden light shot straight up. Time skipped to half a month later in Ing Province. As Qin Lie walked and looked around, he thought to himself, I didn't expect to be back here. According to the signal from the Thunder Spirit Sword, another sword is located here. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Nanshin Yezi of Lingnan, Ing Province, greets fellow Taoist Qin Lie. Hearing this, he was startled and turned around to ask, You recognize me? Nanshin Yezi replied, Of course. The great name of the bloody-handed butcher, Shiju Ghost Lord Fei Lai, who in Ing Province doesn't know of it now. He smiled amicably and continued, At first, your reputation in Ing Province spread far and wide. Perhaps you have now received the blessings of the immortal worship token, truly worthy of congratulations. However, Qin Lie knew that people don't just strike up conversations for no reason, so he asked directly, I am flattered. May I ask what business fellow Taoist has in calling for me? At this, his tone lowered as he said, Oh, doesn't fellow Taoist Qin already understand? This old man came here, locating you so precisely, naturally for a spirit sword. Qin Lie calmly replied, Oh, are you planning to seize it by force? It's just a pity that with this humble one's meager skills. His voice trailed off as spiritual energy flared up around his body, and he said, I'm afraid I won't be able to comply with your wishes. Upon seeing Qin Lie's level, Yezi was startled and thought, What? He's also at the mid-stage Ing Fu realm, like me? And so, he began to reconsider in his heart. Then, Shin Yezi spoke in a friendly manner. Fellow Taoist Qin, is indeed a hero of our time. This old man has been enlightened. Since we are all looking for the spirit swords, how about we cooperate temporarily? Hearing this, he chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, let's hear it." His voice trailed off as he said, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me, fellow Taoist Qin. Please. Then, they went to a deserted courtyard. Looking around, Qin Lie praised, "This courtyard of yours is truly filled with scholarly elegance. It's very pleasant." Xian Yezi replied, "Fellow Taoist Qin, Jess. Since we want to cooperate, let's be direct." He asked directly, "This old man holds the fire spirit sword. What about you, fellow Taoist?" Qin Lie calmly replied, "The thunder spirit sword." Then he voiced his thoughts, which means, "You and I each have one spirit sword, 2 of the 9. There are still 7 missing." He said in a friendly tone, "That's right. If you and I join forces, regardless of mid-staging Fu, if possible, we'll try to seize them." Qin Lie then proposed another scenario. "So if our opponent happens to be at the late stage or great perfection in Fu realm, we will have a different plan?" He replied, "That's right. In addition, this old man would also like to introduce someone to fellow Taoist Qin." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Who is it?" So, Xian Yezi began to explain. "To be honest, before this old man met fellow Taoist Qin, I had already found the holder of the Wind Spirit Sword. This person's name is Chong Hentian, a member of the True Sun Fortress. Therefore, this old man has already cooperated with this Chong Hentian to search for the whereabouts of the other spirit swords." Hearing this, he understood, crossed his arms, and asked directly, "So how many have you found?" He smiled and said, "For now, this old man and Chong Hentian are acting separately. Fellow Taoist Qin is the first one." Qin Lie calmly continued, "You mean the spirit swords cannot be found all at once?" He replied, "That's right. Therefore, this old man hopes that fellow Taoist Qin will be like us. When you're out traveling, pay more attention to the movements of the spirit sword in your hand. If there is any related news, share it with us in a timely manner." He continued to spin his tale. "Once it's done, the treasures in the Sheng Ing immortal abode, we will divide them based on merit, shall we?" Qin Lie looked at this man and silently assessed, "This old fox has a good plan. This method can only be used against late-stage Ing Fu experts." And the truth was, he had also figured it out. If they encountered someone with a lower cultivation level, they would probably just seize it by force. At that time, who found how many spirit swords would be completely impossible to calculate. Qin Lie looked at him and thought again, "But for now, I have no other choice. I can only temporarily go along with his plan." Finally, he spoke up and replied, "All right, I wonder where Chong Hentian is now." He immediately answered, "According to the indication of the guiding sword art, he went to Yun province a few days ago." Thinking of this, Qin Lie couldn't help but think of another person, Yun province. Then he proposed a future meeting. "Fellow Taoist Qin need not worry. After we have found all the sword holders, we will arrange a secret meeting. At that time, I hope fellow Taoist Qin will attend as scheduled." Qin Lie did not hesitate and replied, "All right, then it's settled. I will go to Yun province first. Meet Chong Hentian once to discuss the plan after that." He turned to leave, but before going, he asked him, "Senior Xian Yezi, would you like to go together?" Xian Yezi smiled, waved his hand, and replied, "No, this old man plans to take a trip to Yu province to see if any new sword holders have appeared there." He added a reminder, "If anything comes up, contact me via flying letter." So Qin Lie spoke politely to take his leave. "In that case, this Qin will take his leave." Xian Yezi replied, "Take care, fellow Taoist." As Qin Lie rushed off, he thought, what happened? At this moment, a shout rang out, "Do Biao, you traitor!" Shi Jie said angrily, "You colluded with the earthly fiend sect and conspired to murder Master. What does that leave? Our heavenly secret sect." Do Biao, standing opposite him, replied, "Tell me, how did I collude?" He immediately recounted, "Last night, the people from the earthly fiend sect surrounded us. Master was killed trying to save me. You dare say you had nothing to do with this?" Seeing this, Do Biao felt no remorse and said, "That old man is finally dead. Humph, if he had passed the position of sect master to me sooner, he might have been able to keep his pathetic life." He broke out in a nervous sweat and asked, "Am I right, junior brother Shi Jie?" Hearing this, Shi Jie jumped up in anger. "Bastard, you've gone mad." He pointed forward and commanded, "I will not show you any mercy, Do. Self-destructing puppet, go." The puppet shot towards Do Biao like a flash of lightning. So scary, he asked in terror, "What? A self-destructing puppet? That old man already passed the puppet art to you?" Immediately after, the puppet exploded. Ugh, just like that, the explosion sent earth and rocks flying everywhere. As he attacked, Jie shouted, "From this day on, I no longer have a senior brother like you." His actions and words were resolute. Although the Heavenly Secret Sect is a small and unknown sect, it has no place for a traitor like you. Then, a fireball shot towards Do Biao. At this moment, he cried out in terror, "Help, help, Sect Master Xia, save me." Suddenly a sigh was heard. Sigh, "Do Biao, you truly are a good-for-nothing." Instantly, a circle of water dissipated the attack. Another man suddenly appeared in front of Do Biao. As soon as he saw this person, Jie immediately recognized him. Earthly Fiend Sect Master, Xia Yuntai. Xia Yuntai replied, "That's right, boy. Since you recognize this Xia, you might as well obediently hand over the secret manual of the puppet art to me." Hearing this, he said angrily, "In your dreams, since you want to destroy my heavenly secret sect, I don't mind taking you down with me." Hearing this, Xia Yuntai did not hold back and immediately attacked, arrogant. "If you don't want to hand over the secret manual, then there's no need to keep you alive." At this very moment, a sword suddenly shot out. That sword blocked Xia Yuntai's attack. A light flashed before Jie's eyes. Seeing this, Xia Yuntai angrily asked, "Who dares to interfere in the affairs of the earthly fiend sect?" The sound of footsteps came from the bushes. Xia Yuntai was startled and looked over. The person who arrived was none other than Qin Lie. He realized this person is at the mid-stage Fu realm. Xia Yuntai looked toward Qin Lie and asked warily, "Who are you? State your name." Qin Lie ignored him and turned to ask Jie, "Kid, let me ask you something." He obediently said, "Please go ahead, senior." He pointed towards the guy hiding behind the tree and asked, "The self-destructing puppet you used to defeat that person earlier, how much of its power did you manage to unleash considering your heavenly secret sect techniques?" Hearing this, he lowered his head in embarrassment and said, "Truly shameful. Just now, at most, I only managed to unleash 2/10 of its power." Hearing this, Qin Lie thought, that person named Do Biao has a cultivation of at least the great perfection of the Guizhen stage. A puppet technique at 2/10 of its power beat him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. If I could use this power in the future struggle for the Sheng Ing Immortal abode. So he turned and said to him, "Kid, how about we make a deal?" Hearing this, Jie said in confusion, A deal?" Qin Lie replied, "That's right. I'll help you defeat Xia Yuntai. In return, you'll let me borrow that puppet technique manual to read for one shurchen, all right?" Hearing this, he replied in a fluster, this." He continued in a dignified and very practical tone, "Is it a difficult choice? Either you die and your path ends, the manual is stolen, or you save your life and expand the heavenly secret sect. It all depends on your decision right now. You?" At this point, Jie showed a pained expression. Finally, he made a decision. "I agree. I ask Senior to make a move." After hearing this, he smiled and said, "Good." Immediately after, Qin Lie didn't hesitate and raised his weapon towards Xia Yuntai. He immediately panicked. Wait, if you kill me, my younger brother will not let you go." He was unmoved. "Oh, it seems you're very confident." Qin Lie immediately sent the guy flying with a palm strike. "A mere mid-stage Dan Yang dares to show off in front of me, Qin." Phut! Xia Yuntai immediately spat out blood. Qin Lie smiled and began to gather a ball of spiritual energy in his hand, asking, "Speak. Do you have any last words?" The Xian Yin fire was activated. Xia Yuntai, still terrified, kept backing away and begging, Fellow Taoist, no, Senior, I was only commissioned by someone else to come." Hearing this, Qin Lie paused for a moment and immediately asked, "So there's someone behind this? Could it be another spirit sword holder? Speak, who exactly sent you?" Xia Yuntai immediately wanted to answer obediently, re-reporting to Senior it was. But suddenly, a flash of light appeared from behind Qin Lie. Something shot out directly and finished off Xia Yuntai. Qin Lie immediately dodged away. "What's going on?" From the side, Jie also called out a warning, "Senior, be careful above." Hearing this, he was startled. A woman had appeared behind him at some unknown point. She immediately launched a powerful attack at the spot where he had just been standing. Upon seeing the person's appearance, he cried out, "A dual cultivator of immortal and demonic arts." The main character had a thought, this kind of aura, but immediately after, she left at top speed. Qin Lie watched her go and recalled, one strike and then she fled. Her cultivation is at least at the Fu stage. She's an expert. Jie ran up from behind, worried. "Senior, He cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior, for saving the heavenly secret sect from a dire situation." Qin Lie replied, "No need for such formalities. How many people are left in your sect now?" Hearing this, his expression turned sad. "Last night, we were unfortunately attacked by the earthly fiend sect. Now, I'm the only one left." Then Jie took out a manual and said, "Ah, that's right. This is my heavenly secret sect's manual. Now that Xia Yuntai is dead, I must naturally keep my promise. Please take a look, Senior." Qin Lie accepted it without ceremony and said, "All right, your name is Jie, right? I have something to tell you." Jie immediately asked, "Senior, please speak your mind." He immediately gave a warning. "In the future, as you travel the world, do not mention today's events to anyone else. This concerns your life. You must remember this well." Qin Lie then mentioned the person tied up on the side. "Also, that Do Biao over there, is he your senior brother?" He didn't want to decide for him and said, "Since this is an internal matter of your heavenly secret sect, I'll leave it for you to handle." Hearing this, he cupped his fists and replied, "Thank you, Senior." That night, deep in the forest, a white-haired girl stood silently, holding something that glowed in her hand. Then she suddenly crushed the thing in her hand, shattering it. The figure of a man immediately appeared. The girl immediately said with great reverence, "Your subordinate, Jiyu, pays her respects to Master." The one called Master then asked, this time, the matter of stealing the heavenly secret sect's puppet technique manual. What was the result? Jiyu replied respectfully, "This subordinate has failed. I await Master's punishment." Hearing this, the person showed his anger and said, "Humph, you can't even handle such a small matter. You truly deserve to be punished." Hearing this, Jiyu immediately showed a terrified expression. The person continued, "However, now is a time when people are needed. This seat will allow you to redeem yourself through merit." He then gave another command. "Starting today, your mission will switch from the open to the shadows. You will be responsible for monitoring the actions of the major sects in the Central Plains." A stream of spiritual energy began to envelop Jiyu. He added, "The disguise originally used to simulate being human can now be removed." After this, Jiyu's appearance changed. A pair of horns was revealed on her head. Jiyu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, thank you, Master." He replied, "No need. This seat just received some news." At this moment, the matter of Deluo's death was revealed. He said, "Deluo is dead in Shan province. That place is clearly the weakest of the 5 provinces. I really don't understand how that good-for-nothing was defeated." The hidden person then warned, "The matter in Shan province has attracted the attention of the Central Plains cultivation world. From now on, we can no longer make any rash moves." He also turned away and said as a warning, "If there are any more mistakes in the future, Jiyu, you know the consequences." Jiyu replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, Master." The figure also disappeared, leaving behind his words, "Good. I hope that the next time we contact, you can bring me results that will satisfy this seat." After the mysterious person disappeared, Jiyu let out a sigh of relief. Phew! She recalled Qin Lie and thought to herself, "That person. It seems I must find a way to find him." At the same time, at the Gui Tian sect in central Yin province, in a courtyard, a voice was heard. "Chuan Xiao, the heart technique I, as your master, passed to you yesterday is not very difficult for someone of your intelligence. Why is your progress so slow? Tell me what happened." Chuan Xiao quickly cupped his fists and replied, "Benevolent Master is all-seeing. Half a day ago, this disciple received news that my disciple's biological brother, Xia Yuntai, has met with a mishap. This person is Xia Yuntie's biological younger brother, Xia Chuan Xiao." The man heard this, stroked his chin, and said, "So that's how it is." At this moment, his identity was also revealed. He was the head of the Gui Tian sect, true man Xingyao. He said, "This older brother of yours, I, as your master, understand him quite well. In recent years, he has borrowed the reputation of our Gui Tian sect to do outrageous things. Today's outcome is just his karma." Hearing this, Chuan Xiao stammered, wanting to say more. However, true man Xingyao didn't want to say more and turned away. "All right, of course, I, as your master, understand that blood is thicker than water. Go and pack up. You could descend the mountain tomorrow." Hearing this, he probed his master's intention. True man Xingyao, with his back turned, said, "I, as your master, permit you to descend the mountain to take revenge." Hearing this, he was startled. True man Xingyao added a reminder. In return, after this matter, you must continue to focus on your cultivation. Hearing this, Chunxiu was flustered. From now on, you must not be distracted by idle thoughts, nor worry about trivial matters. Do you understand? At this point, he immediately shouted, "Thank you, benevolent master." Scene changed to another location, the border of Yun province, the outskirts of Lori City. Qin Lie was walking while calculating. These past few days, I've obtained the method for making puppets. But the problem is I don't have the materials to make them. And the nearest city is this one. So he frowned and walked straight ahead. As long as I can make a puppet, I'll have a better chance in the fight for the Shang Ing abode. Suddenly, at this moment, he sensed something and was startled. A loud roar echoed. Nearby, a man seemed to be facing a monster. The man was panting, his strength seemingly fading, as he looked at the monster and said, "To think that I, Wu Qianyuan, would see this day. Can this be my fate?" The monster on the other side opened its huge mouth, roared, and charged. He instinctively took out a talisman and said, "Even if this old man kills himself, I won't let you beasts have your way." Then he stuck the talisman on himself and said, "With this old man." Suddenly, at this moment, Qin Lie rushed over and cut the giant python in two. He looked at the man, smiled, and advised the old man, "Don't be so quick to talk about life and death." After landing back on the ground, Qin Lie said, "This place is the border of Yun province. Demonic beasts run rampant, and it's extremely dangerous. It's better to leave here soon." The man heard this and wondered, "Little brother, why did you save me?" Hearing this, he scratched his head, hesitating on how to answer. "Why? Just consider me doing a good deed." The man didn't hesitate any longer and decisively left, saying, "If that's the case, then this old man thanks you. We'll meet again." After that, the figure immediately flew away. Qin Lie quickly called out, "He's gone. Dong Bao, come on out." Dong Bao then jumped out, chirping. It reached out and took the beast's inner core. Seeing it seemed happy with that thing, Qin Lie was puzzled. "Heis, what's so good about a demonic beast's inner core? You've been eating them every day lately. Don't tell me you've started cultivating too?" On the other side, Dong Bao just kept eating happily, chirping nonstop. He didn't say anything more to it and just reminded it, "All right, we're heading to Lori City next. You have to hide well and be good." It obediently chirped, chit-chit. In Lori City, at the princess's residence, a girl said to the man, "Elder Wu, you've returned. You're injured." The old man replied, "It's nothing, Princess Ingluo." "How are your injuries now?" Princess Ingluo gave a sad smile. "Still the same. The beast's poison has invaded my internal organs, although it's not visible on the outside. In 3 days at most, my cultivation will be completely crippled." Elder Wu immediately rushed to console her. "Your Highness the Princess, please rest assured. This time, this old man has brought back the Chuan Kong grass." Right? Immediately after, he took out a very bright golden pill. "We just need to add this and refine the antidote pill. In half a day at most, your Highness's condition will be restored." They started walking down the corridor while talking. Princess Ingluo said softly, "Thank you, Elder Wu. You are worthy of being the #1 alchemy master in Yin province. Your reputation is well-deserved." Hearing this, he replied, "I am ashamed. Half a month ago, if not for the princess risking her life to hold back the beast tide outside the city, I'm afraid Lori City would now be a city of. I almost died." At this point, Elder Wu couldn't help but recall and recount. Actually, this time, I encountered a serpent demon that wanted to snatch the void-traversing herb. It was thanks to a certain person that I was fortunate enough to save this medicinal herb from the beast's mouth. Therefore, the princess's poison can be considered to have been resolved by him. Hearing this, Princess Ingluo smiled and asked, "Oh, what kind of person is he to have earned such high regard from Elder Wu?" Elder Wu replied, "A young man. His name is. At this moment, Elder Wu suddenly realized, "Oh no, I forgot to ask his name. Confound it." After listening for a while, Princess Ingluo understood. "So that's how it is, Elder Wu. Although you found the void-traversing herb, you almost couldn't make it back. Fortunately, an unnamed young hero appeared and saved you. Is that right?" Elder Wu replied, "That's right. The border of Yun province, near the territory of Lori City, is surrounded by many wild beasts and poisonous creatures. It is a crucial stronghold for protecting the frontier." He said with a grave expression, "If it weren't for that unnamed young hero, I wouldn't have been able to bring the void-traversing herb back. Once the princess loses all her cultivation due to the poison, the consequences would be unimaginable." Hearing this, Princess Ingluo smiled in agreement. "Indeed, this person has resolved the crisis of Lori City. We should thank him in person. Not wanting to delay the main matter, he immediately reminded her, "Your Highness, we cannot delay the refinement of the antidote any longer. After your injuries have recovered, it won't be too late for us to look for him." The time had now shifted to late afternoon, with the golden sunlight shining on the rooftops. Princess Ingluo replied, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Elder Wu." One day later, at the East Market of Luri City, Qin Lie looked up at the sign of the place and thought, Wushuang Pavilion. This must be the largest trading point in the city. I probably don't need to worry about the materials needed to craft the puppet. He then stepped inside. As soon as he entered, someone from inside approached him and asked, "Esteemed guest, what do you need?" "Our Wushuang Pavilion has everything." Qin Lie replied, "I wonder if your esteemed pavilion has iron softwood and copper gall silk?" Hearing this, the man hesitated and inquired, "We do have them, but both are rare items." "Honor guest, you." Qin Lie generously took out a large money pouch and said, "Don't worry, money is not an issue. You just need to go get them." Hearing that, the man still cautiously asked again, "Honored guest, these two treasures are rare items, hard to come by in 100 years. I wonder how much you need?" He immediately stated the quantity he wanted for sections of iron softwood, 1 roll of copper gall silk. Qin Lie directed a Chinquan pouch to fly over and said, "This Chinquan pouch contains 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is that enough?" The man immediately smiled warmly, accepted it, and said, "It's enough, it's enough. Honored guest, please wait a moment. I'll go get them right away." At this moment, Qin Lie calculated to himself, "Excellent. The refining materials are all gathered." According to the records in the Puppet Art's secret manual, the strongest puppet is called the Earthly Sun Sword Puppet. If refined well, its strength would be equivalent to the late Ing Fu stage. He couldn't help but recall true man Sheng Ying's words. "There are only a few days left to find all the spirit swords. If I continue to focus on my cultivation and break through the bottleneck, I won't have to fear other experts in this battle for the Sheng Ying immortal abode." A moment later, the man came out and said, "Honored guest, here are the items you need." Qin Lie took them and replied, "All right, thank you for your trouble." The man respectfully said towards Qin Lie, "Honored guest, please take care." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, stopping him. "Wait." The shopkeeper who had just served him saw the newcomer and immediately spoke with respectful anxiety, "Young pavilion master." The young man immediately asked, "I'm asking you, did you just buy a roll of copper gall silk from my place?" Qin Lie replied, "That's right. Is there a problem?" He arrogantly demanded, "Hand it over. Our Wushuang Pavilion will not treat you unfairly. The money you paid will be returned in full." Qin Lie politely cupped his fists and replied, "I came here today for the copper gall silk. I appreciate the young master's kind intentions, but I must decline." The young pavilion master said aggressively, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "I'm determined to have this silk today." The shopkeeper who had just made the sale immediately tried to intervene. "Young pavilion master, you can't do this." He flusteredly explained, "The copper gall silk has already been sold. If you do this at Viola, D." Before he could finish, the young pavilion master cut him off. "You talk too much." He struck the man's back with a palm. The shopkeeper immediately fell, blood pooling on the ground. He said contemptuously, "Just a mere dog, yet you dare to lecture this young master." Seeing this, Qin Lie couldn't help but feel indignant. Isn't private fighting forbidden in Luri City? For you to kill an innocent person like this is unreasonable. He replied nonchalantly, "A mere servant. I'll kill him if I feel like it." The arrogant young pavilion master boasted about their business. "Our Wushuang Pavilion's business spans the entire world. Even Princess Ingluo in this Luri City does business with us." He looked at Qin Lie, who still showed dissatisfaction, and said, "And you, here, you have no backing and no allies. To refuse this young master now is to ask for trouble." Qin Lie asked in a cold, deep voice, "So you are determined to force this sale, is that right?" The young pavilion master shrugged and replied, "So what if I am?" At this point, he no longer held back and said, "All right, if that's the case, then you can't blame Qin Mo for taking action." The other man showed contempt. "You want to make a move? Kid, this is Wushuang Pavilion's territory. You'd best take a good look at yourself." But before he could finish speaking, Qin Lie had already lunged forward. His fist flew straight towards the man's face. The young pavilion master was sent flying. At this moment, the wall showed signs of cracking. From the outside, the wall of Wushuang Pavilion could be seen shattering. The young pavilion master was knocked outside. As he was falling, another person also arrived. The newcomer saw this and looked up, startled. He immediately reached out his hand. activating his spirit energy to catch the young pavilion master. Seeing this, the latter dared to open his eyes and look. But surprisingly, this young man had no good intentions, saying angrily, "You dare block my path? Are you looking to die?" He then sent the young pavilion master flying in another direction, far away. Only when he hit the ground did he cry out in pain, "Ouch." At this moment, another person ran over and immediately asked, Young pavilion master, are you all right?" He cursed, "Damn it." The young pavilion master, beaten and covered in dirt, said angrily, "Pass on my orders. The two people who just injured me must be found by any means necessary. Don't let them leave Lori City." He clutched his head and continued, "After that, you will go to the princess's residence and report this matter to Princess Ingluo. Just say that someone caused trouble in the city and needs to be apprehended, understand?" The subordinate heard this and stammered, yes. That night, outside Lori City, Qin Lie was now standing on a cliff, observing the area below. He looked down, feeling puzzled and strange. The aura disappeared here. Qin Lie recalled the aura of the person from this afternoon. This afternoon, when that person made a move, I sensed it. Although it was very faint, it was definitely demonic chi. He couldn't help but become vigilant. Could it be that more of the overseas demonic race have come ashore? That ashore? Qin Lie angrily punched a tree trunk. Damn it. The sky was now late at night, the moon high. Qin Lie's mood became tangled. The matter of the Sheng Ying immortal abode is not yet resolved, and now this group of otherworldly demons has come to cause trouble. What a nuisance. He kept asking himself, what should I do now? This matter of the demonic race. Should I spread the news? Qin Lie began to calculate his next steps. If I can shift the attention of everyone in the world to focus on resisting the demonic race, then the upcoming contention for the Sheng Ying immortal abode might have a lot fewer problems. He suddenly had an idea. Perhaps I should take a gamble. Let's decide on that. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, is that fellow Taoist Qin up ahead?" Startled, Qin Lie immediately turned around on guard. "Who is it?" The newcomer quickly introduced himself. "Fellow Taoist, do not be alarmed. I am Chang Hentian." Hearing the other's name, Qin Lie inquired, "Oh, you're the Chang Hentian that Nanxian Yezi mentioned?" Appearing at this time, could it be that all the spirit's swords have been gathered? He calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Qin misunderstands. I came here today because of the matter at Wushuang Pavilion during the day." Hearing this, Qin Lie asked mockingly, "Wushuang Pavilion? Fellow Taoist Chang seems to have my movements grasped in the palm of your hand, don't you? Could it be that you found me long ago?" Chang Hentian sincerely explained, "Fellow Taoist misunderstands. Today, I was secretly acting as a guard for Tuoba Shihua and happened to discover you by chance." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Who is Tuoba Shihua?" Chang Hentian recounted, "This person is the young master of our True Sun Fortress. He came to Yin Province this time to carry out a secret mission." Hearing this, Qin Lie felt confused. So he's not from the otherworldly demonic race? But why does he have demonic chi on him? Chang Hentian patiently began to explain, "It's a long story. In our True Sun Fortress, we cultivate the profound demon innate scripture, which is actually a cultivation method left behind by the ancestors of the demonic race when they rampaged through the central plains 10,000 years ago. Therefore, it's normal to carry a bit of demonic chi. That is normal." Hearing that, he asked again, "Then what does this have to do with Wushuang Pavilion?" Hearing this, Chang Hentian sighed and replied, "The young pavilion master of Wushuang Pavilion. You met him today, didn't you?" He said with a troubled expression. "His name is Wu Honglin, a member of the Yu family of Yu Province." Hearing this name, Qin Lie felt it was a bit unfamiliar and asked, "Yu Province? The Yu family?" Seeing his clueless expression, Chang Hentian was surprised. "Don't tell me you don't know. The Yu family is a clan passed down from ancient times. It said that they also contributed their strength to expel the otherworldly demonic race back then." He said in a worried and serious tone, "Now you've offended their representative in Yin Province. What if it affects our grand plan?" Qin Lie, however, seemed unconcerned and pointed out the key issue. "That's not right. If you've taken on the role of Tuoba Shihua's guard, isn't it also very risky for you to brazenly come looking for me now instead of watching over him?" Chang Hentian replied indifferently, "Humph, that young master is out carrying out his mission. He's very busy right now and won't suspect me." Hearing this, he stroked his chin and pondered. Carrying out a mission? He recalled following him earlier. No wonder I lost his trail just now. Thinking back, he must have used a technique to conceal his tracks. Thinking of this, Qin Lie voiced another question. Now that it's happened, we can only think of a way to make up for it. Didn't that Toba Shihua also attack Wu Honglin today? He smiled and asked suspiciously, if the Yu family won't stand idly by, then why don't we borrow a knife to kill a man? Qin Lie's sharp words hit the key points. If fellow Taoist Chong leaks Toba Shihua's whereabouts, then sits back and waits for the Yu family to come knocking, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? He hurriedly replied, no, I am a bodyguard. My duty is to protect my master's safety. Wouldn't doing so be the same as betrayal? Qin Lie retorted, betrayal? Does fellow Taoist Chong think that coveting the spirit sword for yourself isn't a betrayal? He crossed his arms and said contemptuously, a mere bodyguard like you, holding one of the 9 spirit swords of the Sheng Ing immortal abode. With such a great opportunity, why doesn't your master know? Hearing this, Chong Hentian was speechless. He stepped forward, looked at Chong Hentian, and said, fellow Taoist Chong, rest assured, if the Yu family's people kill Toba Shihua directly, this matter will remain hidden, won't it? As for me, I will secretly add fuel to the fire and do my best to push for this outcome. Suddenly, he added a sentence that hit right at what Chong Hentian wanted. If anything unexpected really happens, the Thunder Spirit Sword will be all yours. How about that? After hearing this, Chong Hentian immediately turned around and said, all right, fellow Taoist Qin, you must keep your word. Qin Lie smiled warmly. Rest assured, we are in the same boat. Would I harm you? Then, the two of them cupped their fists towards each other and said, all right, it's getting late, fellow Taoist Qin. I'll take my leave. He also replied, take care, fellow Taoist Chong. Immediately after, Chong Hentian quickly departed. Qin Lie watched him go and snorted coldly. Next, it's time to start preparing to refine the puppet. When he realized something was amiss, Qin Lie quickly turned his head. Who's there? Come out. The scene before him was so surprising it made his eyes widen. But fortunately, Qin Lie managed to dodge the enemy's attack in time. Ugh, he quickly realized, this is a corpse claw. A girl stepped forward and questioned, you were clearly cut by the corpse claw. Why are you acting like a normal person? Qin Lie calmly replied, so it's you. Although I expected this, I didn't think I'd be found so quickly. He observed the features on her body. Looking at the horns on your head and your tail, you are indeed from the Outer Realm Demon Clan. The person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan continued to interrogate. I don't deny my identity. I came here today to ask you a few questions. Why did you interfere in the affairs of the Tianji sect back then? Qin Lie answered, it was just a coincidence. As an alchemist, it's very normal for me to carry a few poison-warding treasures. He frowned. As for the Tianji sect's matter, there's no need to talk about it. She seemed to have anticipated this. As expected, you refused to talk. Without another word, the person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan began to cast her demonic magic. She launched the magic sphere she had just created towards Qin Lie. Then leave your life here. Purple lightning ball, go. Seeing it fly towards him, he immediately jumped up to dodge. Not so easy. Qin Lie also began to chant for a counterattack. Gravity field open. The moment she saw the magic formation he created appear right under her feet, the person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan quickly flew out of the dangerous area. This couldn't help but startle Qin Lie. What? She detected it immediately and left the field's range? What level of movement skill and observation power is that? While he was thinking, she had already flown up into midair. The person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan frowned. It's not over yet. Take this. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched another attack at him. Netherworld Mad Thunder Suppression. Qin Lie immediately took out his sword to block the blow. Crimson Refined Skyblade. He shouted loudly. Bone-melting soul, devouring profound Een fire. The two of them, just like that, hurl their magic at each other. By doing so, they accidentally created a huge explosion in midair. Qin Lie seemed to have lost some strength after the recent shockwave. Ugh. On the side of the person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan, she was not much better off than him. Qin Lie panted heavily. This demoness movement skill is extremely strange, but her offensive magic is a bit weak. If this attrition continues, I'm afraid. She also had to admire him in her heart. This person's cultivation is truly astonishing. Although my speed is faster than his, I can't do anything to him in other aspects. The person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan gritted her teeth. Continuing to fight will only turn into a battle of attrition. Without much thought, she switched to talking to Qin Lie. Hey, human. The person from the Outer Realm Demon Clan introduced herself. I am Ji Weiing Mo of the Outer Realm Demon Island. What is your name? He answered without hesitation. Qin Lie. Ji frowned. Qin Lie good. Although we didn't determine a winner tonight, the matter of the Tianji sect will absolutely not end this simply. We'll meet again. After saying that, she slipped away again. Only after Ji Wing Imo left could Qin Lie breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, she's finally gone. It seems the Demon Clan's invasion of Yun Province is real. Next, I'll make a trip to the princess's mansion in Luori City to leak the information as planned. For a major event like resisting the Demon Clan, they probably won't just sit back and do nothing. He frowned, and I just need to cultivate quickly and prepare for the trip to the Sheng Ing Immortal abode. Without much thought, Qin Lie immediately took action. Let's do it. Just as he left, Tuoba Shihua stepped forward to survey the situation. After observing the surrounding scenery for a long while, he then used his magic to sense. Tuoba Shihua couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Strange. Why has the trace disappeared? The demon-seeking needle was clearly pointing in this direction. Why can't I still find a shadow of those outer realm demons? He speculated. That person just now seemed to be fighting someone. Could it be that the aftershock of the battle blew away the demon clan's aura? He just left not long ago. Should I chase after him and ask? No. Cooperation with the demon clan can only be done in secret. The fewer people who know, the better. After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Shihua decided to give up. I'll just wait until tomorrow night to go out and search again. Time flew by to the next day at the princess's mansion in Luori City. At this moment, Wu Honglin was standing and reporting. That's what happened. Princess, Elder Wu, you two must enforce the law impartially. Seeing this, Wu Qinyuan reminded him, Young Master Wu, no need to be hasty. You mean to say, the magic treasure you were refining required copper gall silk, which you happen to not have on hand, so you plan to get it from the pavilion. He admitted, that's right, the Yang Flame flying sword that I, this young master, am refining happens to need copper gall silk. And this material is extremely precious. My Wuchuan pavilion only had one portion, so naturally, I rushed straight there. Wu Honglin gave his reason, but I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived at the pavilion, the silk had already been bought by someone else. Wu Qianyuan and Princess Ingluo glanced at each other for a long moment. Then they continued to listen to his story. Although I offered the original price for him to sell the silk back, not only did this person refuse, he even attacked someone. You two tell me, is there any law and order left? The Yu family has always been very considerate of the princess's mansion in business matters and prioritizes this relationship. How do you think this should be handled? The old man was about to say when a subordinate stepped forward and interrupted. Reporting to the princess and Elder Wu, a young man is requesting an audience at the gate. He stated his reason, saying he has secret news to report. Wu Qinyuan placed his hand on his chin. Oh, he thought for a moment. The matter at Wushuang Pavilion is clearly this young master of the Yu family's fault, but it's not worth tearing all face with him over it. I'll handle another matter first to divert attention. Then Wu Qinyuan quickly made a decision. Bring that young man here. The subordinate immediately complied. Yes. After some time had passed, Qin Lie finally stepped forward for the audience. He reporting to the princess and Elder Wu. The person has been brought. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, he calmly walked inside with a face full of killing intent. Wu Qinyuan couldn't help but be startled by Qin Lie's appearance. Wu Honglin quickly recognized him. It's you. Well, you refused the path to heaven and barged through the gates of hell. This saves me the trouble of searching everywhere for you. Princess, Elder Wu, this is the man who caused a ruckus at my Wushuang Pavilion. His crime is unforgivable. I hope you two will hand this person over to our Yu family to handle. Wu Qianyuan was puzzled. Oh, young Master Wu, this old man has a few questions for you. He replied, please speak. The old man questioned, excuse me, does Wushuang Pavilion conduct clean business? Wu Honglin confidently affirmed, it does. Wu Qianyuan pressed on. Did this little brother complete the transaction fair and square, paying with one hand and receiving the goods with the other? He continued to answer, yes. The old man frowned. If he has completed a legitimate transaction with your esteemed pavilion, then the copper gall silk is his personal property, correct? Upon receiving this question, Wu Honglin's attitude immediately changed. Elder Wu, what do you mean? Wu Qianyuan replied bluntly, my meaning is very simple. The copper gall silk has been sold and cannot be taken back. He questioned, Elder Wu, although you're the #1 alchemist in Yun Province, the master of this mansion now is Princess Ingluo. So what is the princess's opinion? Princess Ingluo smiled. I'm sorry, young Master Wu. My opinion is the same as Elder Wu's. This made Wu Honglin even more furious. What? They are willing to offend the Yu family of Yu province to protect him. What on earth is this kid's background? He shouted loudly. Even so, what about him attacking people in the street? Wu Qinyuan suggested. Then how about we hear what the person involved has to say? Hearing this, Qin Lie spoke up. Thank you. Then may I ask this old sir, is private fighting forbidden in Lori City? Wu Honglin did not deny it. That's right. He questioned, but if someone threatens my life, what should I do? The old man immediately replied, you can fight back. To be sure, Qin Lie continued to ask. Without bearing any responsibility? Wu Qinyuan affirmed. Protecting yourself, how can that be a crime? Thanks to this, he could now question Wu Honglin. Then the truth is clear. Young Master Wu, I wasn't the only one who fought yesterday, so why are you so fixated on me? He frowned. From what you're saying, it seems you know that person's whereabouts. Qin Lie admitted, that's right. This matter has caused quite a stir. The whereabouts of that villain are now being spread on the streets. Young Master Wu, you rushed to the princess's mansion early in the morning. I'm afraid you don't know yet, do you? Hearing this, Wu Honglin conceded. All right, if that's the case, I will spare you for now. After my Yu family tracks down that person, I will come back to settle the score with you. He glanced over. We'll meet again. Qin Lie secretly watched Wu Honglin leave with eyes full of killing intent. Wu Qinyuan walked over and bowed right in front of him. Young hero, please accept this old man's bow. Qin Lie hurriedly refused. Old sir, you mustn't. The old man frowned. How could it not be? I, Wu Qinyuan, may be old, but I'm not so senile that my eyes are failing me. Yesterday, outside the city, you saved this old man, which is equivalent to saving the common people of Luori City. Wu Qinyuan's actions made him even more puzzled. What's this all about? Princess Ingluo explained. It's better if I explain. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Qin Lie finally understood everything. So that's how it is. I never expected such a coincidence to exist in this world. She wondered. Young hero Qin, your visit today is likely for another matter, isn't it? He asked bluntly. That's right, Your Highness the Princess. Do you know about the Outer Realm demon race? Princess Ingluo replied. Of course. I heard they were driven out of the Central Plains 10,000 years ago. They should still be in the demon realm now, right? Qin Lie frowned. No, that is not the truth. They have already begun to plan their return to the Central Plains. For now, they have infiltrated Shan Province, and clues have gradually emerged in Yun Province as well. I believe that before long, we will have to face a full-scale attack from the demon race, and the current cultivation world of the Central Plains is like a flower in a greenhouse. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to resist them. Princess Ingluo broke out in a cold sweat. This matter, it's true that we have not yet heard this news, but young hero Qin, how can you prove that your words are not false? Qin Lie immediately explained. This is very simple. Yin Province is Nearing Province. I believe that some sects in Ing Province already know about the demon race, where it won't be long before you too will surely receive accurate news. Wu Qinyuan placed a hand on his chin. It seems this matter truly cannot be delayed any longer. Little brother Qin, please trouble yourself to explain it to the two of us. He immediately agreed. All right, I, Qin, will certainly tell you everything I know. 20 miles away, Chang Hentian reported. Young Fortress Master, your subordinate just received news. There are some important matters at the main altar that need to be handled. I must leave for a few days. Tuoba Shihua frowned. No matter, I have almost finished practicing the secret art recorded in the Xian Mo innate scripture. Next, I just need to follow the demon-seeking needle, and sooner or later, I will find the hiding place of the demon race. He smiled. Congratulations, young Fortress Master. If you can successfully complete the mission, won't that be a great achievement? He showed his annoyance. Cut the flattery. This is a secret mission. If you leak any information, watch your head. Hearing this, Chang Hentian immediately promised. Rest assured, young Fortress Master, Chang Hentian will definitely not leak a single bit of information. Chang Hentian walked steadily among the great mountains. He burst out laughing. A secret mission that cannot be revealed, a great achievement, I spit on it. Wait until you return alive before we talk. Chang Hentian already had a plan in his heart. As long as I collect enough spirit swords and obtain the treasures in the Sheng Ing Immortal abode, I won't need to be an errand boy for you True Sun Fortress people anymore. They're really fast. It seems they are from the Yu family. Suddenly, Chang Hentian saw 3 streaks of light in the sky. He immediately hid, not expecting them to be so fast. It seems they are from the Yu family. This Taoist friend Qin really has some skills. He thought of Qin Lie's appearance. It seems that in this battle for the Sheng Ying immortal abode, I'll have to pay more attention to him. A clear voice rang out. You in the cave, listen to me. Wu Honglin ordered his followers, quickly come out with your hands bound and admit your guilt. This way, this young master can consider not holding past grudges against you. Otherwise, don't blame the fists of my Yu family for having no eyes. The ground cracked as if something had stomped on it, and a pillar of magical power was created. Tuoba Shihua leaped up to face Wu Honglin. He frowned. Who are you? To dare to boast here, are you tired of living? Wu Honglin was unfazed. Quite tough. Interesting. This young master wants to see what skills you have. Wu Honglin gestured with his hand, and his subordinates immediately rushed out. You all go and cripple him for me. Tuoba Shihua also unleashed his magical power. It won't be that easy. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. Tuoba Shihua was knocked down, crashing into the ground, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Ugh, what in the world is going on? Wu Honglin's men were unharmed. They even landed calmly. Tuoba Shihua wondered, how are my movements discovered? Could it be that Chang Hintian revealed them? Wu Honglin said contemptuously. Haha, where did all that bravado from before go? Now, this young master is preparing to personally finish you off. Are you ready to die? Tuoba Shihua unleashed his magical power. Just a late-stage Gui Zhan realm piece of trash, and you dare to show off in front of me. Tuoba Shihua prepared to unleash his next move. A tiger that doesn't show its might. You take me for a sick cat? Upon sensing the aura surrounding Tuoba Shihua, Wu Honglin was astonished. Early stage Denyang Julti Fation? And this aura, you're a demonic cultivator? Tuoba Shihua did not hide it. That's right, I am a young master of Ying Province's True Sun Fortress, Tuoba Shihua. They were all surprised. What? True Sun Fortress? He's from Ying Province? Only now did Wu Honglin realize. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. That Qin Lie fellow deliberately lured me over to stir up trouble, provoking someone from the True Sun Fortress. Even a Yu family would have a hard time getting out of it. Humph. Wu Honglin was stubborn, ordering the person beside him. Go, kill him for me. The person beside him hesitated. Young pavilion master, his identity. Wu Honglin rallied his team. Fool, at a time like this, don't worry about his identity. Only when he's dead can we say whatever we want. Later, Wu Honglin declared, all of you listen closely. No matter the cost, we absolutely cannot let him leave this place. His subordinates could only obey. Yes. Half an hour later, at the princess's mansion, a loud voice was heard reporting. A subordinate reported to Qin Lie's group. Reporting to the princess, Elder Wu, the latest intelligence from our spies. Wu Honglin took 2 early-stage Danyang cultivators with him. For revenge, Qin Lie placed a finger on his chin and listened. After a fierce battle, Wu Honglin ended up with minor injuries, while the other 3 perished together. He suddenly let out a soft laugh. A surprised voice cried out. What? Someone died. How did it get so out of hand? The subordinate reported in detail. That's right. In addition, in the residence of the target of revenge, they found a strange magical artifact, which seems to be related to the demon race. Wu Qianyuan was startled. What? The demon race again? Princess Yingluo seemed wary. It seems what young hero Qin said was not false. The demon race has indeed infiltrated Yin Province. We have truly. She quickly assigned tasks. Like this, Elder Wu, you and Qin Xiaoxia go outside the city to examine the so-called demonic artifact of the demon race. If there are any suspicious points, send word back to me. Wu Qianyuan obeyed. Yes. Brother Qin, shall we depart immediately? Qin Lie agreed. Very well. To drive out the demon race, I am willing to contribute my strength as well. The 2 quickly departed. At the same time, at the south gate of the princess's mansion, Xia Chuanxiu was hiding in a corner, eavesdropping on the situation. Half an hour later, outside Lori City, they had arrived at the location. Qin Lie landed respectfully and greeted them. Young master Yu, we meet again. Wu Honglin was delighted. Qin Lie, you arrived at just the right time. Qin Lie asked, why is young master Wu so angry? Wu Honglin was furious. Don't you understand what happened? Wu Honglin recounted. After we killed that person, we discovered the Xian Mo innate scripture on him. This type of demonic cultivation method can only be practiced by members of the True Sun Fortress. Looking at Tuoba Shihua lying on the ground, ordinary disciples would be fine, but to have killed such an important figure from the True Sun Fortress, how could they not notice? Wu Honglin also deduced. In other words, you deliberately lured me into killing him, using this matter to create enmity between the Yu family and the True Sun Fortress? Qin Lie, your heart is truly sinister. Qin Lie naturally denied responsibility. Young Master Wu's words are incorrect. After you killed him, didn't you obtain a demonic artifact? He continued to manipulate his psychology. Think carefully about it. That Xin Mo, innate scripture, and the artifact both appeared here. Is that really a coincidence? Wu Honglin considered. You mean the True Sun Fortress is colluding with the demon race? Qin Lie explained. Young Master Wu, surely you also know that the demon race's invasion is now certain, and we in the 5 regions should unite as one to resist the demon race. In such urgent times, the True Sun Fortress is actually committing treason, and you of the Yu family discovered this suspicious point first. Wu Honglin seemed somewhat softened. This is indeed true, but are you willing to let me have this credit? Qin Lie waved away his concerns. Why not? As long as young Master Wu clears the previous grudges between us, then that glory of your clan shall be yours. Wu Honglin laughed. Using some credit to exchange for my small life. Qin Lie, this plan of yours is quite good. So be it. From now on, we settle everything. No one owes anyone. Qin Lie smiled lightly. That would be best. Wu Honglin turned to Wu Qinyuan. Then Elder Wu, what brings you here this time? Wu Qinyuan replied. This old man heard that young Master Wu obtained an artifact, so I came to take a look. Wu Qinyuan continued. Now that the demon race has infiltrated, we truly have no clues. Wu Honglin was generous. Just taking a look. Haha, very well. The two looked at the long needle in Wu Honglin's hand. This is that demon race's artifact, though it doesn't seem particularly special. The needle suddenly changed direction. They attentively noticed, Elder Wu, look there, this artifact seems to be pointing in a certain direction. Wu Qinyuan deduced, a demon race artifact pointing directions. Could it be? Wu Qinyuan pleaded, Young brother Qin, this is urgent. Please trouble yourself to return to Luori City and inform the princess about this demon race artifact. Qin Lie asked, Elder Wu, what about you? He replied, this artifact is pointing west. Everyone knows that west of Yun Province is deep forest, and further west is the Great Sea. His sweat increased. If we can truly clarify the demon race's location, then it's very likely they're hiding right under our noses. We must admit, we were too careless this time. But fortunately, we discovered this artifact today, giving us the chance to strike first. Even if we cannot inflict serious damage, preventing disaster before it occurs is still a good thing. Qin Lie agreed. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall return to the city first and report this matter to Princess Ingluo. Wu Qinyuan thanked him. I trouble you then. Young Master Wu, do you have any plans? Wu Honglin grasped the long needle. He said confidently, since this young master has already discovered the plot of the True Sun Fortress. Naturally, I am also curious about what they ultimately intend to do. Elder Wu, regarding the search for the demon race, our Yu family is also willing to contribute our strength. His smile deepened. The more evidence, the more the True Sun Fortress cannot turn things around. As long as I continue to expand my contributions, in the future within the Yu family, whose fame can compare to mine? Wu Qinyuan was relieved. Thank you, young Master Wu. Then before we set off, please put this on. Wu Honglin put on, what is this? Wu Qinyuan explained. It's just a cloak to hide our tracks. Young Master Wu wouldn't want any accidents to happen, right? Everyone started to get ready. All right, shall we depart immediately then? Let's go. A moment later, inside Luori City, a voice echoed. What did you say? The demon race is already in our Yun province. Qin Lie did not deny it. That's right. Does your highness the princess have a solution? Princess Ingluo was helpless. It's difficult. With the current combat strength in Luori City, it might not be enough to fight them. She could only think of one way. It seems this matter can only be reported to the imperial court to request reinforcements from them. Qin Lie was puzzled. The imperial court? Princess Ingluo smiled. It seems young hero Qin is solely focused on cultivation and doesn't know, right? She explained, Yun province is in the west of the 5 Central Plains provinces. The one ruling this region is the Great Chu dynasty. After all, in this world, ordinary people outnumber cultivators, so it's very necessary for the common folk to have someone to rely on. Qin Lie seemed to have an epiphany. So that's how it is. This is the same principle as the Zhao Mu of Shan province. Qin Lie showed his apology. You're a member of the imperial family, which is why you're called Your Highness the Princess. My sincere apologies. This Qin has been away from the court and forgot the reason behind it. Princess Ingluo didn't mind. It's all right. Right now, Elder Wu has snuck in alone, and I'm still a bit worried. Young hero Qin, your cultivation is profound. Could I trouble you to follow him and see how things are? Qin Lie hesitated for a moment. Nanshan Yezi still hasn't sent any news. Perhaps the 9 scripture swords are not yet complete. If I help out now, perhaps I'll have some say in the Yun province region in the future. Qin Lie probed. So, is Your Highness the Princess not going as well? The princess had no other choice. If I go too, then there will be no one left to guard Luri City. What if a special situation really arises? I am afraid. Qin Lie accepted the order. In that case, Your Highness the Princess can rest assured. Reinforcing Elder Wu, just leave this matter to this Qin. Princess Ingluo handed him a lotus flower, emitting a halo of light. Thank you, young hero Qin. Before you depart, please take this with you. This is the flowing light lotus throne. This item integrates both offense and defense, and can even conjure a barrier when needed. I will entrust it to you for now. Perhaps it will be useful. Qin Lie accepted it. Thank you. The princess is far-sighted. This Qin is impressed. Princess Ingluo instructed, there's no need for that. It's getting late. Young hero Qin, be careful on your way. Qin Lie understood. Wulong Canyon in Western Yin Province, a land of high mountains. He landed on the ground, tracking Wu Qinyuan's aura. The aura left by Elder Wu's group when they passed through here. It's indeed this direction. Suddenly, he saw several blue quartz stones protruding from the ground. This is flowing map, demonic crystal. Flowing map, demonic crystal can change the properties of the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The demon race often cultivates by absorbing the spiritual energy within the demonic crystals. It seems Elder Wu has found the demon race's lair. A pillar of light shot up into the sky from the mountain behind him, accompanied by a huge explosion. Qin Lie was worried. Someone is fighting with magic from a distance. Could it be Elder Wu's group? This is bad. There, amidst the aura, 2 figures became clear. Wu Qinyuan coughed violently. Young Master Wu, are you all right? Wu Honglin was struggling for now. Not dead yet, but if this continues, sooner or later we will be. A burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha. The demon race's Azura king was smug. It seems you'll have a hard time leaving here today. I've heard that the Central Plains cultivation world is full of masters, but from what this king sees, they're nothing special. Now that you've been repeatedly defeated, why not just obediently surrender? Wu Qinyuan immediately attacked. I spit on you. You want us to surrender? Dream on. The Azura king was very calm. He raised his hand, revealing a small amount of magical power, not knowing your own strength. A huge explosion occurred. The hand that was channeling magical power was frozen. Wu Honglin was anxious. Spiritual energy shield. Elder Wu, do you see the barrier in the sky? If we can't break that, none of us can escape. Wu Qinyuan didn't give up. This old man knows that all formations have their own formation eye. Usually, once the formation eye is removed, the formation will collapse on its own even without being attacked. Wu Qinyuan's next words startled Wu Honglin. We've been trapped in here for so long. Has young Master Wu found the formation eye yet? Wu Honglin retorted, what? Isn't finding the formation eye something you should be doing? Wu Qinyuan was helpless. Just protecting you alone has already exhausted this old man. The Azura king sneered, infighting, how unsightly. It seems that over the past 1,000 years, the Central Plains cohesive force is indeed not what it used to be. He even explained to the 2 of them. This king's 5-colored cloud and smoke formation has covered a 10-mile radius around here. Even if I let you run, you wouldn't be able to escape. It seems you have no value to be exploited. It's time to end this. The Azura king prepared an attack. Wu Qinyuan was still trapped in the block of ice dam. The block of ice melted. Wu Qinyuan was doubtful. My spiritual power is depleted. Is this the end? A faint voice entered his ear. Elder Wu, can you hear me? Wu Qinyuan looked around, sending a secret voice transmission. This voice, it's young friend Qin. The 2 dodged the Azura king's attack. Wu Qinyuan sent another secret voice transmission. Oh no, young friend Qin, don't come near us. The demon race has set up a formation nearby. You can only enter, not exit. You should leave quickly. Tell the princess what's happening here. Qin Lie reassured him, Elder Wu, rest assured, I've already investigated the surroundings. This formation was set up by 4 demon race formation masters. As long as we kill one of them, we can break the formation and get out. Although Wu Qinyu inside was still very tense, he still managed to transmit his words. This is a great plan, little brother Qin. What should we do? Qin Lie pointed out, the formation master closest to you is 3 miles to the southeast behind you. You must find a way to get close to that location. We will coordinate from the inside and outside to break the formation together. Wu Qinyuan agreed. No problem. He turned to Wu Honglin and said, Young Master Wu, let's go. Wu Honglin followed. The Azura King looked in the direction the two were heading. That direction. He raised his hand high, then slammed it onto the ground, creating an aura that pursued them. Stop. For me. That aura transformed into a monster, heading straight for Wu Honglin. What? The two dodged the monster, lost their balance and fell. Wu Qinyuan was frustrated. This attack's range is too large. Even if we dodge, we still get hit. Then he caught a glimpse of an Azura King's subordinate hiding in a rock crevice. It's the formation master. As expected, someone is hiding here, maintaining the formation. This wave of attack has instead exposed his position. He continuously unleashed his magical power. This opportunity cannot be missed. Enhancing spiritual power, chain of fireballs. The subordinate struggled to dodge his magical power. Wu Qinyuan overexerted himself and coughed. Qin Lie immediately attacked the subordinate. Little brother Qin, I'm counting on you. Qin Lie immediately sent the Azura King subordinate on his way with 1 slash. Qin Lie ran to Wu Qinyuan and asked, Elder Wu, are you all right? He reassured him, it's nothing serious, but this barrier is finally broken. A praising voice came from behind. Qin Lie, well done. Wu Honglin was still flying in the sky. My Wu family will remember this matter of breaking the barrier. As long as you can hold back that demon, there will be a reward later. Wu Honglin left first. This young master will take his leave. The Azura King's footsteps grew closer. You Central Plains people are truly interesting. After so much difficulty cooperating to break the formation, one just leaves alone. It has truly been an eye-opener for this king. Qin Lie wondered, aren't you going to chase after him? The Azura King didn't seem to care. The news of the Luo's failure in Shan province has already spread. You people will find out about our demon race's arrival sooner or later. The Azura King snapped his fingers to ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. Such a minor character is not worth paying attention to. An aura shot out from a rock crevice, attacking Qin Lie directly, forcing him to dodge. All that's needed is for the two of you to die here. The Azura King was resolute. I am the Azura King of the Outer Domain demon race. People of the Central Plains, you have trespassed into demon territory. Atone with your lives. Qin Lie also saw his smugness. Azura King, what an arrogant name. Aren't you afraid the strong wind will cut your tongue? He finally unleashed the magic treasure. Flowing light, lotus throne, go. In the sky, a sparkle appeared on a circular frame. A barrier. The lotus blossom bloomed even more brilliantly. Qin Lie urged, Elder Wu, what are you still standing there for? Go. Wu Qinyuan was worried. What about you? Qin Lie informed him. Before I acted, I already sent a message back to Luori City. Reinforcements will arrive soon. You go first. Wu Qinyuan threw him a treasure. All right, little brother Qin, catch. This is the Moon Shadow Flood Dragon Wave Pill. It can be used to temporarily increase your cultivation realm. If there's an emergency, it can save your life. Before leaving, Wu Qinyuan added a reassuring sentence. This old man will go meet up with the reinforcements and immediately return for you. The Azura King calmly looked at the lotus flower and the surrounding barrier. A barrier. And this is what you Central Plains people call hoisting one by one's own petard. He smirked. It's a pity that even if you can trap me, that old man won't be able to escape. The Azura King gave an order. Jiyu, I'll leave that person to you. Jiyu walked past Qin Lie. Qin Lie was stunned. It's her. Has she been hiding nearby all this time? This is bad. This woman's movement technique is unparalleled. Elder Wu is injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape. Using the ground as a springboard, Qin Lie quickly launched himself towards Jiyu. Stop. The Azura King mused. Interesting. Without anyone controlling it, the flowing light lotus throne can at most trap this king for another 15 minutes. On the other hand, that kid decisively abandoned the magic treasure and immediately gave chase. With that kind of spiritual resolve, I'm afraid he will be a stumbling block for our demon race in the future. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to eliminate him later. On. Qin Lie was still trying to catch up, gritting his teeth. The distance is gradually widening. At this rate, I'm afraid Elder Wu's chances are slim. He suddenly sensed something. Then he dodged 3 arrows that shot out. Water, arrow technique. Qin Lie was lost in thought, not noticing Xia Chunqiu behind him. Could this be a trap set by the demon race, with the purpose of stopping me from moving forward? Xia Chunqiu attacked from right behind Qin Lie, catching him off guard. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Cough, what's going on? It seems the attacker isn't from the demon race. Qin Lie had no choice but to land. He struggled. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Xia Chunqiu landed, his voice filled with hatred. Qin Lie, you killed my big brother that day. For this grudge and hatred, I must have my revenge today. Qin Lie was surprised. Elder brother? Xia Chunqiu made no secret of it. That's right, I am a disciple of the Gui Tian sect's Reverend Qing Miao, Xia Chunqiu. Qin Lie connected the pieces in his mind. Gui Tian sect, Xia Chunqiu, surname Xia, could it be? He recalled Xia Yuntie's words. Wait, if you kill me, my younger brother will not spare you. Only now did he realize. So that's how it is. He is that Xia Yuntie's younger brother. Qin Lie wondered. I heard your name is Xia Chunqiu. How did you find me? Xia Chunqiu replied. The Gui Tian sect has undercover bases all over Yun province. You committed your crime here. How could finding you not be easy? He made no secret of his movements. From the moment you entered Luri City to when you left the princess's mansion, the entire process was under my surveillance. If not for the reputation of my sect, you would have lost your head days ago. Qin Lie was helpless. Damn it, this is a critical time, yet unexpected things keep happening. I wonder how Elder Wu is doing. Xia Chunqiu didn't want to drag it out any longer. Enough talk, face my move. Qin Lie dodged his attack, only now realizing. It seems you've been plotting this all along, waiting until I was alone and had exhausted my spirit energy before choosing to strike. Xia Chunqiu laughed. That's right, you could be an informed ghost and die in peace. Qin Lie struggled to dodge his attacks. Xia Chunqiu, do you know what you are doing? Right now, the demon race has invaded Yun province and is preparing to strike. You've been following me the whole way. You must have heard the conversation between me and the Azure King just now. Qin Lie wanted to set aside his grudge with Xia Chunqiu. Now is not the time for personal revenge. Do you understand? Xia Chunqiu naturally didn't believe him. Haha, I've long known that you, Qin Lie, have a glib tongue and are good at spinning tales. He looked at the battered Qin Lie. If you hadn't clearly been secretly causing friction between the Yu family and the Shiri fortress, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by you too. Besides, with the strength of our Gui Tian sect, that bunch of demons can't hope to gain any advantage in the Yun province. Realm. Xia Chunqiu rushed forward to attack. You don't need to worry about the army's peril, because today you will die here. He unleashed his spiritual power at Qin Lie. Go to hell and atone to my elder brother. Qin Lie gritted his teeth. My spirit energy won't circulate. Could it be that the sneak attack earlier shocked my Violet Palace? A spiritual power blocked Xia Chunqiu's magical attack. He looked around angrily. Who dares to meddle in other people's business? Wu Qinyuan was thrown down in front of Qin Lie. Elder Wu? A person landed in front of Qin Lie. It was Ji Yu, she declared. Qin Lie is my enemy. He must die by my hand. You're not to touch him. Xia Chunqiu noticed the horns and tail. Could it be? He was confused. What does this have to do with you demons? Qin Lie suddenly burst out laughing. Xia Chunqiu was furious. Qin Lie, what are you laughing at? Qin Lie kept the smile on his face. I'm laughing at how you're so eager for revenge, yet you don't even know why Xia Yuntai died. Only now did Xia Chunqiu ask. Then let me ask you, why did you kill my elder brother? Qin Lie revealed. Don't you know? He was coerced by someone, forced to go to the Tianji sect. Xia Chunqiu broke out in a sweat. Coerced by someone? Who wanted to coerce my elder brother? Qin Lie raised his index finger, then pointed directly at Ji Yu. This person, so far yet so close. Xia Chunqiu was shocked. What? He asked Ji Yu. Demoness, is what he said true? Ji Yu didn't deny it. So what if it's true? She was very calm. Xia Yuntai could have assisted Lord Azure King. That was his honor. Unfortunately, the great king misjudged him. Xia Yuntai was trash, so I had no choice but to clean house. Xia Chunqiu gritted his teeth. He rushed forward to attack. Damn demons. I, Xia Chunqiu, swear I cannot live under the same sky as you. Ji Yu also unleashed her spiritual power. Qin Lie saw them fighting. He smiled. Good, just keep fighting like that. Qin Lie looked at Wu Qianyuan lying on the ground. Elder Wu was now unconscious, and having been thrown here by Ji Yu, he probably got caught on the way and suffered quite a bit. He leaped up, level with them. If I leave this place, then Ji Yu, being a demon bent on revenge, will definitely give chase. Ji Yu sensed Qin Lie leaving and immediately chased after him. Qin Lie, stop. Don't run. Qin Lie had calculated every step. Then, with Xia Chunxio's personality, he would definitely not let the culprit go. Just as expected, Xia Chunxio did not let the demoness go. Don't even think about leaving, with one chasing the other. As long as they left this place, Elder Wu's situation would conversely be safe. They chased each other until nightfall. Qin Lie decided to face them. This chase has gone on for over 4 hours and 100 li. It's about time I found a place to have a showdown with them. He noticed a place. This place is a mess with thick fog. This is it. Qin Lie recalled Xia Chunxio's sneak attack, looking for a place to hide and recover from his injuries. That one palm strike had injured him quite badly. Suddenly, he heard a curse. Qin Lie, get out here. Stop hiding like a coward. In the fog, although he couldn't see, he still recognized that the cursing voice, very close by, was Ji Yu's. Strange, at such a close distance, she still hasn't discovered me. Could there be something wrong with this fog, that it isolates one's primordial spirit and spiritual sense? A large snake opened its massive mouth and lunged at Qin Lie. It seems this place isn't safe after all. I must leave immediately. He was startled, only managing to dodge to the side. Whoa, to think there are still demonic beasts here. Damn it, where on earth is this place? He fled, but this snake quickly slithered after him. It's chasing relentlessly. Could this beast be tracking me by hearing? Ji saw Qin Lie approaching. She called out sternly, Qin Lie, stop. What do you think you're running? The grudge between us is still. Qin Lie shouted, go quickly. Only then did Ji Yu see the snake. She froze, unable to react in time. Qin Lie had no choice but to pull her up to a higher ledge. They landed. Ji Yu struggled to speak. Thank you. Qin Lie asked directly. No need. I'm just very curious. With your cultivation level, how could you not dodge that? Ji Yu was also helpless. There was nothing I could do. It was my first time seeing one for real, so I was naturally a little scared. Qin Lie didn't believe her. No way. On your outer domain demon islands, you don't have pythons? Ji Yu is honest. In the records left by our ancestors, although they are mentioned, this is indeed the first time I've seen one so large. She also drew a clear line. But this and the grudge between us are two different matters. Qin Lie, you caused me to fail my mission, this debt. Qin Lie immediately waved his hand. Stop. Qin Lie shrugged. Miss Ji, look at the time. And you still want to cause trouble for me. Let's talk after we both get out of here alive. The snake hissed, cutting off their conversation. Hiss. They looked at the snake from the high ledge. It's coming again. This beast is truly a lingering ghost. Ji Yu asked him, what do we do now? Qin Lie focused on analyzing. The fog here is thick, restricting our spiritual sense. The great snake was now before them. Yet this beast, having lived here for many years, is unaffected. Therefore, it must be relying on its hearing to catch prey. Qin Lie made a decision. If there's a way to kill it, there's only one solution now. The snake opened its mouth and lunged. They dodged its bite. Qin Lie said loudly, listen, although this beast has cultivated to this level, its spiritual sense is surely obscure by this fog just like ours. He pointed out a solution. Let's use the secret sound transmission technique to coordinate our actions. That way, we can make it lose focus, and only then will we have a chance to win. Ji Yu had no other choice. All right, let's do that. At this moment, Xia Chunxio arrived. He looked at the fog before him. Isn't this Muyin Peak? Damn it, how do they run all the way here? He recalled, a few years ago, I came here once with my master. I heard the miasma here can alter the concentration of spirit chi, causing cultivators to lose their spiritual sense. It's truly a natural labyrinth. Xia Chunxio struggled. Once inside, it will surely be fraught with danger. Damn it, should I go in or give up here? His hand relaxed. So be it. He made up his mind. If heaven has trapped that man surnamed Qin and that demoness in here, then there's no reason for me to back down. He leaped up and rushed forward. This grudge must be avenged. Xia Chunxio heard the roar of the snake. He analyzed the sound. It's the roar of a demonic beast. This sound clearly lacks power. Someone must have injured it. Xia Chunxio changed direction. Maybe I'll go over there and take a look. It's possible those two are nearby. The two of them leaped out of the white smoke. The snake let out a tragic roar. Roar. Ji Yu is overjoyed. Our cooperation is effective after all. This beast is about to die. Qin Lie felt something was wrong. Wait, this is a bit strange. The snake burrowed into the ground to escape. This is bad. It's an earth-burrowing technique. It wants to run. The two of them rushed back into the white smoke. Quick, chase it to eliminate future trouble. Ji was annoyed. Damn it, it's injured but still so agile. Qin Lie reassured her. Don't worry, it won't get away. The snake was bewildered before a tall stone wall because there was no way forward. Qin Lie had drawn his sword. Although it has cultivated for a long time, in the end, it's still just a reptile. In its panic, it can't even remember the terrain it's familiar with. A magical aura emanated from him. It's over. Crimson, refined heaven blade. He charged at the snake, striking it with a single slash. Slash! The two of them landed, looking at the snake split in two, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally dealt with. Qin Lie only just noticed. That's right, wasn't Xiaochunqiu following you? Didn't you see him when you came here? Ji, you only just remembered. At that time, I was solely focused on chasing you, so I didn't pay attention. Qin Lie reminded her. Be careful, he might have arrived as well. This person is stubborn by nature. He definitely won't give up so easily. Xiaochunqiu smirked. Heh, on that point, I agree. A blast of spiritual power shot towards Qin Lie's back. Ji cried out. Ah, behind you. Qin Lie turned his head. What? Qin Lie was still hit by a blow from Xiaochunqiu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Lie fell. He let himself fall freely. Ji hurriedly dove down. Qin Lie. She caught his hand. Overjoyed, she thought, got him. Qin Lie had fainted. She pulled him up. Next, she just needed to get him up top. Suddenly, Ji seemed to sense something. Her hand let go of Qin Lie. Both plunged down. What's happening? My whole body suddenly went numb. Moreover, the spiritual power in my violet palace has sunk, and I can't summon it. Her eyes looked at the moon between the ravines. At this rate, I'll be affected too. Her eyes slowly closed. This is bad. Xiaochunqiu stood silently at the edge of the mountain. He thoughtfully recalled Reverend Qing Miao's words. Chunqiu, do you know what place lies ahead? This disciple does not know. Reverend Qing Miao explained about this place. 20 miles east of here, there is a massive fissure. The valley is a black marsh, and every day at high noon, an ash-colored bone mist rises from it. It then transforms into the 9 laughs wind that blows out of the fissure. Inhaling this wind will, in the short term, numb the violet palace, making it impossible to channel spiritual power. In the long term, it will corrode the meridians, causing a cultivator to gradually lose all their power. The final outcome is to become an ordinary person. Xiaochunqiu was astonished. Is this wind that powerful? Reverend Qing Miao continued. It's not just powerful. The white bones in this valley were formed by the dilution of that wind. So, do you now understand why this bone qi has the effect of isolating spiritual sense? Xiaochunqiu listened. Yes, this disciple has been taught. Reverend Qing Miao carefully instructed. Chunqiu, when you travel the world in the future, you must never go near this fissure. If you accidentally fall in, losing your cultivation is a small matter. Once you become an ordinary person, a clear and certain death would be the best possible outcome. Returning to the present, Xiaochunqiu turned and walked away. Phew, he seemed to let out a sigh of relief. It's over. Qin Lie falling into the fissure at the bottom of the valley is a certain death, and that demoness, for saving him, ended up sacrificing her own life. He thought about the rewards after this. Not only can I get a demonic beast's inner core, but I can also bring intelligence about the demon race back to the Gui Tian sect. Promotion is just a matter of time. Xiaochunqiu left, leaving behind a piercing laugh. Luori City, Princess's Mansion. Princess Ingluo exclaimed. What did you say? Young hero Qin's whereabouts are unknown. The subordinate reported more clearly. That's right. When we arrived at the scene of the incident, we only saw the heavily injured Elder Wu lying there. Benefactor Qin's whereabouts are indeed unknown. Princess Ingluo was uneasy. Then this is troublesome. Elder Wu is unconscious, and young hero Qin is missing. Could it be that things are really about to take a turn for the worse? Another report came in. Another subordinate returned. Reporting to the princess, the envoys from Ing Province's Jingjing Hall and the Wind and Snow Divine Palace have arrived. She was disappointed. Jingjing Hall and the Wind and Snow Divine Palace. Their aid has come too late. Princess Ingluo ordered. Show them in. The subordinates obeyed. Yes, a voice echoed in the mansion. Your Highness the Princess, They have arrived. All right, thank you for your trouble. Qin Yao slowly walked forward. Ing Province's Jingjing Hall and the Wind and Snow Divine Palace pay our respects to Princess Ing Luo. Ing Luo looked surprised. Oh, Miss Mu, young Master Xian. So the envoys of the two of you? Qin Yao got straight to the point. Your Highness the Princess, this time, the two of us have come to Yun Province on behalf of our sex, with the purpose of informing you of news related to the demon race's invasion. Ing Luo's eyes drooped sorrowfully. The 5 provinces of the Central Plains are like birds of feather. Ing Luo is extremely grateful. It's just that you two have arrived a bit late. The other two were shocked. He asked again, what do you mean? Princess Ing Luo then recounted. A few days ago, the great Chu dynasty's imperial alchemist Yin Qinyuan, Elder Wu, met a young hero named Qin Lie. He told us about this matter. In order to investigate the whereabouts of the demon race, Elder Wu and young hero Qin ventured into danger, going deep into the Wulong Ravine to conduct an investigation. As a result, Elder Wu was heavily injured and fell unconscious, and young hero Qin's whereabouts are also unknown. Mu Yunian looked at her anxiously. May I ask the princess, that Qin Lie, what does that young hero Qin look like? Ing Luo thought for a moment and said, he's probably not very old, but he has sword-like eyebrows, eyes as bright as stars, wears blue clothes, has his hair in a ponytail, and uses a black and red weapon. A bang went off in Mu Yunyan's head. It really is him. Qin Yao immediately turned and asked, Fairy Mu, you recognize that person? Yunian nodded and replied, That's right, and you should be familiar with him too. I wonder if young Master Xian still remembers the person who came in first at the Northern God Pill Assembly? That was Qin Lie. Qin Yao paused and recalled. So that's how it is. Ma Shou Hao Ha was just an alias. Hi, this brother Qin has hidden things from me so well. Seeing their reactions, Ing Luo thought to herself, the peerless geniuses of the Wind and Snow Divine Palace and Jingjing Hall both know Qin Lie, and they seem very familiar with him. It seems the background of this benefactor Qin, whom Elder Wu met, is not simple at all. Mu Yunian suddenly asked curiously, If the princess is acquainted with Qin Lie, did you search for him after he went missing? Ing Luo answered helplessly, Of course, but I have searched all over Wulong Mountain, inside and out, and haven't found young hero Qin. Even the traces of the demon race have mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, I have launched a comprehensive search throughout Yin Province, not only for young hero Qin's whereabouts, but also for clues about the demon race. The great Chu dynasty will dispatch troops to investigate both ends of the mountain range. As for Lori City in the east, we naturally cannot shirk our responsibility. The Gue Tian sect will be responsible for the central part of Yin Province, as they are the main pillar here. The most troublesome part is the west. Yunian looked at her, puzzled. What about the west? Ing Luo explained. The west belongs to the territory of the Evil Moon sect. They like to do things their own way. If we enter rashly, I'm afraid it will stir up conflict. So for now, we can only take a step back and request their help. I have already sent a letter to the master of the Evil Moon sect, Lingua Amen Venerable. If things go smoothly, they will conduct the investigation. Qin Yao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. According to the princess, it seems progress in the west will be difficult. Besides, searching for one person across an entire large province is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ing Luo quickly reassured him. Young Master Xian, don't worry too much. As soon as Elder Wu wakes up, we will be able to find out what exactly happened yesterday. Then, at that time, the search area will also be narrowed down, and we will definitely make some progress. Mu Yunyan's face was full of worry. Qin Lie. At this moment, Qin Lie was lying unconscious on the ground. Dongbao kept calling out, Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, Qin Lie groggily opened his eyes. Ugh, Dongbao, did you wake me up? Dongbao replied. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qin Lie clutched his chest and struggled to his feet. Oh, even if you're anxious, I can't understand you. This place is at the bottom of that fissure. Ji-Yu emerged from a nearby cliff, her voice sarcastic. Right now, your internal organs have been severely shaken, and several of your ribs are broken. You're already very lucky not to be dead. Qin Lie exclaimed in surprise. Ji-Yu, why are you here? Dongbao looked angry. Chirp, chirp. Ji-Yu just snorted coldly and said nothing. Qin Lie sighed softly. So that's how it is. It seems you saved me. Aye, Qin, thank you very much. Ji-Yu shrugged and replied, Don't misunderstand, we were originally enemies. It's just that I've never liked to owe a debt without repaying it. Now that we've each saved the other once, let's call it even. Qin Lie's whole body trembled. Fine, whatever you say. Ugh. Ji-Yu hurriedly reminded him. I advise you not to move around recklessly. A blow from Xia Chunxiu plus the fall from the cliff, even if you're not dead, you've lost a layer of skin. Can't you just stay put for a minute? Qin Lie endured the pain and continued to ask. Miss G, if you say we're even, then why haven't you left on your own? Ye ipsilon retorted irritably. You think I don't want to? But the problem is there's no way out. Qin Lie was bewildered. Huh? How can that be? Ye ipsilon slowly explained. The bottom of the valley is at least 1,000 zhang from the ground. Although this distance is nothing to a cultivator, you can try and see if you can still release your spiritual power. Qin Lie replied naively. What's so difficult about that? Netherine fire. Unexpectedly, not a trace of spiritual energy came from his hand. Ow! Qin Lie stammered in horror. What's going on? Ipsonue replied contemplatively. Do you get it now? As soon as you enter this fissure, your cultivation can't be used. Moreover, you can't recover by sitting cross-legged either. But fortunately, the circulation of spiritual power within the body is not a problem. I guess that's a silver lining. That's right, too many cultivators know the art of bigu. Even going 2 or 3 months without eating or drinking is not a big deal. But in the long run, it's not a solution. A person's spiritual power is limited. Even if we use up all our remaining spiritual power, we can only hold out for a few months. Unable to absorb spiritual power from the outside, we can't restore and replenish it, let alone advance our cultivation. Let's go. I'll take you to see the surrounding terrain. Qin Lie obediently followed. Okay. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a lake. Qin Lie asked curiously, "This is?" Jiyu immediately replied, "You can thank it. This black marsh is what saved your life. Back then, if you had fallen onto the ground, I'm afraid you would have died on the spot." Qin Lie said dejectedly, "It seems there's nowhere else to go besides this place. Ye ipsilonue sites. That's right, but we can't forget who we have to thank for this. That Xiaochunxiu is used to sneak attacks. If I can get out, I will definitely flay him and pull out his bones." Qin Lie casually retorted sarcastically, "Miss G, it's useless to say this now, isn't it? We're trapped here. We don't even know how long we can live." Ye ipsilonue snorted coldly. "Hey, how can you people of the Central Plains have so little spirit? The environment on the outer domain Demon Island is much harsher, yet didn't we still manage to survive? There?" Qin Lie turned his back and walked away. Yes. Your demon race is all about fighting and killing all day, truly different from us." Ye ipsilonue shouted angrily. "Qin Lie, what do you mean?" Qin Lie repeated in a loud voice. "What do I mean? Your demon race invaded the Central Plains and killed quite a few people, didn't you? Such a way of seeking immortality and the Tao. Qin, cannot learn it." Ji was choked with anger. "You!" Qin Lie immediately shouted. "Shut up, Demonis. The Central Plains prioritizes etiquette. Being solemn and harmonious with you is my duty. But expelling evil and chaos is the obligation of Qin. Right now, I'm not in the mood to argue with you. If you piss me off, the price will be your life." Ji roared in frustration. "Qin Lie, you repeatedly insult my race. This is truly unforgivable." Qin Lie tilted his head up and asked, "What, you want to fight?" "Don't forget, during our fight outside Lori City, although your speed was faster than mine, your damaging spells were a notch weaker. This place has narrow terrain. I'm afraid the movement technique you're proud of will be hard to utilize. Right?" Ji was rendered speechless and snorted. Qin Lie waved his hand. "With that energy, you might as well figure out how to escape." Ji fell silent, looking at him resentfully. Over here, Qin Lie secretly sighed in relief. Phew, this demon race woman's personality is really strong. Let's put her aside for now. I'll investigate. Here, that Xia Chunxiu deliberately pushed me off the cliff. Clearly this was premeditated, thinking about it this way. He definitely knows this place very well. Second, I didn't expect I would also have a moment of miscalculation. This little guy Dongbao is actually cultivating. I can't even absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to advance my cultivation. So how is it doing that? Whatever, I'll sit down and give it a try too. With that, Qin Lie sat down cross-legged. A moment later, his brows furrowed tightly. The scene of him arguing with Mu Yunian appeared in his mind. We seek immortality and the Tao, isn't it for the sake of survival? But since when did it turn into a conflict between the righteous and the demonic? Path. Demon cultivators who seize the souls and lives of others to cultivate are naturally doing evil. But do those on the righteous path not kill, rob, and commit deeds that defy heaven and reason? More and more sweat poured from Qin Lie's brow. Ugh. He suddenly found it hard to breathe and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. What's happening? Have I entered cultivation deviation? And what did that illusion mean? The so-called demons are born from the heart. Could it be that my understanding of the heavenly Tao is flawed? As expected, there's something sinister about this place. It seems I can't circulate my energy for now. Jiyu approached and said sarcastically, "Oh, how does it feel to enter cultivation deviation? Is it pleasant?" Qin Lie was stunned and exclaimed, "Jiyu, I've been racking my brain, but I can't understand why you've always been so hostile towards me. We're trapped here, and our fate is likely death. But even if we die, we should die as innocent ghosts, right? Ye ipsilonue sneret ridiculous. Don't you know perfectly well in your heart? Why? Whether it was seizing the secret manual of the Heavenly Secret Sect, investigating Luri's city, or even a mission to capture Wu Qianyuan, they were all ruined by you. On Demon Island, failure is not permitted. Those two words are like a brand that can never be washed away in a lifetime. Besides, after 3 strikes, I probably won't get another chance. Even if I could leave this place and return to Lord Azura King's side, it would probably still mean death." Qin Lie retorted, "If you're going to die either way, then why did you advise me not to give up hope of finding a way to live earlier?" Jiyu patted her chest and replied magnanimously, "My clan has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Xiachu and Xiao caused us to fall to the bottom of this abyss, so of course I must get out of here to seek revenge on him. As for the grudges between us, if they aren't settled, it will lead to inner demons. How could I possibly continue to cultivate then? Even if I am sentenced to death by Lord Azura King in the future, at least I will have come to the Central Lands and seen this vast world. But someone like you, whose heart is still shackled by worldly attachments, would find it difficult to ascend to immortality even after another 300 years. Qin Lie suddenly burst into Krasalo. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Jiyu looked at Qin Lie, confused. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Lie replied calmly, "The so-called glorious heavenly Tao originally has no righteous or demonic path. All things return to their source, each with its own universe. Only by breaking free from confinement, like the 100 schools of thought, and creating one's own world, can it be called cultivating the Tao. What's laughable is that I thought I had seen through the mortal world, not clinging to the conflict between the righteous and the demonic. Yet, after meeting you, the thought of different races arose, so I'm laughing at myself. The reason I entered cultivation deviation and fell into an illusion just now was actually because my heart still held obstacles, unable to see the bigger picture. How can one cultivate the great Tao like this? Miss Jiyu, thank you for your words that have awakened me. I have said many unpleasant things before. I hope you can forgive me." Jiyu frowned and said, "Even if you no longer distinguish between the righteous, the demonic, and different races now, what will you do in the future when you meet the 7 great clans of our people?" Qin Lie replied magnanimously, "From now on, I will simply follow my heart in my actions. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has its own cause and effect. If they are murderous by nature, I will naturally not show mercy. But since you and I have known each other, I have never seen you kill anyone. Even with Elder Wu, you only knocked him unconscious. Naturally, you cannot be lumped together with them. Besides, when I entered cultivation deviation just now, you didn't launch a sneak attack, which shows your character is not bad." Jiyu turned away shyly. It's good that you know. Also, hearing Miss all the time is tiring. From now on, just call me by my name." Qin Lie nodded and replied, "All right." Jiyu suddenly remembered. "That's right. When you were sitting cross-legged just now, I discovered a cave here." Qin Lie exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He felt his way to the cave entrance. Indeed, it looked man-made. "Let's go down and have a look." Qin Lie slowly walked down the stairs. He looked up and examined it. Unexpectedly, there was a limestone cave here. Jiyu guessed. It looks naturally formed. But why was the cave entrance sealed? It seems this is the reason. "Qin Lie, there are words here." Qin Lie approached and read, "I am Wu Qiuyang of the Gui Tian sect. I fell into this cave by mistake while investigating the secrets of Mu Yun Mountain. I have cultivated for 67 years. My realm has reached the manifestation realm, but hatefully, I could not comprehend the water parting and wave slicing art, and could only be trapped here. In the end, my internal energy gradually dissipated and my life ended. How tragic, how sorrowful. Knowing my end was near, I leave this book here to instruct future generations. Jiyu exclaimed. It's someone from the Gui Tian sect. Qin Lie gritted his teeth and said, it seems Xia Chuanxiu must have known about this, which is why he knocked you off the cliff. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Time is running out. Jiyu looked at him worriedly. What's wrong? Qin Lie pointed to the stone tablet. Look, these words mention dissipating one's cultivation, right? Jiyu confirmed. That's right, what about it? Qin Lie slowly explained. Think about it. As soon as we entered this valley, our spiritual sense became ineffective. After falling to the bottom of the abyss, we couldn't even use our cultivation. Jiyu hesitantly realized this. If our cultivation is completely lost, wouldn't that mean? Qin Lie said apprehensively. If I'm not mistaken, what comes next, I'm afraid, is the dissipation of our cultivation. Jiyu is horrified to hear this. Qin Lie quickly reassured her. Don't panic. It's not necessarily a dead end. Jiyu understood immediately. You mean the water parting and wave slicing art? Qin Lie picked up the bag. That's right. This is Wu Qiuyang's Chinquan pouch. Let's open it and see. Jiyu quickly replied, all right. Scene changed to Luori's city, the princess's mansion. Xian Qingyao said calmly. Elder Wu, can you please calm down a bit? Elder Wu cried out anxiously. How do you expect me to calm down? It's been 3 months, and he still hasn't been found. Xian Qingyao replied wearily. During this time, we've practically turned Yun province upside down, but we still haven't found any trace of Brother Qin. Could it be that he really? Mu Yunian shot him a death glare. Don't talk nonsense. I believe nothing will happen to him. Suddenly, a servant from the princess's mansion ran in, reporting, the envoy from the Evil Moon sect has arrived. Ingluo said joyfully. Quickly, show them in. Xian Qingyao showed his displeasure. Princess, what is going on? The righteous and the demonic have never stood together. How can we work with people from a demonic sect? Footsteps sounded, along with a familiar voice. So what if we're from a demonic sect? Don't you so-called righteous figures also kill and take lives just the same? The princess hurriedly bowed. Ingluo pays her respects to your highness, the holy maiden of the Evil Moon sect. Ji-La gestured politely. There's no need for formalities. I, Ji-La, have come under my master's orders to assist the princess regarding the matter last month when your highness sent a message to the western border to inquire about the demon race. I can now tell you all that the demon race's invasion has nothing to do with the Evil Moon sect. We also have no intention of getting involved in this matter. With that, I shall take my leave. Ingluo hurriedly called out, Holy Maiden, please wait. Ji-La turned back and asked, Is there anything else, your highness? Ingluo said hesitantly, If the Holy Maiden is busy, then Ingluo dares not keep you long. It's just that I invited you here this time, because there is another matter for which I need the Evil Moon sect's help. Ji-La said politely, Princess, please speak freely. It's no trouble. Before I came, my master instructed that as long as the matter is unrelated to the demon race, out of respect for the Great Chu dynasty, we will do our utmost. Ingluo bowed her head and recounted. It is embarrassing to say, during this demon race invasion, we were extremely worried, but thankfully we met a young man who helped us avert this crisis. It's just that after saving us, he disappeared. Although we have sent people to search, we haven't found any trace of him for several months. Ji-La was surprised. So the princess wants to find someone. Ingluo nodded. That's right. His name is Qin Lie, and he's a rogue cultivator. A bomb went off in GLA's head. Qin Lie. Which Qin Lie are you talking about? Ingluo immediately described him with all the words she could muster. This person is not old, is tall and thin, has a mid-stage manifestation realm cultivation, and moreover, wears blue clothes and uses a black and red great saber. Ji-La asked again, blue clothes, red saber. Is that saber called the Crimson Refined Heaven Saber? Ingluo looked at her in astonishment. Holy Maiden, you recognize Qin Lie's personal weapon? Ji-La exclaimed joyfully. It really is Brother Lie. He's here. He's come to Yun province. Princess, Elder Wu, my Evil Moon sect will handle this matter. We will definitely find his whereabouts within a month. With that, Ji-La immediately flew off. We'll meet again. Elder Wu sighed in admiration. It seems the Evil Moon sect really has no connection to the demon race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted the request to find someone. But what surprises me is that the holy maiden of the evil moon sect seems to recognize young brother Qin. Mu Yunian suddenly snorted coldly, her tone sourer than vinegar. They don't just recognize him, they know him very well. Elder Wu was surprised. Oh, what does Fairy Mu mean by that? Mu Yunian explained. Qin Lie has a yin-yang spirit-body constitution, and he also cultivates both immortality and demonic arts. This is no longer a secret in Tianzhou. A year ago, the Zhao royal family of Zhaozhou wanted to cause trouble for him, but unfortunately, a demoness intervened halfway, and they failed on the verge of success. Xian Qingyao broke out in a cold sweat. I never expected Brother Qin's background to be so powerful. Not only does he have influence on the righteous path, but now even a demonic sect has jumped out to help him. Elder Wu then said, regardless, the Azura King's whereabouts are currently unknown. Young Brother Qin is very likely related to this matter. Only by finding where he is can we learn the demon race's next move. Everyone here is a member of the cultivation world. Exorcising demons and defending the Tao is our duty. Let's continue to discuss the details later. The group shouted in unison. All right, returning to the abyss where Qin Lie fell. Qin Lie and Ji were standing by the shore of a lake. Qin Lie frowned, breathing heavily, pant. Seeing this, Ji encouraged him. It's all right. During this time, you've already grasped the second level of this technique, the wave slicing realm. As for the third level, sea severing, it requires releasing spiritual energy outwards, which can't be cultivated in this environment. Fortunately, the second level should be enough. Next, let's try to slice this black pool open and see. Qin Lie tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. All right. He stared intently at the lake, then slashed with all his might, water parting and wave slicing art. The lake was split in two, revealing the flat ground beneath. Qin Lie shouted in surprise. Look, there's a hidden passage under the water over there. Ji urged, quick, take this chance. Let's go in and have a look. Qin Lie nodded in agreement. All right, the water's surface is gradually closing again. I didn't expect the terrain here to be a trough. It seems we could swim underwater to get there. Qin Lie lowered his eyes disdainfully. Don't be foolish. The water here is extremely cold, and we can't circulate our energy to resist it. Without the water parting and wave slicing art, we'd freeze into ice in less than 10 breaths after entering the water. Solid. A monkey suddenly emerged from Qin Lie's chest, chittering and chattering. It was Dong Bao. It leaped down, chittering. Qin Lie thought to himself, Dong Bao has a special sense for heavenly and earthly treasures. Could it be? Let's follow it and see. So Qin Lie ran after Dong Bao. He was stunned for a moment. Dong Bao ran up to a strange object and stopped. Could it be the spirit fire pearl? Ji murmured. Strange. How could such a treasure be in this place? This is a natural power born from the harmony of yin and yang. Qin Lie then said, I've encountered something like this before. It's quite normal. The spirit fire pearl gradually floated up. This little monkey can actually control the spirit fire pearl. During this time, Dong Bao has also been secretly cultivating. Could it be? Meanwhile, Dong Bao controlled the spirit fire pearl to create a barrier, then shot straight down into the lake. Qin Lie exclaimed, the pool of water has parted. Ji was stunned in disbelief. This can be done without relying on the water parting and wave slicing art. The spirit fire pearl is an object of extreme yang in the world. It can naturally suppress the yin coldness. Perhaps this water hides a path to leave this place. That's right, a dead pool of water is one thing, but if it's living water, it must have a source. I can't believe I forgot such a simple principle. But this little monkey hasn't mastered control of the spirit fire pearl yet. We don't need to be in a hurry. Dong Bao held the spirit pearl for a moment, then fell. Splash into the pool. Qin Lie rubbed his forehead. Just as I thought, we'll have to wait a few more days before exploring the path. Ji nodded in agreement. All right. Scene changed to the outskirts of Luori City. Princess, we have returned. Ingluo asked urgently, what are the results of the investigation? Mu Yunian replied dejectedly, we still haven't found any trace of the Azura King, but this young brother seems to know a few things. The red-haired youth respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. I am sure E of the Tianji sect, greetings to you all. Princess Ingluo was slightly surprised. The Tianji sect? I heard you have a feud with the Earth Fiend sect, I thought. Sure, E nodded and replied, that's right. At first, the Tianji sect was indeed almost wiped out, but then a great expert helped us, turning danger into safety. The other three asked curiously, a great expert helped you? Sure, he confirmed. That's right. Your Highness the Princess, Old Wu. Have you two been looking for someone recently? To be precise, a young man in blue robes. Old Wu heard this and immediately realized, the great expert you mentioned. Could it be? It is indeed Senior Qin Lie. Sure, he continued. Although we only met once, he left a deep impression, so I'm certain I'm not mistaken. This junior came here this time to report a piece of news to the princess. When the Tianji sect faced disaster before, the one behind it was the demon clan. Mu Yunian asked, confused, what does this have to do with Qin Lie? Sure, he immediately explained. Xia Yunxia, the Earth Fiend sect, is actually a hunting dog for the demon clan. It was because Senior Qin Lie saved the Tianji sect from dire straits that he got involved in the demon clan incident. However, the main point of the matter is not this. I wonder if you all know of the Gui Tian sect? Mu Yunian naturally knew well. The Gui Tian sect is one of the two largest cultivation sects in Yin province. How can we not know? Sure, he asked again. Then, how many disciples does Reverend Qingyao, the sect master of the Gui Tian sect, have? And how many people know this clearly? Old Wu also spoke up. It seems he only has one disciple under him, whose name seems to be Xia Chunqiu. Sure, he revealed their connection. That's right, as the disciple of Reverend Qingyao, the master of a sect, he is naturally famous. But what's unexpected is that this Xia Chunqiu is actually the biological younger brother of Xia Yunxia from the Earth Fiend sect. Luo was secretly horrified. What? Sure, he continued his story. To protect me, Senior killed Xia Yunxia, so Xia Chunqiu will definitely not let it go. Luo called out urgently, Old Wu. Old Wu opened a register and reassured her, don't rush, I'm filtering through it. He frowned in surprise. In the entry and exit records for Luori City, Xia Chunqiu's name was indeed there. It seems we were being watched from the very beginning. Moreover, even the Gui Tian sect is involved in this. Princess, what should we do now? Luo immediately gave an order. Inform the evil moon holy maiden and transmit the accurate intelligence from here to her. If the Gui Tian sect is truly involved with the demon clan, then this is no longer a matter our secular dynasty can interfere in. Xian Qingyao and Mu Yunian silently glanced at each other. In Yin province, the only one that can stand against the Gui Tian sect is the evil moon sect, which is also a major sect. For now, we can only remain still and see how the evil moon sect reacts before deciding. Scene change to Wulong Mountain. Master, we have searched this place over and over for 3 days, but still haven't found any trace of Lord Qin Lie. Jida Shuted, shut up. I know Brother Lie best. He is meticulous and more capable than ordinary people. No matter how great the danger he encounters, he will not die at the hands of the demon clan. Suddenly, she exclaimed with a start. Oh, a spirit talisman. It's news from Luo. A small bird-shaped spirit talisman flew into GLA's hand. A stream of spirit energy emanated, and the bird transformed into a letter. Seeing GLA's expression turn sour, Wang Tung hurriedly asked, Master, could it be bad news? Jila lowered her eyes and sighed. Wang Tung, you go back and report to Master. Just say, I have a personal matter to attend to and will return to the palace a few days late. Wang Tung immediately flew off. Yes, I will go back and report to the palace master. Jila thought angrily to herself. Xia Chunqiu, the closed-door disciple of that old scoundrel Qingyao. How audacious. Outside Miyun Mountain, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Qin Lie leisurely walked out of the abyss. Finally out, this time we were lucky to have Dong Bao. Jiyu agreed. That's right. I didn't expect a fog here to be formed by that black pool. We were fortunate to be helped by the Spirit Fire Pearl and the Spirit Treasure Monkey. It was truly lucky. But what are your plans next? Qin Lie asked indifferently. What? Hearing this, Jiyu flared up. Qin Lie, don't tell me you've forgotten what you said. The grudge between us must be settled completely. Qin Lie replied wearily. You mean now? Give me a break, Miss Ji. My whole body is aching right now. I just want to get a good night's sleep. Jiyu suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Hee. All right, our battle can be put on hold for now. It won't be too late to talk after I return to report to Lord Azura. Are you satisfied now? Qin Lie's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. The conversation in the abyss came to mind. I failed 3 times. I probably won't have another chance. Even if I can leave this place and return to Lord Azura's side, only death awaits. He looked at her hesitantly. All right, if you've made the decision yourself, then it's not my place to advise you. But, Jiyu asked curiously, but what? Qin Lie smiled evasively. No, it's nothing. Qin, we'll wait for you to come and fight. Before that, don't die. Ypsilonue chuckled lightly. Of course, I haven't gotten my revenge on Xia Chunxiu yet. I'm off. See you again. Qin Lie chuckled to himself. Haha, she's really straightforward. I should go back and take a look too. More than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder how things are in Lori City. Back in the city, Qin Lie walked while muttering to himself. It's a bit strange. There's a tense atmosphere in the city. Could it be that something has happened? He grabbed a passerby to ask. This brother, may I ask, what has happened in Lori City recently? The person said in alarm. What? You don't know? The entire Yun province is in chaos now. The Great Chu dynasty and the Evil Moon sect are simultaneously making things difficult for the Gui Tian sect. Furthermore, Reverend Qingyao's disciple, Xia Chunxiu, is the biological younger brother of the notoriously vicious Earth Fiend sect master, Xia Yunxia. Haha, the Gui Tian sect has always prided itself on righteousness, but it turns out they're involved with the Earth Fiend sect. This is going to be a good show to watch. Qin Lie frowned in thought. Strange, who exposed the news of Xia Chunxiu? During this time, Ji was trapped under the cliff with me. Besides us, no one else should know. The passerby continued to stuff him with more information. Yesterday, the princess of Great Chu, Ingluo, went to the Gui Tian sect, and at the same time, the holy maiden of the Evil Moon sect also went to Chongxiao Mountain to demand an explanation. It said that Xia Chunxiu harmed someone, and they're still in a standoff now. Qin Lie asked curiously, do the Gui Tian sect and the Evil Moon sect have a feud? Also, who is that holy maiden? The passerby exclaimed in surprise. What? You've never even heard of the Evil Moon Holy Maiden? Jila? She is the genius of our Yun province. It said she has already reached the Nether Passage realm. Qin Lie's mind went blank. So it's that girl. She went to the Gui Tian sect personally. She probably already knows what happened to me. Brother, may I ask where the Gui Tian sect is? The kind passerby pointed immediately. On top of Zhuang Peak, 700 li to the north. What, you want to go to? Don't bother if your cultivation isn't high enough. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Lie had already disappeared. Many thanks, leaving the passerby staring blankly after him. Force. Scene changed to the Gui Tian sect, Central Yun province. Jila stood in the middle of the courtyard and shouted, back off, you are no match for your granny. It'll be the same no matter how many more of you come. As long as you hand over Xia Chunxiu today, this young lady will stop immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy the Gui Tian sect and bloodwash the Gui Tian sect. Suddenly, a disciple flew up and shouted, Demonis, don't you dare be so arrogant. Let me exchange some moves with you. Jila snorted coldly. She flicked her hand lightly. Courting death. The man immediately spurted blood. He was sent flying by Jila into a nearby courtyard, sending tiles flying everywhere. Princess Ingluo exclaimed in admiration. One move again. Old Wu lamented. The 3 great elders of the Gui Tian sect attacked in succession, yet couldn't gain the slightest advantage. If this continues, all the experts of the Gui Tian sect will be defeated, leaving only Reverend Qingmiao, who has yet to show himself. Qingmiao shrugged, looking idle. Although we were invited here to provide support, looking at the situation, it seems our intervention isn't needed. The Evil Moon Holy Maiden, her reputation is indeed well-deserved. Ingluo sighed. Hey, I didn't expect Benefactor Qin to have such a relationship with this girl. We really didn't know anything. Standing beside them, Mu Yunian pursed her lips in anger as she listened. The disciple who was just sent flying struggled to take gasping breaths. Gasp, gasp, in the Gui Tian sect. How can we allow a demonist to run rampant so arrogantly? Even if we have to risk our lives and be crushed to pieces, we must drive out this evil heretic. What are you waiting for? Everyone, charge forward together and destroy this demonist. Old Wu angrily cursed. Shameless. You can't win a one-on-one, so now you want to gang up on her? Jila calmly snorted. A bunch of defeated soldiers dare to speak so insolently. Just as her palm was about to strike, a roar echoed. You've got some nerve. Jila narrowed her eyes and turned to look. The group from before was now encased in a barrier. The roar continued to echo. This is the Gui Tian Holy Land. How can we allow you to act so recklessly? The faces of those disciples changed drastically. The one who dared to roar so loudly was none other than Sect Master Qingmiao. He reassured the sect's disciples. Everyone, you've worked hard. She is not someone you can handle. Retreat. Jila sneered. That old turtle finally couldn't sit still anymore. You condone your disciples' violent and wrongful acts. Do you still have the bearing of a grandmaster? Sect Master Qin Miao replied in a grim tone. Little girl, out of respect for your master Lung Yu, I do not wish to harm you here. If you leave now, we can pretend nothing happened today. Ying Luo covered her mouth in silent shock. What? Even the sect master of the Gui Tian sect is somewhat wary of the evil moon holy maiden? Hearing this, GLA's face filled with disdain. Qin Miao, stop putting on airs with me. This lady isn't afraid to tell you. Today, I am definitely taking Xia Chunxiu. Old Qin Miao was so angry he could spit blood. You don't know what's good for you. It seems this old man will have to teach you how to behave on Lung Yu's behalf. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut in. Oh, the dignified sect master of Gui Tian. Is this how you fight fair with others? Qin Lie threw the wind-chasing talisman forward. Mu Yunian was secretly overjoyed. This is the wind-chasing talisman. Could it be? Sect Master Qin Miao shouted. Who are you? Only then did Qin Lie reveal himself. Jila and Mu Yunyan's faces lit up with joy. They both exclaimed, Brother Lie. Qin Lie. Qin Lie calmly replied, Sorry to have made everyone worry. Mu Yunyan asked urgently, Qin Lie, where have you been all this time? You really made us worry. Before she could finish, she saw Jila rush forward and hug Qin Lie, Brother Lie. It's so good that you're okay. I thought you'd been killed by Xia Chunxiu. Qin Lie chuckled. Haha, am I not perfectly fine? Little girl, long time no see. The three-third wheel stood still, not daring to move. This relationship between young hero Qin and the evil moon holy maiden. Mu Yunyan's face paled, and she bit her lip tightly. Then she turned and walked away. Xian Qingyao called out in confusion. Miss Mu, where are you going? Yunian said in a cold voice. Back to Yingzhou. Qingyao asked blankly, What, so suddenly? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yunian had already flown away. He sighed softly, Heis. Your Highness, Old Wu, since Brother Qin is fine, I will also return to the mountain to report. I must leave in a hurry today. I hope you all can forgive me. In the future, I will definitely bring fine wine to your door to apologize. Old Wu felt a headache coming on. These two kids, Heis. Meanwhile, Qin Lie was busy asking, Little girl, why did you come to the Gui Tian sect? Jila huffed angrily. You have the nerve to ask me? Why didn't you come find me when you came to Yun province? Qin Lie stammered, I've been traveling around lately. I haven't had the chance. Jila cut him off, Lies. Did Master threaten you? Qin Lie was startled. What? How could that be? Jila glanced at him scornfully. Still denying it? Wang Ting told me everything. He said Master forbade you from seeing me, right? Qin Lie quickly changed the subject. Little girl, this isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first and talk later. Old man, Qin Miao hissed, Leave? It's one thing for unrelated righteous cultivators. But you demons, what do you take the Gui Tian sect for? A place you can come and go as you please? Qin Lie was sent flying by a palm strike. Ugh, that oppressive force again. It's the nether profound realm. It seems Qin Miao is getting serious. Sect Master Qin Miao began his speech. Out of respect for Lung Yu, this venerable one originally did not want to get involved with you. But Old Wu narrowed his eyes in silent shock. This stance, Qin Miao is about to activate the sword control. Art. He hurriedly called out, Not good, Your Highness. Retreat quickly. Old man Qin Miao continued to mock. It's just that you little girl have a foul mouth. Today, I must teach you a lesson. When you return, tell Lung Yu to come and get you in person. Go. Azure Wave Sword Art. Qin Lie's eyes widened in shock. A massive pillar of spiritual energy shot straight down to the ground. After the palm strike passed, the dust and smoke gradually dispersed. Jila rushed over to ask with concern, Are you okay, Brother Lie? Qin Lie shook his head. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. Jila angrily turned back and scolded. Although that old man Qin Miao doesn't dare to do anything to me, that Xia Chunxiu ambushed you. If I don't get justice today, I won't leave this Zhuang Peak. Qin Miao sneered. Interesting. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Seeing the old man preparing strike, Qin Lie also flew forward. Jila called out worriedly, Brother Lie. Qin Lie raised his shield, spiritual energy backup. He roared, Qin Miao, if you dare touch a single hair on her head today, I, Qin Lie, will definitely annihilate the Gui Tian sect in the future. Sect Master Qin Miao was furious. Arrogant brat, die. The stream of spiritual power shot out with twice the force, sending Qin Lie flying. Jila rushed over in a panic. Brother Lie, Qin Miao, you dare to hurt him. This lady will not live under the same sky as you. The old man Qin Miao snorted in contempt. Little girl, this venerable one has shown mercy out of respect for Lung Yu. If you insist on having your own way, then don't blame this venerable one for being ruthless. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, Sect Master Qing Miao is so majestic, isn't he? A surging wave of demonic energy shattered half of the Gui Tian sect's courtyard. Qin Lie looked up to see. The newcomer was Demon Lord Lung Yu. She coldly asked Qing Miao, treating a junior like this, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Qin Lie exclaimed with joy, Master. Qing Miao snorted coldly. Lung Yu, you've come at the right time. The Gui Tian sect and the Evil Moon sect have always minded their own business. This girl came to my Zhuang Peak to cause trouble. How do you think this should be handled? Nonsense. It was clearly Xia Chunqiu who harmed someone first. I came up the mountain after. You old men are twisting my words. Qing Miao feigned surprise. Oh, is this how your Evil Moon sect teaches its disciples? Lung Yu frowned and replied, how this venerable one teaches my disciple is none of your business. I don't want to waste words with you today. This matter ends here, otherwise you know the consequences. Old man Qing Miao snorted. Are you really planning to declare war on the Gui Tian sect? Lung Yu replied nonchalantly. Why wouldn't I dare? Old Wu and Ing Luo watched from the air. Ing Luo was stunned, thinking to herself, these are the two largest forces of the righteous and evil paths in Yin province. It's as if the century-long balance is about to be broken. If a war breaks out, the networks and relationships both sides have built over the years will likely all be impacted. Even immortal sects far beyond Yin province would likely be dragged into it. If this leads to war, it might trigger an internal conflict among the cultivators of the central lands after nearly 1,000 years of peace. Sect Master Qing Miao let out a breath. He asked in a cold voice, Lung Yu, do you know what you're saying? Just for one willful disciple, you want the entire Evil Moon sect to be buried with her? Lung Yu raised her voice to remind him. Qing Miao, this venerable one knows that behind your Gui Tian sect, there are even more powerful experts. But do you think my Evil Moon sect is easy to bully? Old Wu asked nosily, what does that mean? Princess Yingluo's eyes widened in surprise. I can't believe that besides Qing Miao in the nether profound realm, the Gui Tian sect still has an even stronger cultivator guarding it. Moreover, Demon Lord Lung Yu also said the Evil Moon sect is not easy to bully. Could it be that behind them, there is also... It seems these two great sects are not as simple as they appear on the surface. No wonder both sides have backing and fear nothing. It seems Demon Lord Lung Yu is saying something. Old Wu realized it's a secret sound transmission. Lung Yu's expression darkened, and she mumbled a few words. Unexpectedly, after hearing it, Qing Miao's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth. Humph. Very well. I will consider the Demon Lord's words carefully. Today's matter ends here. You may leave. Old Wu's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Unbelievable. With just one sentence from Demon Lord Lung Yu, Qing Miao has yielded. Everything the Evil Moon sect does is to protect her. What is the origin of this holy maiden? Ing Luo suddenly waved her hand. Don't think about it anymore, Old Wu. Old Wu looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Ing Luo sighed helplessly. This matter is no longer something we can interfere in. What Demon Lord Lung Yu said earlier, besides to Qing Miao, was also meant for us. It's not too late to find young hero Qin after the storm has passed. Old Wu immediately flew higher. It seems that's the only way. Ing Luo nodded in response. Let's go. Qin Lie glanced at the two figures. Leaving, he said to himself, Princess, Old Wu, once this matter is settled, I, Qin, will come to your door to apologize. And her too. Demon Lord Lung Yu's tone became polite. Thank you, Taoist brother Qing Miao, for your understanding. We will take our leave. Qin Lie cried out, unwilling, Master, Brother Lie's revenge hasn't been taken yet. Qin Lie turned to remind her, little girl, that's enough for today. Qin Lie said, aggrieved, but Qin Lie quickly reassured her, don't worry. Although we couldn't find Xia Chunqiu this time, there will come a day when I will return to this Zhuang Peak. At that time, I will personally have a talk with these Taoists. Qin Lie happily agreed. Okay, don't forget to call me then. Qin Lie immediately agreed. Of course. Let's go, it's time to leave. The three of them disappeared, leaving behind the old, wrinkled face of Qing Miao, contorted with bitterness. The scene changes to the main hall. As soon as Xia Chunqiu entered, he quickly asked, Master, what happened? Why did you let it go like that? Qing Miao turned to question him. Didn't I, as your master, tell you to focus on refining that snake demon's inner core? Why did you go out on your own? Xia Chunqiu became agitated. What time is it now? The reputation of our Gui Tian sect, built over hundreds of years. Are we just going to let it go like that? Qing Miao remained silent. Xiao Chunxiu grew more bitter and pressed on, Master. Old man Qing Miao suddenly shouted, "Shut up. There are many things that are not as they seem. To you, right now, your master must go to the Peerless Immortal Pavilion. As for you, without my command, you are not to take a single step out of the Gui Tian sect. Do you understand?" Xiao Chunxiu was so frustrated he stammered, "I, your disciple, obeys." Qing Miao's figure moved swiftly to the back mountain of the Gui Tian sect. He landed in a small courtyard. Disciple Qing Miao pays his respects to the elder. A hazy figure appeared within the waterfall and asked, "Lung Yu of the Evil Moon sect came, didn't she? What did she say?" Qing Miao respectfully cupped his hands and reported, "Lung Yu said that the Evil Moon Holy Maiden is not her disciple. That girl is related to the Blood Red of the spirit realm." Yuyan, the other person, asked in a cold voice, "How long has Xia Chunxiu been your disciple?" Qing Miao quickly replied, reporting to the elders, "It has been 18 years since this disciple started guiding Chunxiu." The other person spoke again, 18 years, that's not a short time. It's true that Xia Chunxiu has some talent, but he acts too emotionally. Let him go to the sword forging pavilion. Sect Master Qing Miao was secretly horrified. The sword forging pavilion, wouldn't that bury his future? Could it be that the elders have already given up on Chunxiu? Moreover, the disciple I'm most pleased with has failed to catch the elder's eyes. This also means that even I, just as he thought of this, the other person spoke up, "Qing Miao, you've been in the position of sect master for quite some time now, haven't you?" The old man Qing Miao felt his throat tighten. "Yes, elders, exactly 100 years. The elders said in a deep voice, "You have cultivated for 80 years and have now reached the mid-stage of the Nether Passage realm. What do you think are your chances of ascending to immortality before your lifespan ends?" Qing Miao stammered this. The elders continued, "Now that the demon clan has reappeared, Gui Tian sect has been entrusted to you. Your pressure is immense, I understand that. After this matter is over, you should go to the Peerless Immortal Pavilion." Qing Miao's eyes widened in fear. Entering the Peerless Immortal Pavilion means I must give up my power and focus on cultivating the Dao. As expected, the elders think that my handling of Xia Chunxiu was an unwise act, which is nothing short of a veiled criticism of me. But if I refuse the elders' suggestion, I can only abdicate my position and then go work in the elders' pavilion, where I can only handle the sect's miscellaneous affairs from then on. The elders' pavilion, the Peerless Immortal Pavilion. One is mortal and one is immortal. How can they compare? It's clear that after being hit with a stick, I'm being given a piece of candy. I have no choice. The elders cast a sharp, cold gaze. "Qing Miao, have you finished thinking?" The old man, Qing Miao, had no choice but to respectfully cup his hands. Yes, this disciple is determined to focus on cultivation, striving to ascend to immortality, soon to protect Gui Tian. The elders said with satisfaction, "Very good. In life, one must always take responsibility for one's actions. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Sect Master Qing Miao stammered, "Disciple, I obey." Scene changes back to the main hall. A disciple hurriedly asked, "Sect Master Qing Miao, you're back?" The old man nodded slightly. Tell Xia Chunxiu to come see me." The disciple stammered in reply. About that, reporting to the sect master, "Senior brother Xia has already left the mountain." The old man Qing Miao was startled. "What? He left the mountain? When did this happen?" The disciple recounted. "Not long after you left." Qing Miao probed. "Did he say anything?" The disciple answered honestly. "Senior brother Xia said, Qin Lie must die." After hearing this, the old man angrily beat his chest. Sinful creature, truly a sinful creature. Does he want this venerable one to die of anger? Immediately send people to find him. No matter where he is, even if you have to tie him up, you must bring him back here. The disciple immediately obeyed. Yes. At this time, in the desolate mountains north of Yun province, the sound of slow footsteps echoed. Chang Henshu said politely, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the Spirit Sword Gathering." Chang Henshu, thank you all here." Qin Xiaoyang urged. "Don't waste time. Get straight to the point. We didn't come here today to make small talk." Wu Honglin laughed with amusement. Qin Xiaoyang, It's rare to hear you say something that suits this young master's taste. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang said sarcastically, Wu Honglin, I never expected someone like you to also have a spirit sword. It seems the Wu family of Yu province is indeed rich in resources. A few months ago, you were merely at the Danyang cultivation level, and now you've reached the manifestation realm. I wonder how many heavenly and earthly treasures were spent, and how many clansmen had to transfer their power to you. Wu Honglin shouted resentfully. Qin Xiaoyang, what do you mean? You want to fight? This young master will accompany you to the end. Chang Hinxiu quickly interjected. Please, you two young masters, don't be rash. It wasn't easy for us to gather. Don't forget everyone's purpose. Before that, why don't we all introduce ourselves? Wu Honglin could only snort coldly and turn away. Chang Hinxiu continued to speak. If no one has any objections, then this Chang will speak first. I am Chang Hinxiu, a person from Ying province, and also the initiator of this gathering. I have the Wind Spirit Sword. Of the two young masters who were just arguing, one is young master Wu Honglin of the Wu family from Yu province. He has the Wood Spirit Sword. The other one, he is young master Xiaoyang from the Immortal Qin Imperial clan of Dong province. Young master Qin has the Metal Spirit Sword. An old man suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, if fellow Taoist Chang continues to speak, self-introductions will become introductions by others. Next, let us speak for ourselves. This old man is Xian Yezi, a rogue cultivator from Ying province, and also the one with the Fire Spirit Sword. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. After hearing this, a young man burst out laughing. Ha! A rogue cultivator dares to step into these muddy waters. You old man, you truly have guts as big as the sky, don't you? This old man is Li Pe from the Du Min Guan of Dong province, with the Yin Spirit Sword. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to come at me. Wu Honglin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Pe, the Li Pe of Du Min Guan's Ghost King Valley. Is that you? Dong and Yu provinces are tens of thousands of miles apart, yet young Master Wu has heard of my great name. Haha, the younger generation is quite impressive. Thud! The sound of a staff striking the ground forcefully. An old woman spoke in a sarcastic tone. So you're the old devil, Li of Du Mingguan. I heard the two great immortal sects of Dong province have always wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You truly have some tricks up your sleeve. Qin Xiaoyang turned over curiously. Oh, this person, could she be Weia Granny? The old woman exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect that in the current cultivation world, there's still people who remember this old woman. Xiaoyang smiled. It really is you. Qin Xiaoyang pays his respects to Granny. I wonder if Master Muyang is well these days. Weia Granny was stunned. You even know about the old devil in this old woman's house. Qin Xiaoyang recounted honestly. When my father was young, he once traveled to Qingyang Mountain and was fortunate enough to meet Master Muyang. Therefore, Weia Granny suddenly cut him off. Thank you for the concern from the Qin clan of Dong province. It's just a pity that old Undying One is now truly dead. Qin Xiaoyang was shocked. Master Muyang has passed away? The old woman replied with a gloomy expression. That's right. That's why this old woman has the Yang Spirit Sword and the Earth Spirit Sword in her hands. Liposhemet internali. I didn't expect this old woman to have two spirit swords. Heh, should I take this opportunity to make a move? Chang Hinxiu curiously looked at the girl, the last person. She said softly, I am Kai Ming, the one with the water spirit sword. Please give me your guidance. Wu Honglin urged impatiently. Since everyone has finished introducing themselves, let's discuss the next plan. After all, this matter concerns the treasure of the sacred infant immortal abode. How to divide it is an extremely important matter. Chang Hinxiu suddenly interrupted. Young Master Wu, please wait. Wu Honglin asked in annoyance. Fellow Taoist Chang, what are you trying to do? Chang Hinxiu replied softly. This Chang just wants to remind young Master Wu that our people have not all arrived yet. Qin Xiaoyang grinned mockingly. Ha! Wu Honglin, I understand your desire to take the leading position, but to activate the sacred infant immortal abode's 9 spirit swords, we are still missing one. Right now, the person with the Thunder Spirit Sword has not yet appeared. What are you in such a hurry for? Having been called out, Wu Honglin squirmed. Qin Xiaoyang, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Xian Yezi chuckled softly. Fellow Taoist Chang, the appointed meeting time has long passed. You are the initiator of this gathering, so please explain the situation to everyone. Chang Hinxiu said loudly. Everyone, at present, only the wielder of the Thunder Spirit's sword has not appeared. This person's surname is Qin, and his given name is Lie. He is from Shan Province in the Central Land's 5 provinces. Wu Honglin shouted in shock. What? It's him? Seeing this, Chang Henxiu turned to ask, Oh, does young Master Wu know Qin Lie? Wu Honglin snorted coldly. I suppose you could say we're acquainted. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, strange, didn't he die at the hands of the demon clan? This person truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Qin Xiaoyang spoke up. Everyone, if we want to open this sacred infant immortal abode, the Thunder Spirit Sword is indispensable no matter what. Fortunately, perfected sacred infant has passed down a tracking sword art. We just need to recite the sword art and then follow the guidance to find fellow Taoist Qin Lie. Xian Yezi smiled amiably. Young Master Qin makes a lot of sense. We have no objections, the crowd said in unison. If that's the case, let's start quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. All right, Chang'an Cliff, north of Yin Province. Jila called out happily. Master, if you hadn't arrived in time just now, things might have gotten a little troublesome. Lung Yu frowned and scolded. So you do know you were reckless? Luckily, Wang Tong sent a message in time. Otherwise, you two wouldn't have been able to get down the mountain at all this time. Jila called out coaxingly. Master, your disciple knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry. I'll deal with you when we get back. Demon Lord Senior, this matter was caused by this junior. It has nothing to do with the girl. If Senior wishes to vent your anger, this junior is willing to bear it all. Brother Lai, what does this have to do with you? Coming to Gui Tian sect was my own idea. Jila, you go back to the 8 Moons sect headquarters first. This master wants to have a few words with him. Master, why must you make things difficult for Brother Lai? Be obedient. But, girl, let me talk to Demon Lord Senior, all right? Don't worry, Senior won't do anything to me. Or, all right then, I'll go first. Master, if you continue to make things difficult for Brother Lai, I'll run away from home. This girl. To get to the point, I wonder what Demon Lord Senior wants to say to me. Do you know why this venerable one won't let you see her? Could it be that Senior is willing to tell me the reason? That's right. If you two are together, there will only be trouble. There will be no good outcome. What does Senior mean by that? Does Senior think I will harm her? Harm her? You might not even be her opponent. Then what is Senior worried about? Qin Lie, what do you think is the most tragic fate in a person's life? For this, I ask for Senior's guidance. The matter concerning her, this venerable one still cannot say now. But in the future, I hope you won't see her again. Otherwise, you both will regret it. Senior, is there something you can't say directly? Fine. Then this venerable one asks you, if one day the girl wants to kill you, what will you do? What? The girl wants to kill me? Qin Lie, this venerable one is just saying. You should know what to do. Qin Lie stood in the middle of a large, empty field, clenching his fists and thinking to himself, kill me? The girl? Gloomy thoughts constantly appeared in his mind, distracting Qin Lie. This sentence from Demon Lord Lung Yu, was she serious? Recalling the happy images of him and Jila from before made Qin Lie ponder. He and the girl had gone through life and death together. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible, right? Both Qin Feng and she were very important in his mind. If we're talking about people in this world who want to kill me, you could grab a whole handful, but only second brother and Jila are impossible. Looking back at his own miserable and wretched image, Qin Lie couldn't help but feel inferior about everything. Could it be because of my humble origins? So this was just a fabricated excuse to stop me and that girl from seeing each other again. The dignified and terrifying image of Lung Yu appeared, making Qin Lie hesitate as he thought about it. But from Demon Lord Lung Yu's tone, it didn't sound like a lie, and besides, with her status, she wouldn't need to deceive me, right? The more he thought, the more confused he became. He wearily raised a hand to rub his head, lightly grinding his teeth. Ugh, I really can't figure it out. Suddenly, a strange sound came from a bush not far away. Qin Lie noticed it very quickly. He glanced back with alarm and vigilance. Qin Lie leaned over and shot a source of power straight out, shouting loudly, "Who's there? Come out." Yezi hurriedly ran out to him and said, Daoist friend Qin, no need to worry, it's one of us. Qin Lie, a bit confused, softly called out his name. Xian Yezi. Yezi cheerfully clasped his hand behind his back and said, It is indeed this old man, Daoist friend Qin. I finally found you. He gently closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, and sighed in response. So that's how it is. This day has finally come. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly continued to explain everything. Daoist friend Qin is indeed quick-witted. That's right, the 9 spirit swords have gathered. Yezi held his head high, his eyes filled with confidence, and said, This old man came here to invite you, Daoist friend, to help uncover the mystery of the sacred infant immortal abode. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled the past events and recounted them. 2 months ago, Chang Henshio activated the spirit sword to send out an invitation. Logically, everyone with a spirit sword should have felt the chi connection and come to the gathering. Everyone was standing neatly, gathered in an empty clearing, waiting for someone. Yezi's curious voice rang out, but for some reason, Daoist friend Qin did not arrive that day. May I ask what happened? Hearing him say that, the memory of that time surfaced in Qin Lie's mind. 2 months ago, the image of him and Qin Lie, injured and covered in mud, struggling. At that time, Qin Lie and I were trapped at the bottom of a cliff, unable to even use our spiritual power. It's a wonder I could feel a message from 10,000 li away while in such pain. Not wanting to explain much, Qin Lie clasped his hands together and said respectfully, "It was just a private matter. To have made everyone wait for so long, I am truly ashamed." Yezi, standing opposite him, was amused and offered his opinion, bursting into laughter. Who doesn't have things they must do? But this is no place to talk. I invite Daoist friend Qin to follow me. Qin Lie didn't react much. He just listened silently as the old man said, "This old man will take you to meet the other spirit sword holders. Else." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lie finally spoke up and followed. "All right, let's go." Time passed quickly, and a clear blue sky appeared again. 10 days later, Yunshan, Yunduo mountain range. In the distance, many hurried footsteps approached. They discussed amongst themselves as they walked. Daoist friend Chang, "Are you sure this is the place?" It should be correct. Looking at the vast, expansive scenery before them, everyone felt confused. There's nothing here. What trick has this true master sacred infant played? Xiaoyang tilted his head slightly, raising a hand to his chin in thought, and said, "It's true. The tracking sword art can't pinpoint the treasure's location. Could it be that he wants to test us?" Yezi, standing nearby, heard this and quickly chimed into the conversation. "That's possible. I've heard this sacred infant acts eccentrically, doing whatever he pleases. How could he easily hand over the treasures he collected his entire life to others?" Qin Lie turned his head to look at him and said, "So that means we need to keep searching." At this moment, Honglin stepped forward, lightly covering his mouth and exclaiming, "Tisuke, how are we supposed to find it? We've already searched the entire Ingshi mountain range. There's nothing." He stood straight with everyone constantly analyzing to think of a way. "How about everyone chants the tracking sword art one more time to see?" Unexpectedly, Li Pe, standing behind, spoke up in frustration. "What the hell is there to try?" After that, he angrily turned to leave, his mouth muttering continuously. "Since 10 days ago, after Daoist friend Qin Lie joined us, we've tried this damn sword art many times." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a person suddenly pointed towards a distant lake and shouted loudly. "But every time it's displayed, it's in the form of this mountain. You tell me, is it necessary to try again?" Everyone immediately broke into a noisy uproar. Could we have been mistaken? Qin Lie lightly raised a hand to rub his chin, quickly calculating, and said, "For example, what if the location of the treasure isn't here at all?" Hearing this, Yezi let out a long "oh" and asked Daoist friend Qin, "What is your perspective?" Without hesitation, Qin Lie revealed everyone think back. "After we used the tracking sword art, what was there in the area we saw?" Honglin, upon hearing this, also recalled the scene of the large lake. Besides a lake in that Ingshi mountain range, there was nothing else. On the side, Xiaoyang seemed to understand the issue and spoke up. "So that's how it is, I get it. This lake that the sword art revealed is the key point." Honglin frowned, somewhat doubtful. "What did you discover?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang said, "Everyone, remember carefully. The surface of the lake had a sparkling light." Li Pe now retorted, "So what?" "It was probably just the reflection of light from the waves on the water surface." Only. At this moment, Granny Weal looked ahead and spoke in a doubtful tone. "No, that's not right. Those points of light, they seem to be arranged according to the constellations in the sky." Hearing this, Yezi stroked his beard, his expression thoughtful. "The 28 constellations, it's a bit similar, but the positions of the individual stars are not correct." Honglin, seeing this, also looked curiously. After a moment, his face showed surprise, and he stammered, "Strange, what is this? Although it's similar, it's not exactly the same." After a long moment, Kai Meng smiled lightly and spoke up. "It is a constellation, but it is precisely the 9 fields arrangement." Hearing this name, everyone around couldn't help but be astonished. Xiaoyang regained his composure, smiled lightly, and turned his head. "So that's how it is. If that's the case, then everything is clear. in contrast to Xiaoyang's intelligence. Hong Lin on this side was still bewildered. Huh? What 9 fields? Granny Weia, with a calm expression, explained unhurriedly. The so-called 9 fields, in fact, roughly refers to the stars in the cardinal directions. Each field has 3 stars, combining to make 28 stars. Before the image of the 9 fields arrangement, the granny's voice rang out clearly and continuously. In the 9 fields arrangement, outside the 8 wastelands, the central 9 divisions are, in order, Central Juntian, Eastern Songtian, Northeastern Biantian, Northern Xintian, Northwestern Yutian, Western Haotian, Southwestern Zhodian, Southern Yintian, Southwestern Yangtian. Hong Lin was a bit stunned after hearing the long explanation, his expression awkward as he stammered. So that's how it is, but what could it represent? Xiaoyang, standing in the middle of the crowd, impatiently raised his hand and scolded Hong Lin. Idiot! With a mind like yours, how did you even get a spirit sword? 9 fields is 9. The number of spirit swords is also 9, understand? Having been scolded, Hong Lin had an epiphany. He imagined the 9 fields arrangement and the image of the 9 swords, hesitating slightly. Ah, you mean these 9 positions correspond to the 9 spirit swords? Yezi quickly replied, that's right, young Master Wu. Since the puzzle has been solved, let's go to the Central Juntian first and take a look. And see. Hong Lin, who had slowed their progress, now put on a nonchalant expression. Let's go. Then, without hesitation, everyone entered the lake. As soon as Qin Lie dived down, he felt something was off. Strange. Even though I'm underwater, I don't feel like I'm suffocating. As expected, there's a profound mechanism here. At this moment, at the front of the group, someone cried out joyfully, "Found it! It's here!" The group looked at the tall, large stele with green characters carved on it, somewhat astonished. A series of voices rang out, "This is a green stone stele with the character Win carved on it. Look closely, there's a pedestal below." Granny Weia stood beside the stone slab, her voice deep in thought. "It seems we probably have to insert the spirit sword. Daoist friend Chong, you hold the Wind spirit sword. Why don't you give it a try?" Pinchio accepted the command and summoned the Wind Spirit Sword, plunging it straight down in one go with a surge of power surrounding it. All right, then let this Chong give it a try. After waiting a moment, the group saw no reaction at all and were collectively dumbfounded. Pinchio was now also suspicious and reached out his hand. "This is strange. Why is it like this?" "There's no reaction." Yezi, from behind, saw this and suggested with a smile, "Try pouring your spiritual power into the sword." Pinchio looked very helpless. "I've already tried. It doesn't work." Li Pun nearby was also deep in thought, stroking his chin. If even that doesn't cause a reaction, there must be a problem somewhere. After a long moment, Kai Ming spoke up. "That's not it. There are 9 spirit swords in total. Right now, we've only inserted 1. Of course, there's no reaction." Finding this reasonable, Qin Lie also quickly proposed. "That's possible. The 9-field arrangement, perhaps 9 is the key to finding the immortal abode. How about we split up and try?" Immediately after, Qin Lie stretched his hand out in one direction, his voice suggesting, "Everyone, let's split up and act. Use your own spirit swords to find the corresponding positions, and then try inserting them into the green stone steles." Suddenly, at this moment, Hong Lin seemed to remember something and turned his head towards Granny Weia. "Wait, Granny Weia has 2 spirit swords. What should she do? One person can't possibly guard 2 spirit swords, right?" Kai Ming heard this and replied calmly, "Isn't this simple? Don't we have a spirit treasure monkey here?" Xiaoyang was a bit surprised to hear that. Spirit treasure monkey? Where did a spirit treasure monkey come from? Kai Ming also spoke up urgently. "The one Daoist friend Qin Lie carries. Isn't that a spirit treasure monkey, one of the heaven and earth spirit beasts?" At this point, before Qin Lie could even speak, Dong Bao suddenly poked out from his clothes and chirped Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Granny Weia summoned the Fire Spirit Sword, her voice carrying a hint of indifference. So that's how it is. You revealed yourself voluntarily, so as not to put your master in a difficult position. I've long heard that the Spirit Treasure Monkey's comprehension is unparalleled. Today, my eyes have truly been opened. After speaking, she brought the sword close to Dong Bao and softly called out, "Little one, watch this carefully for this old woman. If it's lost, I'll hold you accountable." Seeing this, Qin Lie let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he turned to Dong Bao and gave a soft, quiet command. "Dong Bao, take it. Just keep it safe. Kiki." Seeing that everything was arranged, Hinshio now spoke up. Since the matter is resolved, everyone, let's begin. This Chan will wait here, while all of you go find your own stone steels, alright? The entire group was in agreement, shouting in unison, alright. At this time, Qin Lie was walking with Kai Meng. After a while, he softly spoke up. Miss Kai Meng, what did you mean by what you did just now? Kai Meng acted as if she knew nothing and asked back, what's wrong? Hearing this, Qin Lie frowned, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for your well-intentioned pointing it out, Dong Bao's existence wouldn't have been exposed. After a long moment, he looked at Kai Meng's figure and asked, what exactly are you planning? Amidst the gravel-filled paths, Kai Meng's voice echoed. Taoist friend Qin, how many people do you think are here today to seek the treasure? Qin Lie was a bit unable to react. Huh, what does that mean? Kai Meng didn't look at him and just continued. It is rumored that inside the sacred infant immortal abode, there is a special formation array set up, specifically targeting experts above the nether passage stage, making it difficult for them to enter. She then described it briefly. A special formation array for the nether passage and manifestation realms. Nether passage and above, manifestation and below. In short, if one's cultivation is only at the manifestation realm, they can pass through easily. Qin Lie wondered, why are you telling me these things? Kai Meng's face was full of meaning, but she didn't answer clearly. Consider compensation. After all, after he went into the water, everyone already understood. Before the golden sword, her voice held a hint of disdain. Although the vast ocean-treasured sword is precious, it's just a key. Since we've already found a way to break the seal, it's naturally no longer important. Then she smiled faintly, her voice laced with mystery. Otherwise, do you think, with Granny Wuya's personality, she would so easily lend the Yang spirit sword to you? To borrow? Hearing this, Qin Lie raised his hand to his chin, responding thoughtfully. That's true. Suddenly, a stone stele appeared ahead, interrupting their conversation. Seeing it, Kai Meng was a little surprised. Oh my! Her voice carried a hint of joy. The character for water is carved on this stone stele. It seems this one is mine indeed. At this moment, she turned to him, smiled faintly, and made an appointment. Fellow Taoist Qin, think carefully about my words. Well then, we'll meet again later inside the sacred infant. Immortal abode. After saying that, Kai Meng quickly landed on the stone stele. Left behind, Qin Lie watched Kai Meng's figure, somewhat lost in thought. This girl Kai Meng, although she seems strange all over, among the 8 of us, my cultivation level really does seem to be the lowest. Immediately after, he flew off, his heart full of doubt. Or perhaps she's doing this to help me distract the enemy's strategy. Deep in the sea, he used his internal energy to probe, his train of thought unbroken. Moreover, only those at the manifestation realm can enter the immortal abode, along with the restriction targeting those at the nether passage stage and above. Suddenly, Qin Lie stopped short, his expression changing slightly as he exclaimed, "How could it be?" As if realizing something, he cried out, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, he immediately shot forward like an arrow, his heart racing. I have to speed up and move forward. Scene change. At the same time, outside the Eagle Serpent mountain range, where large rocks towered, a figure shot forth. A foot landed forcefully. It was precisely Xia Chuanxiu with an ugly expression, his hands clenched tightly, looking somewhat angry. He looked into the distance with a meaningful expression. "Qin Lie, your death day has come." Just then, Xia Chuanxiu arrived at the front. Standing before a high cliff, he looked down at the vast lake surface. His heart stirred. I didn't expect to accidentally get a clue about the treasure of the sacred infant immortal abode. Leaving the Gui Tian sect to follow Qin Lie was indeed a wise decision. Looking closer, Xia Chuanxiu's face was filled with smugness. It seems that today, not only can I take revenge, but I can also obtain the immortal abode's treasure that the world covets. His gaze looked deep through the sea surface and saw Dong Bao holding a sword and stabbing it into a stone stele, his heart filled with contempt. Moreover, Qin Lie's group of 8 couldn't be divided evenly, so they had no choice but to let his spirit pet hold a spirit's sword and act alone. Immediately after, as if finding it ridiculous, Xia Chuanxiu laughed sinisterly with a vicious thought. I wonder what kind of expression Qin Lie will have after I kill this beast? Just then, at Dong Bao's location, the stationary sword suddenly began to shake violently. Dong Bao was nearby and was startled, letting out a cry. Chi. It stared at the sword for a while, then with a dazed look, it remembered Qin Lie's instructions. Zongbao, Litsten Gafai. At that time, his face was serious as he instructed. After you find the stone steel for the Yang spirit sword, just stab it indirectly. To conclude, Qin Lie didn't forget to emphasize, don't worry about anything else. Just wait until the treasure opens. But suddenly, the sword began to tremble continuously. The sword shook more and more violently, drawing countless cold glints to surround it. Dong Bao, watching from the side, was a bit shocked and let out a cry. Kiki. At this very moment, the figure of the sacred infant Immortal materialized in the space, his voice congratulatory. Junior, congratulations on unlocking the secret of the vast ocean jade sword. Thus, you have earned the qualification to enter the immortal abode left behind by this perfected being. Next, with a serious expression, the old man clasped his hands and proposed. However, to become this perfected being's disciple, you still need to pass the next trial. The sacred infant Immortal didn't wait for Dong Bao's reply and hurriedly pointed, reminding it. Remember, in the immortal abode, there is a wondrous treasure left by this perfected being. Only by finding this item can you become the sole master of the immortal abode. The old man then gradually faded into nothingness, speaking a final, cryptic sentence. My words end here. How you choose depends solely on a single thought of yours. A moment later, the figure of the sacred infant Immortal vanished, as if it had never existed. To one side, Qin Lie seemed to sense something, his expression one of disbelief. He now looked very tired, clutching his head as he sighed. Humph, the great sensing divine art. It's the great sensing divine art again. Suddenly, Qin Lie touched his chin as if he had discovered something and thought again. Damn it, what is this sacred infant Immortal doing? Wait, he seemed to have mentioned you all just now. You. Then he thought of the appearances of Chong Hinxiu and Li Pe, his heart filled with doubt, which is to say, the others have also seen the illusion. As if unable to believe it, Qin Lie recalled the sacred infant Immortal's appearance. And moreover, the perfected being had also said that the master of the immortal abode could only be one. Looking up at the sword stuck in the stone slab, he was very suspicious. Wouldn't this force everyone to turn against each other? Looking at the sword emitting a powerful light, Qin Lie's heart sank in resignation. It seems all of us have been plotted against by him. After a while, an astonishing light appeared from somewhere, a cold glint so oppressive that Qin Lie couldn't bear it and covered his face. Ugh! As if unable to bear the curiosity, he secretly peeked through his fingers. Qin Lie's gaze fell precisely on a token radiating a brilliant golden light. He was a little incredulous. This is the sacred infant token. Confused, Qin Lie walked over and picked up the treasure. His lips curled slightly. So that's how it is. This is the key to open the main gate of the immortal abode. Suddenly, Qin Lie's expression changed slightly. Right behind him at the lake, a powerful beam of magical light shot down with great force. Watching the large disturbance of dust and smoke, Qin Lie covered his face and thought to himself, what's going on? En explosion? No, that's not right. Someone is fighting with magic. As if realizing, he widened his eyes in shock and worry. That direction. Oh no, Dong Bao is near there. Then, suddenly, there was a splash as something jumped out of the water. Water droplets splashed everywhere, landing on the gravel path. At this moment, Xia Chunxiu saw the situation ahead. He felt a little uneasy and took a small step back. Who is it? Who dares to block my path? Just then, Jiyu appeared, her voice carrying a hint of emotionlessness. Xia Chunxiu, as long as you are not dead, how can I? Be at ease. Recognizing Jiyu, Xia Chunxiu was stunned and blurted out, what? This voice. Before his eyes now was Jiyu, completely unharmed, without the slightest injury. Xia Chunxiu, as if not believing his eyes, his voice faltering. Jiyu, you're not dead? Jiyu raised her hand, magical power condensing, her voice steady. Are you very disappointed? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Take this. Purple lightning ball. Quickly, a small orb of light flew towards Xia Chunxiu. With astonishing speed, Xia Chunxiu quickly dodged it and shouted angrily, damn it! Seeing this, Jiyu threatened coldly, Xia Chuanxiu, you can't escape. Xia Chuanxiu replied, somewhat annoyed, Demonis, you just won't let it go, will you? Don't get in my way. Seeing his tough talk, Ji didn't hesitate and continued to channel her technique, her expression calm. Not to mention whatever schemes you're plotting, just based on the grudge between us, you can dream on if you think you're leaving today. With a huge surge of power, a ball of energy flew towards Xia Chuanxiu, causing him to cry out before he could react. After a bout of pain, Xia Chuanxiu's expression changed, his heart filled with disbelief. I can't believe that after not seeing her for a few months, her cultivation is already above mine. I can't fight her head-on right now. I'll leave first and figure things out later. As if realizing he was no match, Xia Chuanxiu clutched his chest, preparing to flee. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Demonis, we'll see about this. Before he could run, a large hand suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. At the same time, a huge commotion arose from deep within the mountains, and the water surface erupted violently. Xia Chuanxiu looked at the scene before him with a face full of discontent. The Demon Clan. It's the Demon Clan again, and a Nether Passage realm expert at that. Suddenly, a purple-haired man appeared from nowhere. He clasped his hands together and spoke cryptically, the sacred infant immortal abode. Haha, interesting. Ji, you've done well in this matter. After this king reports to the Demon Lord, I will definitely reward you. Haha. Xia Chuanxiu couldn't believe his eyes, his voice filled with anger. Impossible. Before, at Crouching Dragon Mountain, your cultivation was clearly. Looking at Xia Chuanxiu's appearance, the purple-haired man sneered contemptuously. With the supreme secret arts of my demon clan, what's so difficult about concealing a bit of cultivation? If not for that, how could I have baited you? Hearing this, Xia Chuanxiu felt a sense of dread, cursing inwardly. Fuck, I've been set up. The purple-haired man raised his hand, seemingly having Xia Chuanxiu in his grasp, his voice full of threat. Where are you running? Now that you've seen this king's true face, there's no reason for you to live anymore. Quickly, he raised his hand and grabbed Xia Chuanxiu by the throat, making him cry out. The purple-haired man was clearly intending to send Xia Chuanxiu to his grave. Haha, kid, this king will send you to the Western Paradise. At this very moment, from beneath the lake's surface, a mysterious figure shot up, creating a huge disturbance. It turned out to be Qin Lie. He now called out worriedly Dongbao. Seeing the intruder, Ji frowned grimly. This is bad. Ignoring his surroundings, upon finding Dongbao, Qin Lie immediately hugged it and comforted it. Dongbao, you're injured. Let me see. The purple-haired man stood to the side, finding it interesting, and interjected, haha, another one has come. Isn't this just walking right into a trap? Qin Lie was a little wary. You're a Nether Passage stage expert. Without replying, the purple-haired man threw Xia Chuanxiu aside and ordered, back at Crouching Dragon Mountain. This king was merely using a delaying tactic. Today, there's no need to hold back anymore. Ji killed him. After waiting a moment without any movement, the purple-haired man grew suspicious. Ji, what's wrong? Xia Chuanxiu, seemingly unafraid, interjected to stir up trouble. I get it now. You two were together for over 3 months at Muyin Mountain. I'm afraid feelings have developed, haven't they? Azura King, it seems your subordinate has had a change of heart. Seeing 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him, he laughed loudly. Haha, it's useless for you to look at me. A shameless couple is a shameless couple. I'm definitely going to die today, but you won't live either. Haha. The purple-haired man still felt it was strange, calling out suspiciously, Ji, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? Ji avoided his gaze, answering hesitantly, Your Highness, Azura King, this subordinate is just. Seeing her constant hesitation, the purple-haired man seemed to lose his patience. He channeled spirit energy around his hand, his voice sharp. Then this king will act personally. Suddenly, Ji stepped forward to intervene. Your Highness, Azura King, don't. Seeing this, the purple-haired man shouted angrily, Damn it, you really have developed feelings for him. As if cornered, Ji replied timidly, This subordinate has not. Your Highness, this person once saved this subordinate's life. I hope your Highness will show mercy. The purple-haired man, seeing her defend an outsider, seemed to have reached his limit and shouted loudly. How dare you, Ji? I have nurtured you for many years. Is this how you repay this king? Ji, get out of my way. Your Highness. Ji. Damn it. I'll deal with you when we get back. The matter at hand is more important for now. Stop. You dare touch my brother Lie. Little girl, this is bad. I must cancel this person's attack. Stop. For me. Little girl, didn't you already return to the evil moon sect? Little girl, who are you? Who am I? Are you worthy of asking? Scram now, or this lady guarantees that within 10 years, someone will raze Demon Island to the ground, leaving no one alive. You are from the spirit realm. You wretched girl, you don't need to threaten me. The rules between the spirit realm and the secular world. This king knows them very well. If you borrow the power of the spirit realm to deal with Demon Island, aren't you afraid the guardian immortal elder will annihilate your entire family? To destroy your demon kingdom, it doesn't take many people, does it? Even if the guardian immortal elder takes action, this lady will only lose 2 demon cultivators at most. If you don't believe me, you can try. You little girl, I'll give you that. This king will spare your life today. Phew, little girl, you've saved my life again. Hey, little girl, you're injured. It's nothing, I just used too much energy. I'll be fine after circulating my energy to recover a bit. Xiao, since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Qin Lie, I'm warning you, my master is. Shut up, Xiao, you're really something. I haven't even looked for you, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. The debt between us, it's time we settled it, isn't it? Qin Lie, you were able to win today, not because of your great skills, but because that little demonist G you showed up. Qin Lie, how dare you? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. What is that? It's a life and death tablet. Xiao is a disciple of Qing Miao. The life and death tablet on him was left by Qing Miao. By doing this, it's to let Qing Miao know who killed him. I'm not afraid. Xiao and I are mortal enemies. Even if I wasn't the one who killed him, Qing Miao wouldn't have spared me. So what's there to be afraid of? Right, we're not afraid of him. What the hell is Qing Miao? Even if the old monster from the Peerless Immortal abode comes out, there's no need to be afraid. If they dare to cause trouble for Brother Qin Lie, I'll show them the power of the Evil Moon sect. Little girl, thank you. By the way, why did you come here? How could Senior Lung Yu let you out? Well, it's a long story. What? You snuck out? That's right, but don't blame Master. She has her own difficulties. This venerable one asks you, if one day the little girl wants to kill you, how would you handle it? It's fine. I don't think too much about it. Liar. Sai, I knew it. With your personality, you definitely wouldn't tell the truth. Haha. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Lie, you're really lucky this time to have found the sacred infant immortal abode. What's so good about it? Because of Xiao's sneak attack, the Yang attribute sacred infant token was taken by the Azura King. Taken away. This way, the demon clan will surely get involved in the struggle. Moreover, Dong Bao has lost the token, so he will definitely be hunted down by Granny Wuya. This trip to the immortal abode is as good as facing certain death. What's there to be afraid of? With your skills and cultivation, can't you fight that old woman? Little girl, there's something you don't know. I cultivate a specialized mind technique of the Qin clan called the Primordial Atom Void Art. The drawback of this technique is that it can only be cultivated above the Danyang realm. Because I've only had it for a short time, I haven't fully comprehended many of its profound techniques, so they might not be very effective when I use them. Then how about I go with you to the sacred infant immortal abode? If you're willing to go with me, of course I'm very happy, but that place is fraught with danger. I'm afraid the chances of survival are slim. Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? As long as I'm with Brother Lie, there's nothing to fear. Ha, good. 9 spirits converge. The gate of the mystical realm opens. This is a gate of light. Indeed, pouring spiritual power into the sacred infant token activates the ancient teleportation formation within the token. It seems this is the entrance to the immortal abode. Little girl, let's go. Oh, Brother Lie, this place. It seems we're inside. The sacred infant immortal abode. Ha, how grand. It looks like quite something. Don't underestimate perfected being sacred infant. There might be hidden mechanisms here, but this calligraphy is truly eye-opening. Fellow Taoist Qin, you finally arrived. This voice is Xian Yezi. It is I, fellow Taoist Qin. Since you have arrived, please come up quickly. Everyone is waiting. As expected, the Azura King is already inside. But judging by the reactions of those around, they don't seem surprised. It seems everyone has arrived. Then listen up, everyone. This Eagle Serpent mountain range is not some common marketplace. You all came uninvited, which is already a loss of decorum. However, this king does not wish to pursue the matter right now. If there's nothing else, then all of you get out. Arrogant. You demon dare to speak so outrageously? This place isn't your territory to begin with, yet you dare to act like the host. Do you intend to swallow the treasure hole? Noisy. Changhenxiu was it? This is your reward for challenging. This king. Stop joking, demon. It seems the history from 10,000 years ago hasn't taught you the might of the Central Lands. I see you're one of those who forget the pain once the scar has healed. The Central Lands is not a place you should be. Scram. Demon. Nether 100 ghosts. Soul-devouring wave. Will it succeed? Too insignificant. What? Impossible. How can my attack be weaker than a demon's? Then let's end the warm-up here. Next, anyone else who wants to experience this king's methods, feel free to come forward. Qin Lie thought enviously impossible. Back at Outer Dragon Mountain, did he really conceal so much of his cultivation? Moreover, the Azura king has a patient and forbearing nature and acts methodically, much stronger than the previous Dara king. Qin tugged at his sleeve. Brother Lie, look around. Qin Lie turned his head to look around, his brows furrowing even tighter. Strange. To think they saw Chang Henxiu and Li Padai with their own eyes, yet they acted as if they already knew. The Azura king's voice turned threatening. You're not scramming. Do you want this king to continue making a move? Wu Honglin's face darkened. Azura king, you are a Nether Passage expert, considered a senior by many. Aren't you afraid of losing face by treating juniors like us this way? The Azura king sneered contemptuously. A cowardly deserter like you is worthy of speaking to this king today? Wu Honglin waved his hand, creating a teleportation gate. I may not be worthy, but others might be. The Azura king's eyes widened in vigilance. It's teleportation magic, could it be? Wu family of Yu province, Wu He, Nether Passage realm level, stepped out of the teleportation gate, hands on his hips, criticizing, so this is the sacred infant immortal abode. It looks somewhat grand, but it's still lacking compared to my Wu family's ancestral home. Junior Qin Xiaoyang pays his respects to the Wu family senior. He turned back to ask, Qin Xiaoyang, you are the most talented junior of the current Qin clan. Besides you, has anyone else from the Qin family come? A powerful male voice replied, there's also me. A purple teleportation gate appeared in the courtyard. Qin family of Dong province, Qin Hongshan, Nether Passage realm level, stepped out and immediately asked mockingly, Wu He, we haven't seen each other in nearly 50 years, have we? I wonder if that injury you suffered back then has healed? Wu He replied, Qin Hongshan, I didn't expect you to be the one to come this time. I, on the other hand, would like to know if your primordial atom void art has reached the state of perfection yet? Qin Lie, eavesdropping from the side, his face darkened as he thought, primordial atom void art, could it be? He recalled the words Qin he had instructed descendants of the Qin clan, continue to diligently practice this art. One day return to Dong province, investigate the truth behind the Qin clan's annihilation, and avenge the Qin clan. Qin Lie pieced everything together. That year, a Qin family ancestor had said in the great hall beneath his father's room that our Qin family of Shan province is just a branch of the Qin clan of Dong province. Could it be that this Qin imperial clan member from Dong province before me is a clansman of the same origin as me? Xian Yezi sighed. He waved his hand to open a teleportation gate, summoning more people. Originally, this old man wanted to be a rogue cultivator, having sworn an oath to cultivate ascetically with few desires, not wanting to participate in struggles. But the forces behind you all are too powerful, so I can only show my hand. A man with a square-jawed face appeared. Qin Lie's jaw dropped in shock. This aura, it's also Nether Passage realm. He had a short and stout figure. He introduced himself. I am Taoist Imu of the Chonquan mountain range. Pay my respects to the fellow Taoists from all paths here. A brown staff appeared, hovering in midair with a question. Taoist Imu. So the saying mountain flower sea tree. Chonquan Imu refers to you? Granny Wia slowly followed, sighing. There's no other way, old man. We can't avoid it anymore. If you don't come out, I'm afraid you people will chase this old woman away. Duan Muyang stepped out majestically. Wu He was stunned. Duan Muyang, didn't you die? The old man waved his hand. It seems Brother Wu was very much hoping for this old man to pass away. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. We questioned. Duan Muyang, you fake your death. Was it for the sacred infant immortal abode? The old man glanced as if it were obvious. Otherwise, how could this old man have seen today's show? The Eagle Serpent Range, you all followed to come here. I believe you all understand the importance of this place. Therefore, let's talk business. The Azura King finally understood. So that's how it is. First, you send people of ordinary strength to scout ahead. Then open a reverse teleportation formation from within the immortal abode. Your methods are truly impressive. Duan that's right. If not for this, how could we occupy a seat here? The old man glanced towards Qin Lie's group of 3. Well then, there are 3 people left over now. How should they be dealt with? Gathering energy in his palm, Wu He said contemptuously, isn't it simple? The weak are eliminated. Qin Lie and Kai Meng immediately became vigilant. We struck them with a palm attack. Boom! Bricks and stones fell everywhere. Wu He was stunned, his jaw dropping. We saw that 2 frail-looking girls were actually able to block his palm strike. Kai Meng said, Wu He, you're a long-famous senior. Why do you act so thick-skinned and shameless? Qin Lie added, since I already have a sacred infant token in my hand, then I must have a share of the treasure here. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come in vain? The Azura King laughed loudly. It seems that even with 4 Nether Passage realm experts here, you can't handle them. We became embarrassed and angry. Azura King, what is the meaning of this? The Azura King kindly reminded him, it means nothing. It's just that compared to that Kai Meng, the demoness next to Qin Lie is also not to be trifled with. If you all do not wish to bring disaster upon yourselves, then do not act rashly. Granny Wuya expressed her agreement. That's right. How many treasures you all can obtain here should depend on your own strength. Old man, no need to waste effort on them in the main hall square anymore. Let's go into the inner hall. Duan Muyang took a step and followed the old woman. Wu He responded, Granny Wuya's words make a lot of sense. Let's not deal with Hong Lin for now. We should also go inside the immortal abode. Yes. Qin Hongshan, not wanting to be outdone, said, how can our Qin clan fall behind others? Xiaoyan, let's go. Yes. Mu extended his hand. Your Excellency, Azura King, please. As if this king is afraid of you? Jiyu, follow this king inside. Yes. Kai Meng sighed in relief. I made it through this ordeal safely. You too, I also plan to go in and check the situation. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den ahead, I want to go and broaden my horizons. Therefore, whether you go or not, you two decide for yourselves. Farewell. Kai Meng turned and went inside. Now, only 2 people were left in the courtyard. Qin Lie asked, they've all gone in. Brother Lie, what should we do now? Qin Lie asked her back. Shall we go join the fun too? Which left her stunned. Huh? He said, I feel that Kai Meng is right. Even if we don't get any treasures, it's good to broaden our knowledge. Qin Lie responded enthusiastically. Brother Lie, even without the treasures of true Master Sheng Ying, I believe that with your comprehension and talent, you will definitely be able to ascend and become an immortal. Qin Lie, stop flattering me. I'm not as amazing as you say. But before entering the inner hall, I want to deal with Chang Henchio's corpse first. To die like this now, it's truly a pity. For better or worse, this person was the initiator of the spirit sword gathering. As he was lamenting, he saw a glint of light flash amidst the severed limbs and let out a sound of surprise. Qin Lie curiously ran over. Brother Lie, did you find something? Outside the Sheng Ying immortal abode. In an empty plot of land, Qin Lie had finished building a grave for Chang Henchio. Qin Lie was curious. Brother Lie, what are you holding in your hand? Looking at the green jade piece in his hand, he replied, I found this on Chang Henchio's body. It looks like a jade slip. Qin Lie rested her chin on her hand and said, a jade slip? Put it away. Brother Lie, this person was attacked by the Azura King, and only this jade slip on his body was undamaged. It might be related to the immortal abode. You should take it. It might be useful. Qin Lie was surprised. Related to the immortal abode? I didn't expect that after his death, I would be the one to get this. Is this fate? Qin Lie shook her head. No, I've never believed in fate. Brother Lie, think about it. If you hadn't been kind enough to collect his body, how could you have discovered the jade slip? Now that the burial is done, let's go into the inner hall too. Whatever tricks this true master Sheng Ying is playing, it will become clear soon enough. Qin Lie agreed, an sound as light as a leaf in the wind. He looked up at the red stairs leading to a building. Qin Lie hesitated. Is this the entrance to the immortal abode's inner hall? Qin Lie affirmed. It must be. Let's hurry up and see. The 2 of them stepped up together. As soon as they arrived, Qin Lie shouted in alarm. Lass, look, they're inside. Oh, what is that stone steel? Could it be the inheritance steel of true master Sheng Ying? Huh. The words on the stone steel glowed with a golden light. Qin Xiaoyang rested his chin on his hand, speculating inwardly. 9 flowers record. Creation true art. 8 treasures inner pavilion. It seems what's recorded on this stone steel are the treasures of the immortal abode. But the problem is, how to get the treasures without them noticing. The Azura king suddenly shouted, "Imu, what are you trying to do?" Qin Xiaoyang whipped around. What's wrong? Bending his knees, the Azura king leaped forward while warning, "This person is dripping blood to claim ownership of the inheritance steel. Don't let him succeed." A blood-stained finger drew a long line on the steel. The Azura king launched a palm strike. "Imu, stop." Imu snorted coldly, launching a move to block. "Azura king, stop getting in this old man's way." While resisting, he continued to drip blood onto the steel. "The treasure's here. None of you will get a share." The Azura king snorted coldly, increasing the force of his attack. Tired of living? The two of them started fighting fiercely. Qin Xiaoyang's and Wu He's groups also rushed forward. But it was too late. Imu had completed the ownership claim. The steel emitted a ray of light. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. The blood ownership claim was successful. The 9 Flowers record, the creation true art, and also the Sheng Ying immortal abode are all this old man's. A wisp of true master Sheng Ying's soul appeared from the stone steel. "Junior, congratulations on obtaining this venerable one's inheritance." Seeing the other party just standing there dumbfounded, it reminded him unhappily, "Why aren't you kneeling to pay respects to your master?" He snorted coldly, "I, Imu, stand tall and proud. How could I bow and bend my knee to your external incarnation? Sheng Ying, your body is dead and your soul is gone, so this immortal abode is no longer your concern." True Master Sheng Ying's eyes turned red, and he laughed loudly. "So that's how it is. Is this your answer?" Imu replied contemptuously, "Sheng Ying, I know this is just an illusion you left behind. Stop playing tricks." "True Master Sheng Ying, it's fine. This venerable one doesn't care what you mean, but I still need to remind you, if you alone obtain the 9 Flowers record scripture, it would be fine. But you still have companions by your side, be careful, because you still cannot control the immortal abode right now. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is up to fate." With those words, the wisp of true master Sheng Ying's soul vanished. Imu protected the stone steel behind him. Sheng Ying was right about this point. It's better to deal with the surrounding situation first. These treasures and scriptures, I can take my time to comprehend them in a few days. What's going on? This stone steel, why can't I store it in my Chinquan bag as I wish? I clearly dripped my blood to claim ownership just now. The others attacked Imu together, hand over the treasure. Imu was furious, gathering his power to launch a palm strike and push them back. "Get lost, don't bother me." Then he turned back, trying to store the steel in his Chinquan bag. Damn it, what on earth is going on? No matter what he did, it didn't work. He shouted, "Xian Yezi, come and give this old man a hand." "Sorry, Martial Undiyimu." Xian Yezi spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he knelt on the ground. "I can hardly protect myself." Ji hiding and observing from the side. "What?" She watched Qin Xiaoyang sneak attack Wu Honglin and felt weary. I don't know when these juniors started fighting. The actions of these two left Imu, who was on his own, stunned as well. Wu Honglin spat out a mouthful of blood. Leaning against the wall and panting, "Qin Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to also cultivate the primordial magnetism, starry sky art." Qin Xiaoyang had a fierce expression, of course. "Otherwise, how could I have caught you off guard? Actually, you understand it clearly in your heart, don't you? Ever since Taoist Imu turned on us, we've wanted others to die as quickly as possible. It just so happens that our two families have a feud, so choosing you to act against, isn't that reasonable? As long as you die, next will be that Demonis and Xian Yezi." Wu Honglin circulated his internal energy to strike. "Bastard, the one who should send them to their deaths is you. Take this." Both of them stretched out their hands and launched palm strikes at the same time. Boom, boom. The internal strife inside caused the entire building to shake. Seeing this, Qin Lie and Qin Lie had already slipped back outside. Qin Lie was worried. True Master Sheng Ying is so formidable. "Brother Lie, what does this mean?" Qin Lie analyzed last. "Think about it. Since the Azura King started to act, we had already withdrawn from the main hall to the square. You know well the destructive power of a fight between Nether Passage realm experts. But even so, the entire structure of the immortal abode only shook slightly. From this, we can see that there is an extremely sturdy barrier protecting the main hall in this immortal abode. If not, I'm afraid this space would have collapsed long ago." Granny Wuya cleared her throat. Taoist Qin's knowledge has truly opened this old woman's eyes. If you were given a few more decades to grow, you would surely become an expert who dominates a region. It's just a pity that you must be buried here today. Qin Lie frowned, looking towards the old woman. The three people stood divided into two sides. Jila asked for confirmation. Jila, is that Granny Wuya? It is this old one. Qin Lie snorted coldly. I knew it. The old woman wouldn't be resigned to the Yang spirit, sword being stolen. As expected, she has come looking for us. But just by yourself, you might not be our match. A deep, hoarse male voice rang out. Oh, then what about adding this old man? Seeing the newcomer, Qin Lie was agitated. Duan Muyang, aren't you participating in the battle for the inheritance steal in the inner hall? Aren't you afraid that by the time they've fought to a conclusion, there will be nothing left for you? Duan Muyang crossed his arms and circulated his energy. Of course I'm afraid, but as long as you die before then, it'll be fine. A sharp, rebutting voice rang out. Don't even think about it. Duan Muyang used the secret art, all God seal demons. Incantation, trapping art, green power like lightning bolts struck towards Jila, making her scream in pain. Qin Lie anxiously wanted to go and help. Lass, Granny Wuya snorted, slamming her staff on the ground. It created a quartz wall to block him. Don't even think of passing. Qin Lie threw a thunderous punch. Old hag, get out of the way. Duan Muyang noticed. Damned old woman. Qin Lie, you brat. Take a punch from this old man. His giant hand slammed down on the boy's position. Looking at the empty courtyard, Duan Muyang. He's gone? I already pushed my cultivation to the limit. Granny Wuya reminded him. But look over there. Over there were Qin Lie and Jila, completely unharmed. Duan Muyang's eyes widened. Impossible. This old man is already at the Nether Passage realm. They're only at the Manifestation realm cultivation level. How could they have resisted that attack just now? Jila was also curious. That's right. In that situation just now, we should have been either dead or injured. Brother Lie, did you do something? Qin Lie was also clueless. No, actually I don't know what happened either. Kai Ming covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, her tone completely different from usual. Fellow Taoist Qin, now you can fight freely. This old man's cultivation is now equivalent to yours. There's no need to be afraid anymore. Qin Lie frowned, a question rising in his heart. This voice, he then asked. Kai Ming, what do you mean by that? She walked closer. Fellow Taoist Qin, do you still remember what I told you at the bottom of the lake? Qin Lie tried to recall. The bottom of the lake, could it be when we were looking for the spirit sword pedestal? At that time, Kai Ming had said, I've heard that inside the Sheng Ying Immortal abode, there's a special formation that specifically targets experts of the Nether Passage realm and above, making it difficult for them to enter. On the contrary, if one's cultivation is only at the Manifestation realm, they can move around without hindrance. Qin Lie had a realization. So that's how it is. Because there's a special formation in the Immortal abode. Duan Muyang, a Nether Passage realm expert. His cultivation is now on par with ours. No wonder you said it was difficult for Nether Passage realm experts to enter the Sheng Ying Immortal abode. So this is what you meant. Kai Ming rests her hand on her hip, looking smug. That's right, including those Nether Passage realm experts fighting over the stone steel. They're no longer a threat. Qin Lie has a new question. Wait, if that's the case, did you know from the beginning, back at the lake, that there were Nether Passage realm experts hiding in the shadows? Duan Muyang clicks his tongue. He charges forward. You wretched girl, you dare to plot against us? Granny Wuya tries to stop him. Old man, wait. Kai Ming smiles. Haha, stay right where you are. She lightly throws a palm strike. Duan Muyang is hit. Cough. He falls to the ground with a thud. Kai Ming says, let me correct something. This has nothing to do with me. Everything is because of perfected being Sheng Ying. Granny Wuya is furious, her internal energy surging. Damn it, none of you will leave here alive today. The power that was being gathered suddenly dissipates. Granny Wuya is stunned. She looks at her hands in disbelief, her internal energy circulation blocked. This isn't the effect of the formation. Could it be the poison from the 5-colored toad powder? Kai Ming, when did you poison us? Kai Ming's eyes widen innocently. Oh, you found out. Actually, the answer is very simple. It was when you attacked Taoist friend Qin. Granny Wuya is endlessly furious. Wretched girl, what is your relationship with Sheng Ying? Who are you? Kai Ming says coldly, you don't need to know who I am. In any case, in this cultivation world, being without cultivation is like a lamb entering a pack of wolves. Since you two have such deep spousal love, then I'll have to be a good person and see you on your way. Granny Wuya stands in front of Duan Mu Yang's body and yells, "Wait, we can negotiate about the treasures in the immortal abode." Kai Ming doesn't listen and unleashes a purple lightning ball. Go! A bolt of purple energy shoots out. Granny Wuya's blood-curdling scream pierces the sky. Watching Kai Ming panting, Qin Lie secretly feels wary. I don't know if a character like this is friend or foe. Kai Ming looks back and says, "Daoist friend Qin, you don't need to be so wary of me. There's no poison on either of you." Qin Lie is silent, staring at her dubiously. Kai Ming explains, "You don't believe me? If I really wanted to pull any tricks, I would have done it back at the lake. Why wait until now?" Qin Lie's face lengthens as he thinks. That's true. Right, if she wanted to, she could have even poisoned us earlier. He speaks up. "All right then, Miss Kai Ming. I wonder what you want me to help you with in return for your assistance this time?" She replies, "Daoist friend Qin, you speak too seriously. Kai Ming just wants to make a friend. Is that not allowed?" Qin Lie, "No, what I mean is..." A loud explosion echoes from within the hall, cutting off his words. He asks in alarm, "What's going on?" This tremor. Could it be that the battle in the inner hall has been decided? Kai Ming anxiously runs inside. "Probably. Daoist friend Qin, I'm going to the inner hall to check the situation. We can talk about the rest later." With a whoosh, her figure disappears behind the inner hall's gate. Qin Lie asks, "She's gone. Little girl, why didn't you say anything?" Jila, "Because you used very appropriate words. Although I also feel that there's something wrong with that Kai Ming. But if it were me, I might have done the same, because that would eliminate two competitors. Would it be better?" Qin Lie retorts, "But you wouldn't have acted so quickly. She seems to have calculated everything in advance. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. Little girl, you weren't hurt just now, were you?" Jila smiles. "Don't worry, aren't I fine?" Qin Lie laughs heartily. "It seems I was worrying for nothing. With your extraordinary talent and high cultivation, how could you get hurt so easily?" Jila pouts and turns away abruptly. "So what if I really did get hurt?" Qin Lie immediately sweet-talks her. "Haha, wouldn't that be simple? I would take care of you until you've fully recovered." Jila nervously picks at her nails. "Brother Lie, thank you for treating me so well, but do you know, I'm actually from the spirit realm." Qin Lie starts to flirt. "So, this is what you were worried about?" "Little girl, listen to me. Who you are, where you come from, it doesn't matter. Because in my heart, you will always be the one closest to me. I know that with my current cultivation, I'm not yet qualified to walk alongside you. But I have the confidence to make your master accept me, trust me, and feel at ease in trusting you to me. Whether or not I can become an immortal in the future, whether or not I can achieve eternal life, I am willing to take care of you, to be by your side to the ends of the earth. As long as you are willing, I will forever be by your side as your brother Lie." Jila is moved by these words, recalling everything from their first meeting to sharing an umbrella under the moon, to the times they faced hardship together. Jila is flustered, not knowing how to express her feelings. I am will. Suddenly, a surge of power flashes through her mind, cutting off her train of thought. Her soul feels as if it's being torn in two. Jila clutches her head and stumbles. Qin Lie is alarmed. "Little girl, what's wrong?" A voice from within relentlessly urges Jila. Kill him, he must die." Her inner self tries to resist it. "No, go back. But the voice doesn't let up. This is his inescapable fate. Everything has been decided. Qin Lie, little girl, are you all right?" GLA's face is pale. Hiding what just happened, she replies, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Your words just now?" Jila really wants to agree, but this matter needs my master's approval first. "Brother Lie, do you understand?" Qin Lie is dejected. "It's all right. I was too hasty this time. I won't make the same mistake again." Jila looks at her hand and says, "Also, Brother Lie, listen to me. And I'm just saying if one day we are separated, don't look for me, okay?" Qin Lie protests vehemently. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say any more. Sit cross-legged and recover. Then we'll go to the inner hall to have a look." "Okay, Brother Lie, I'll listen to you." Inside the inner hall, dust and smoke are everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. A tattered emu leans against the stone steel. "Ugh. Wu-hee, Hong Lin, you're injured." "It's nothing. What happened to Emu?" Wu-hee replies, "He insisted on fighting 3 of us at once, and refused to let go of the stone steel. Truly too greedy. This is the result." Qin Hongshan, Xiaoyang, are you alright? A minor injury, nothing to worry about. It's Xian Yezi who's in trouble. Cough, cough. He coughs up another mouthful of blood. Xian Yezi collapses to the ground, pleading for help. Marshal, uncle, save me. The Azura King laughs loudly. Haha, save you? Imu can barely save himself right now. How could he save you? Ji, well done. It seems that among the younger generation here, your strength is still the greatest. Ji clasps her hands in thanks. Yes. The Azura King stands in the middle and shouts. Imu, this outcome is your destiny. You have no chance of winning anymore, yet you still cling to the stone steel? Azura King, enough talk. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Since I, Imu, have come this far, I have no regrets. Besides, you all might not have a good end either. There is only one immortal abode. I don't know who the final winner will be. Qin Hongshan is horrified. His spiritual power is gathering in his violet palace. Imu, what are you trying to do? He sneers with the desperation of a cornered beast. But today, someone will definitely be going down to the underworld with me. I'll be waiting for you there. Ha ha ha. Imu unleashes all the power in his body, hugging the stone steel as he self-destructs. He curses bitterly. That bastard is truly insane to actually self-destruct his violet palace and primal yawn. Honglin, are you alright? His eyes are wide open, staring. He looks at Wu Honglin. Ypsilonue. Qin Xiaoyang. They all fall unconscious. Bewildered, how? How did this happen? The person behind replies, it's Sheng Ying's doing. Qin Hongshan looks at his hands in shock. If Imu hadn't self-destructed, I wouldn't have noticed. Right now, we all only have the strength of the manifestation realm. Azura King. So that's how it is. A protective mechanism of the immortal abode? It seems this Sheng Ying had no good intentions. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid none of us will be safe. I have a proposal. Would you two like to hear it? Qin Hongshan, Azura King, I know what you're going to say. You mean the three of us should claim ownership of the inheritance steel together, right? Azura King says, correct. Next, we will rely on our individual comprehension. Today, whoever can comprehend the essence of the inheritance steel today will be the one to take the treasures of the immortal abode. He agrees. All right, let's do as you say. The three of them touch the stone steel at the same time. The expressions on all three faces are extremely tense. Today, we will compete in comprehension to see who is the true master of this immortal abode. Kai Ming secretly watches from outside the gate. So that's how it is. Imu has failed. The remaining three are wary of each other, so they decided to comprehend the steel together. The stone steel glows once more. A stream of energy flies out. The three of them react simultaneously. Qin Hongshan bites his lip, his eyes fluttering. Ugh. The Azura King is startled. Huh. He clutches his chest, his eyes rolling back. Ugh. What's happening? My internal energy circulation has become. The Azura King keenly senses it. Something's wrong. It's poison. Someone secretly poisoned us. Kai Ming reveals herself with a laugh. Haha, it seems your comprehension isn't all that great. These three fools unconsciously stand on the same side. He has confirmed it. Kai Ming, so it was you. Qin Hongshan shouts, hand over the antidote now. Kai Ming mocks them. Oh, weren't you all fighting each other? Why are you on the same side now? The Azura King circulates his power. You sharp-tongued little brat. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson today. The three fools attack together, but they're all knocked down. Kai Ming laughs contemptuously. It's not yet certain who will be teaching whom a lesson. The formation laid out in this Sheng Ying immortal abode was originally aimed at Nether Passage realm experts like you. Now that you've also been hit by my poison, do you really think you have a chance of winning? Sao, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, don't blame anyone if you end up dead and your Tao vanishes. She touches the stone steel with her own hand. Kai Ming is emotional. Sheng Ying immortal abode, the steel of Taoist technique inheritance. Haha, I've finally obtained it. Unexpectedly, a crack appears on the stone steel. Qin Hongshan's eyes widen in disbelief. What's happening? It looks like the steel is cracking. In just a moment, the entire steel is covered in a web of cracks, with golden light shining out from them. Kai Ming's jaw drops in astonishment. Impossible, the steel is cracking. Logically, the structures inside the immortal abode should all be protected by the formation. How could it be? The stone steel shatters completely, releasing a terrifying surge of power, forcing everyone present to stabilize themselves just to stay standing. All that remains are fragments of stone. Fragments. A savage laugh echoed. Ha, you truly are saints. It turns out the so-called inheritance steal was a fake to deceive the world. Kai Ming's silver-white hair, erupting with a dark aura, as if she had become another person. Entirely. Wu He was bewildered, not understanding anything. Kai Ming, what's wrong with this wretched girl? Qin Hanshan recognized it at a glance. The aura emanating from her was corpse chi. The Azura king shouted. I understand, it's borrowing a shell for incarnation. It's borrowing a shell for incarnation. No wonder this king couldn't figure out where this girl came from. There is fundamentally no such person named Kai Ming in this world. Standing before us is just a control corpse. This corpse sneered. I knew the Outer Domain Demon Clan was knowledgeable, and today I've witnessed it. If not for the Saint Infant's steel suddenly cracking, this corpse would not have been damaged, and the corpse chi would not have leaked out. But so what if you discovered it? Right now you are all poisoned, having lost 80% of your cultivation. Can you still fight this old man? Qin Hanshan immediately guessed this voice. Could it be the corpse fiend king, Sha Kuei? Sha Kuei's eyes were bloodshot. He beat his chest and admitted, indeed, the Qin clan of the Eastern Continent is vastly knowledgeable. That's right, this old man is Sha Kuei. This Saint Infant immortal abode. Outside in the courtyard, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Everyone inside the hall was alarmed. What's wrong? What's happening again? Outside the hall, a beam of light shot up into the sky. What's happening? Sha Kuei propped his chin, puzzled. Outside the hall, could it be? At the same time, in the square outside the hall, surrounding the source of the light, Qin Lie asked curiously, Brother Lie, what's happening? Qin Lie replied in confusion. I'm not sure either. The thing that's glowing is the jade piece. Just now, I only heard an explosion in the hall, and then this thing The jade piece emitted halos of light with various patterns. GLA's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is bad. This is a small-scale transportation formation. The transportation gate grew larger and larger, she hurriedly warned. Brother Lie, quickly get away. Before she could finish her sentence, the transportation gate had closed and the jade piece fell to the ground. A crack appeared on its surface. At the same time, Qin Lie had been unwittingly sucked into the transportation passage. The pressure of spatial teleportation made him extremely uncomfortable. Oof! Just as he landed in a strange, gloomy space, a voice rang in his ear. Little friend Qin Lie, no need to panic. You're not in danger right now. Qin Lie looked around warily. Who is it? The lamppost opposite spoke up to introduce itself. This old one is in Yang, paying respects to the new master. Qin Lie's jaw dropped. What? A stone lamp? Could it be some mountain spirit or wild monster? Who are you? Why did you appear here? And Yang replied, This old one is a spirit soul taken in by the true Saint Infant during his lifetime. As long as I am willing, I can enter anything. After the true master passed away, I am now the steward of this immortal abode. Qin Lie pressed. Steward, and also you just call me master? What does that mean? Anyang explained it. I wonder if master still remembers that jade piece? That is the true Saint Infant token. Only when the fake in the hall was destroyed, and the Saint Infant token coincidentally was also in the immortal abode, would the small transportation formation inside it be activated. Back then, the old master felt that he was not fated for the immortal path in this life, so he traveled everywhere to select an inheritor. But after several hundred years, he still couldn't find a suitable disciple. It wasn't until his lifespan was exhausted that he realized the importance of opportunity. Qin Lie was doubtful. Opportunity? Anyang replied. Yes, that jade piece was made from the heavenly fate. Stone. If the new master had not been kind enough to bury Chang Henshio, naturally you would not have this current opportunity. Qin Lie shrugged. But if I hadn't helped bury him, wouldn't it be Chang Henshio's corpse that was teleported before you? Can he become the master of the immortal abode like that? That is true, but as this old one said just now, only by refining the Saint Infant token can one become the true master of this place. A corpse cannot comprehend and cultivate. Qin Lie held his forehead. Ironic. Because those old monsters were too powerful, it made me give up the idea of fighting for the immortal abode's treasures. I never thought it would end up benefiting me instead. Perhaps it really was fated by the heavens. And Yang presented a bamboo scroll. Master, This is the 9-flower record. Please accept it. Qin Lie was stunned. So the real treasure was in your hands. Sigh. It's ridiculous that group of people is still fighting over a fake. And Yang added, that's right. The Saint Infant Immortal Abode has dozens of types of restriction formations. Not only can it change size at will, it can also serve as a grotto heaven for cultivation. Before comprehending the 9-flower record, outsiders cannot obtain it. However, it's fortunate that this place is extremely safe. Master can completely rest assured and cultivate in seclusion. Only then did Qin Lie realize and ask a question. Wait, where in the Immortal Abode are we now? And Yang asked, not understanding. You're asking where this place is? Reporting to Master, this place is located above the Saint Infant Immortal Abode. May I ask if there is anything unsatisfactory? Looking at the overview, this space contained countless such floating islands. Qin Lie only now remembered. That girl, I still have a friend in the Immortal Abode. Right now, only I've been brought here. If she doesn't leave, she will be in danger. And I'll call you Uncle. And is there any way to bring her here? Now. And Yang let out a breath. Reporting to Master, this old servant is willing but unable to help. Qin Lie asked why. Because you're the master of the Immortal Abode. Anyang explained it. Whether it's activating the restrictions here or controlling the transportation formation, it requires you to operate it personally. Moreover, you must comprehend the first level of the 9-flower record's heart technique. Qin Lie was stunned. What? Then how long will it take to comprehend it? Sigh. This depends on the person. It can't be the same for everyone. He was confused about this. Anyang reasuret. Master, although you cannot go out now, this old servant can help you use the spirit crossing voice. Transmission technique. Spirit crossing voice transmission. Yes, this old servant can transmit your words down to the Immortal Abode. Just tell her to leave the Immortal Abode quickly. Once she's out, she can escape the disaster. After you finish comprehending, it won't be too late to find her. And Yang deployed the formation, and an image of the Immortal Abode appeared. Qin Lie was stunned. It feels like an illusory scene. Is this the current situation in the Immortal Abode? And Yang, yes, Master. You can speak now. All right. He opened his mouth to speak. The sound passed through the void and reached the Immortal Abode. Little girl, can you hear me? Qin Lie was startled, looking around vigilantly. Brother Lie, where are you? Little girl, time is short. Listen to me. I have now found the true core of the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, but that person's companions are also on their way. You should return to the outside world the way you came, then wait for me at the Evil Moon sect. Don't hesitate, go now. Several figures flew out from the inner hall of Saint Infant to the courtyard. Lei Yao said with a grim face. No, Brother Lie, it's too late. The Azura King raised an eyebrow. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Sha Kuei laughed. Hee, I can't believe we were all played by Saint Infant, only for Qin Lie to pick up the prize in the end. Jila realized in shock. Corpse Chi? Kai Meng, you're not human. That's right, this old man is the corpse fiend King Sha Kuei. Just obediently tell me Qin Lie's location, and for old time's sake, I can spare your life. Jila replied without a trace of fear. I spit on you. This lady has never been afraid of anyone in her life. I've fought against greater odds before. Enough talk. All 4 of you come at me together. We chuckled lightly. Ha! Who said there are only 4 of us? At this moment, from the sky, 2 beams of light were speeding over. They landed, surrounding Jila. It was Qin Xiaoyang and also Wu Honglin. Jila is Liebskuld. It seems it won't be easy to get out of this Saint Infant Immortal Abode today. Sha Kuei waved his hand triumphantly. That's right, now it's 6 against 1. Do you think you have any chance of winning? In the space above, Qin Lie was getting impatient. He exerted his strength. He struck the surroundings with a palm of netherine fire, but all failed. His brow furrowed. Still not working. No matter what attack I use, I can't break the barrier in front of me. And Yang, Master, this is the restriction left by the old master. If you don't comprehend the 9-flower record, you cannot get out. Qin Lie was restless. That girl is being besieged by 6 people. How can I calm my mind in this situation? Moreover, I don't know what's up with that Kai Meng. She's like a completely different person now. And Yang, Master, with this old servant's perception, that young lady is just a corpse. The real user has used the borrowing a shell for incarnation magic to deceive you, Master. Moreover, for this person to have such heavy corpse chi, they must be a spirit corpse that has gained sentience. Qin Lie was alarmed. A spirit corpse? Then, at the very least, she has the strength of the 2nd level of the profound meaning realm. That's right, the barrier the old master set up can only reduce the strength of ordinary cultivators. As for a corpse, it probably has no effect. Therefore, the only solution right now is for you to quickly comprehend the 9-flower record, then activate the restrictions in the immortal abode and eject them all. Qin Lie was silent, showing no reaction, and Yang called out worriedly, "Master." He tried to calm himself, sitting down. "All right, Uncle, I'll listen to you." Qin Lie closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. He told himself, "That girl is my most important person. Absolutely nothing can happen to her." And Yang was delighted. "Ha ha, as expected of the person chosen by the heavenly fate stone. You figure out the reasoning so quickly." "That's right. As long as Master channels this pressure, the faster you comprehend, the sooner you can help Miss Qin Lie. With such a mentality, your future is limitless." "Old Master, you can rest in peace now." The group of people in the Saint Infant Immortal Abode's courtyard were fighting amidst a cloud of dust. Qin Xiaoyang. As expected, the demoness of the Evil Moon sect is very powerful. Facing our siege, she can still stand. However, she is already a spent arrow. Wu Honglin pressed. "Speak, where is Qin Lie?" "He replied fearlessly. In your dreams. This lady won't tell you. Kill me if you want." Wu Honglin threw a palm strike. Stubborn. Now that you've fallen into our hands, you're still being headstrong?" Qin nimbly dodged to one side. "Ugh, we try to use words, shouting into the air." "Qin Lie, I know you can definitely hear what we're saying right now. Think about it. If this girl really dies, what use will you have for those treasures?" There was no reply. Wu continued. It seems Qin Lie intend to play deaf until the end." "Honglin, no need to hold back. Kill her." Qin Lie shouted. "Wait." Qin Lie whipped her head towards the source of the sound. "This voice, Brother Lie." Wu Honglin with a vicious look. "Qin Lie, you finally couldn't sit still any longer." Yellow vortexes appeared on the ground. Qin Lie's voice transmitted out. "Don't harm her. This is a teleportation array leading to the center of the immortal abode. You all may enter." Azura King was wary. "You rotten brat, don't you play any tricks on us. You come out there first, then we'll talk." Qin Lie's enticing voice transmitted over. "Me come out? This place has a restriction left behind by Saint Infant Jinren. Right now, one can only enter, not exit. Otherwise, would I just stand by and watch you harm her?" Qin Hongshan suggested. "Brother Wu, how about we go in together and take a look?" Wu he agreed. "All right, if we're going, let's go together." Azura King. "I was thinking the same thing, but to prevent him from playing any tricks, we need to leave someone here." Wu he ordered. "No problem." "Xiaoyang, Honglin, you two watch this lass. The moment Qin Lie makes any strange moves, kill her immediately." "Yes." Sha Kuei channeled internal energy into her hand. "Haha, leaving it all to these juniors. This old man is not at ease." She pointed her finger, shooting a bewitching red energy beam straight into Liu's glabella. Gla's eyes went blank. Her knees buckled to the ground. Then she collapsed unconscious. Wu Honglin was shocked. "Qin Xiaoyang, this is..." Qin Xiaoyang stated clearly. "It's the signature technique of the corpse fiend King Sha Kuei, the bamboo heart finger art." A cruel glint appeared in Sha Kuei's red pupils. "That's right. Her life, soul, and primordial spirit have been sealed by this old man. No outsider can undo it, no matter what they do. If Qin Lie plays any tricks, then this lass... All right, the backup plan is in place. Let's go, everyone. Let's go down and see." All four of them jumped into the teleportation gate at once. A dazzling beam of light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through to another space. The figures of the four appeared in the gate. Wu was bewildered. "Where is this place?" Azura King looked at the surroundings and deduced. Could this be the Eagle Snake Mountain Range? Wu stated the obvious. The Eagle Snake Mountain Range? Doesn't that mean we've been sent outside the Saint Infant Immortal Abode? He cursed furiously. Damn it, that bastard Qin Lie dare to play us. It seems at this point, we can only rely on Honglin. Qin Hongshan gritted his teeth. If he even dared to deceive us, how could Xiaoyang's group be a match for Qin Lie? It seems this trip to the Saint Infant Immortal Abode can only end here. Sha Kuei propped her chin and laughed with amusement. Hee, this Qin Lie is truly audacious. Fine, even if we can't get the Saint Infant Immortal Abode now, without a way to undo the bamboo heart finger art, he will still have to come to my door and beg me. At that time, I'll let him know what it means to wish he were dead. Half an hour later, inside the Immortal Abode, Qin Xiaoyang looked at the sky doubtfully. Strange, the four seniors have been gone for so long. Why is there no movement? Wu Honglin thought. Perhaps they found something of immense value. Qin Xiaoyang retorted, that's not right. After they went up, shouldn't they have dealt with Qin Lie first? At the very least, they should have sent us a message. Qin Lie's voice rang out again. No, they no longer have the chance to send you a message. The light from the teleportation gate flared, dazzling the two of them. Qin Lie appeared like a god. Now, let's settle our old debts. Wu Honglin gritted his teeth. Qin Lie, why are you here? He tightened his grip on his sword, bent his knees, and leaped. Qin Lie swung his sword forcefully. I have no obligation to tell you. The sword Qi slashed down. Qin Xiaoyang and Wu Honglin couldn't dodge in time. They were both sent flying, screaming miserably. Then they were thrown heavily to the ground. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Wu Honglin could still stand. So that's how it is, I understand now. There was a problem with the teleportation array. The seniors must have been trapped somewhere. Qin Lie lamented. That's right, a pity you figured it out too late. Wu Honglin stood unsteadily, still talking tough. Qin Lie, you are too despicable. Today's matter isn't over. Sooner or later, my Wu family will chop you into 100 pieces. He moved his sword-wielding hand. Young Master Wu, it seems your brain still isn't clear enough to still dare to talk tough at a time like this? A stream of sword Qi slashed out, and Wu Honglin spurted blood. Qin Xiaoyang launched a sneak attack from behind. Qin Lie die? He put all his strength into this move. Qin Lie was contemptuous. The great immortal Qin imperial clan of the eastern continent only knows how to launch sneak attacks? What a disgrace. His green sword Qi slashed out, not only neutralizing the opponent's attack, but also striking back with a blow of its own. Qin Xiaoyang was miserably defeated, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Qin Lie closed in. Compared to Wu Honglin, you are indeed a bit stronger, but you've also reached your limit. Sweat poured down Qin Xiaoyang's face. Wait, Qin Lie. Don't attack yet. What, want to beg for mercy? No, that's not it. We're family. Qin Lie, listen to me. The mental cultivation art you're using, is it the primordial Atom Starry Sky art? This is a secret art of the immortal Qin imperial clan. Only those of the same Qin clan can use it. Qin Lie frowned with a look of disgust. So what? Qin Xiaoyang was stunned. What? You? Could it be you've known you were a member of the Qin clan for a long time? That's right. When Qin Hongshan entered the immortal abode, I already knew you were related to me. But so what? If you also knew I was a member of the Qin clan, yet you still used killing moves and even wanted to harm the lass. If that's the case, why can't I attack you? Qin Xiaoyang tried to explain. I wasn't certain just now. Qin Lie swung his sword viciously. Not being certain made you act like that for the benefits before you? I'll just find you an eyesore. Qin Xiaoyang panicked and tried to dodge. But it was useless. He was still flattened to the ground by this one sword strike. He struggled. Qin Lie, if you kill me, you'll never be able to return to the main family. Do you think you have the ability to fight against the entire Qin clan? Qin Lie pressed forward step by step. Do you know why I didn't circulate my mental cultivation art in front of Qin Hongshan to reveal my identity? It wasn't because I was afraid of him, but because I wanted to use this opportunity to see the true face of the so-called Qin imperial clan. I, Qin Lie, have always acted according to my heart, while you people are just like those mortal families bound by worldly conventions. Return to the main family. Unnecessary. There's no room for negotiation. Qin Xiaoyang bit his lip. You really don't plan to return to the Qin clan? Qin Lie emphasized each word. Not interested. Qin Xiaoyang, then die here today. Just as he was about to strike, he detected a powerful force attacking from behind. Qin Lie's pupils widened. The spot where he was standing exploded with a boom. Qin Lie created a protective energy barrier and leaped out of the explosion. What's going on? Who is attacking me? This power is definitely not Wu Honglin's. The opponent opened their mouth and roared, then closed in behind Qin Lie as fast as lightning, landing a punch on his back. Qin Lie spurted blood, his face filled with disbelief. Lass, how could it be? Moreover, what's with this appearance? Jila had completely lost her reason. Her eyes were pure white, her teeth were clenched, and a gur sound came from her throat. She struck out with another palm. Qin Lie supported himself with one hand, kneeling on one knee. Could it be that what the Lung Yu demon lord said before was all true? Cough. Back then, Lung Yu had warned. Fine, then this venerable one asks you if one day the last wants to kill you, what will you do? If you two are together, there will only be trouble. There will be no good outcome. Looking at the crazed Jila attacking him, Qin Lie was sorrowful. I didn't expect the demon lord to be telling the truth. Today, the last really does want to kill me. Could this be karmic retribution? Forget it, to die by her hand isn't so bad. Qin Lie gave up, closing his eyes to await death. With no resistance, the courtyard of the immortal abode exploded as if a bomb had been dropped. Qin Lie, like a soulless corpse, walked out of the fire. Two streaks of light flashed by, along with a chiding female voice. Giving up so easily? This isn't much like you. Qin Lie went gur gur gur, her vicious gaze fixed on where the sound came from. Qin Lie's plan to die was foiled as he was grabbed by the collar and dragged away by Ji. Qin Lie was stunned. Ji? She let out a torrent of words. What are you still spacing out for? Didn't you already obtain the Saint Infant Immortal Abode? We're no match for her. Can't you think of a way? Being scolded snapped Qin Lie out of it. There's a way. The first level of the 9-Flower Records mental cultivation art mentioned an illusion restriction. Perhaps it will work. He formed a hand seal and recited the command. Can and Jin combine? Li and Jin are solely absent. True word, God sealing, incantation, go. Qin Lie was immediately bound tightly by a yellow spiritual energy circle, struggling ceaselessly. Gur gur gur. Qin Lie waited nervously. The restriction incantation recorded in the 9-Flower Record can make a person have illusions, thereby deceiving the brain into thinking it is in a dream. I don't know if it will succeed or not. Under the effect of the 9-Flower Record, Qin Lie became motionless and then fell to the ground with a thud. Ji heaved a sigh of relief. She's asleep. It seems she's fine for now. Qin Lie had a worried expression. I don't know what's wrong with the lass. Moreover, her appearance just now was very strange. Ji, are there any similar records in your demon clan? I'm not sure either, but have you forgotten something? What is it? She pointed to the two half-dead people on the ground. Ji asked, Qin Xiaoyang and Wu Honglin, how do you plan to deal with them? Qin Lie frowned. I don't have time to care about them now. Let's send these two out first, and then we'll see. A blue teleportation path appeared in the Eagle Snake Mountain range. Wu He and Qin Hongshan were startled, calling out at the same time. Honglin, Xiaoyang. You two were also teleported out? Could it be Qin Lie again? Wu Honglin didn't respond to their concerned questions, but aggressively interrogated. Qin Xiaoyang, your Qin family really put on a good show. That Qin Lie is a member of the immortal Qin Imperial clan. The ridiculous thing is that you all pretended not to know. Qin Xiaoyang jumped up. Wu Honglin, what nonsense are you spouting? Wu Honglin angrily shouted back, even louder. You dare to do it, but not admit it? I have to say you, Qin Xiaoyang, are truly vicious, not even acknowledging your own kin. Qin Hongshan whipped around to verify. Little Yang, is this true or false? Wu Honglin both confirmed it for him and mocked. Of course it's true. Qin Xiaoyang, when you were begging Qin Lie for mercy, I heard everything. Did you feel that Qin Lie's talent far surpasses yours? Were you afraid that if he returned to the Qin clan, he would suppress you? Did you want to hide it from everyone and force Qin Lie to his death first? In the end, unexpectedly, Qin Lie was more cunning than a monkey and played all of us. When all is said and done, if it weren't for your selfish intentions, at least a portion of the things in the immortal abode would have belonged to the Qin family of Dong province, right? It's a pity you schemed, and not only did you lose the treasures in the immortal abode, you also turned Qin Lie into an enemy of the Qin family of Dong province. These words hit a sore spot, leaving Qin Xiaoyang unable to refute as a gloomy aura emanated from him. Qin Hongshan looked distraught and blamed himself. This matter of finding a clansman was a task entrusted by our ancestors, but now. Wu Honglin snorted contemptuously. You brought this upon yourselves. Where did the Azura King and Sha Kuei go? Wu He said, they saw that things had failed and left an incense sticks time ago. Although I don't want to admit it, in this trip to the immortal abode, the final winner is Qin Lie. Scene changed to the world above the immortal abode. Aning cleared his throat. Well then, let this old man explain the current situation first. Currently, Ms. Qin Lie is in the dungeon of the immortal abode beneath where we are standing. She was hit by the Master's God sealing curse and won't wake up anytime soon. Qin Lie asked worriedly, Uncle, what exactly happened to her? Aning, overall, the situation is not good. From his old servant's observation, this young lady seems to have a second primordial spirit. Moreover, the second primordial spirit is no longer under her control. Therefore, after she was hit by the bamboo heart finger technique, the consciousness of her main primordial spirit disappeared, while the second primordial spirit broke free from the control of the body. This also explains why there was such a drastic change in her before and after. Ji covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe this young lady has two primordial spirits." Ning, this is not strange. The old Master Saint Infant also had two primordial spirits back then. It's a sign of profound magical power and brings great benefits. But Miss Gla's situation is different. Qin Lie asked anxiously, "How is it different?" Ning, back then, when the old master cultivated his second primordial spirit, he used a type of heavenly and earthly treasure to forcibly separate it. Thus, the primordial spirits were divided into primary and secondary. So even if one of them was injured, it wasn't a major issue. But this young lady's second primordial spirit doesn't seem to have been cultivated by her. Instead, it seems to have been forcibly locked within her central palace of the elixir pellet by someone else. Qin Lie was horrified. "What?" Ji trembled. "It seems we were lucky that Miss Lie is exceptionally talented to be able to firmly suppress the second primordial spirit. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have all died in this immortal abode." Qin Lie, "Uncle Lin, is there a way to get rid of this second primordial spirit?" Ning suggested. In this old servant's opinion, the best measure right now is to help her seal the second primordial spirit again, without harming her and without agitating it. After that, we can figure out a way to undo the bamboo heart finger technique on our main primordial spirit. Only then can the main primordial spirit regain control of the body. Qin Lie clenched his fists. "I will take care of Wu He, Wu Honglin, Qin Hongshan, Qin Xiaoyang, as well as the Azura King and Sha Kuei." Ji advised. "Qin Lie, revenge isn't something you can just do whenever you want. Their skills are too powerful. You must calm down." Finding her too talkative, Qin Lie waved his hand, opening a teleportation portal. Showing her out, "You should go now." Ji tried to persuade him. "Wait, if you go looking for them like this, you'll be throwing your life away." Qin Lie, Ning, thinking of himself as a lamppost that no one could shoo away, decided to meddle. "Master, actually, this girl cares a lot about you." Qin Lie turned away, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I know, but she is a subordinate of the Azura King. The situation is already difficult enough. I don't want her to get involved. This trip to the Saint Infant Immortal Abode is considered over, but the path to help that girl get her revenge has just begun." 5 months after the end of the struggle for the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, that Ba Institute within the territory of Yu Province, Taoist Master Chong Su yelled at two kneeling subordinates, "A bunch of useless trash. If you can't heal the young master's wounds, what use are you?" The two subordinates try to take credit. Institute head, "Didn't we already invite Taoist Ziguan?" Taoist Master Chong Su turned and questioned, "If that Ziguan is as useless as you, then what?" One subordinate replied, as if it were obvious, "Isn't this simple? With the strength of our that Ba Institute, killing one person is easy." An urgent report came from outside the gate. Institute head, "Taoist Ziguan has arrived at the front hall." Taoist Master Chong Su was looking for help, but acted like he owned the world. Speak of the devil. Just in time, let this institute head meet him. He sized up the newcomer from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. "This Taoist Ziguan, is he as proficient in the art of Qi Huang as the rumors say?" The person who arrived was a strapping young man, 1.9 meters tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, and strong, upright features. Taoist Master Chong Su welcomed him warmly. "Taoist friend Ziguan, your visit is truly our honor." Ziguan asked without any flattery, "Are you the head of that Ba Institute?" Taoist Master Chong Su, "That's right. Good. I, Ziguan, am an impatient person, so I'll get straight to the point. This Taoist came here this time for the vial of Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood. As long as you are willing to trade it, the matter of saving the person can be considered." Taoist Master Chong Su laughed faintly. Taoist friend Ziguan is truly straightforward. Your reputation is well-deserved. It seems you've already heard about my young master's condition." Ziguan retorted as if it were obvious. "Would I get involved in something I'm not sure about? Just give me a definite answer. Bring out the Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood, and I'll save him. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Taoist Master Chong Su argued. "That's not right, Taoist friend. The Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood is indeed in our hands. But how can this institute know if you can actually cure my young master's illness?" Ziguan waved his hand. "Why are you being so troublesome? Quickly lead the way. Let me see your young master's injury, so I can prescribe the medicine." This way, Taoist friend. Underfoot was a soft, lush green carpet of grass. Ziguan recited a line of praise. Heavenly pools and 9 elephants, the Viet River and Golden Crow. The scenery of Yu Province is truly a sacred land that nurtures talent. Taoist Master Chong Su laughed until his eyes crinkled. Is this your first time in Yu Province, Taoist friend? Ziguan, that's right. I've heard that the desolate God Mountain Range is the #1 spiritual land in Yu Province. Your That Ba Institute has established your sect here for several hundred years. You must have collected countless rare and exotic treasures, right? Taoist Master Chong Su boasted smugly. Of course, this institute's word is law in this desolate God Mountain Range. But, Taoist friend, let's get the unpleasantries out of the way first. If you can cure my young master, this institute will offer the ghost sea flood dragon blood with both hands. But if you're helpless, Ziguan shrugged. Don't worry, if I can't, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Taoist Master Chong Su rested his chin on his hand and chuckled to himself. Leave? I'm afraid you won't be able to leave by then. The two of them arrived at a room hidden within the Rocky Mountain. Taoist Master Chong Su said, We've arrived. The young master is in here. Taoist friend Ziguan, next, we'll have to see what you're capable of. All right, he stepped inside alone. As he walked, Ziguan observed his surroundings in the stone cave. Hidden quite well. A voice came from within. Are you Taoist, Ziguan? He clasped his hands in greeting. I am he. I don't know where the young master is, hiding like this. I can't diagnose the young master. The other person said politely, This place is crude. I hope you don't mind, Taoist friend. Then he stepped out from the darkness. It's not that this young master wants to be so secretive. It's really because I have too many enemies, so I must take precautions. Ziguan narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, the person revealed himself in the light and introduced himself. I am Wu Honglin. A pleasure to meet you, Taoist friend Ziguan. Ziguan showed his impatience. All right, I'm not a patient person. If you're still suspicious, then let's just pretend we never met. Wu Honglin. How could I not trust Taoist friend Ziguan? Please come inside, Taoist friend. One day, in the land above the immortal abode, Qin Lie sat cultivating within a golden circle. His face was scrunched up, showing his anxiety. Phew, still no good. I still can't break through to the nether profound realm. Ning reminded him, Master, cultivation is about gradual progress. Going from the late manifestation realm to great perfection in just under 2 months is already a terrifyingly fast speed. Qin Lie was still not satisfied. But if I want to help that girl get revenge, this bit of cultivation is still not enough. Unclein, are there any medicinal pills in the immortal abode that can quickly break through the bottleneck? There are. Back then, the old master collected countless immortal treasures. Among them was a refining method for a pill called the Great Sun Dragon Chi pill. Unfortunately, it was still missing one ingredient in the end, so the old master never successfully refined this pill. Seeing a shortcut, Qin Lie asked eagerly, What is the name of the missing ingredient? Ning let out a long sigh. It's Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood. The place called Ghost Howl is in Yu Province, and that is the Wu family's territory. Forgive this old servant for being blunt. During the struggle for the immortal abode, Wu Honglin was severely injured by you, Master. If you go to Yu Province at this time, it would be too dangerous. Qin Lie, but how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? The Wu family. Unclein, I have an idea. Qin Lie's idea was to disguise himself as Ziguan and enter the Wu family's home openly. So from now on, we'll call him by Qin Lie's name. Returning to the present, in the stone cave, Qin Lie was taking Wu Honglin's pulse. So that's how it is. The young master's illness was caused by an injury from a few months ago, compounded by a subsequent surge of anger attacking the heart, which worsened the injury. Although it was treated actively, it was already too late. Right now, although the internal injuries have gradually closed, the young master's cultivation has reached the Guzhai realm. Every time you cultivate to the point of a breakthrough, the internal injury will act up and cause unbearable pain, right? Wu Honglin stood up excitedly. Sir, you truly have a discerning eye. The That Ba Institute is already the best medical institute in Yu Province, but they are helpless against this ailment. I wonder if you have any brilliant ideas, sir? Qin Lie crossed his arms and replied, Ordinary treatment methods can no longer resolve the illness you have. However, I have a prescription. Would the young master like to try it? Wu Honglin was eager to know. What prescription? Please enlighten me, sir. I wonder if the young master has ever heard of the 3 revolutions C transformation golden pill? I have, but this pill's recipe has been lost. Can you really refine this immortal pill sir? Qin Lie replied with a righteous look. Immortal pill is an exaggeration, but I do have the refining method for this pill. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Wu Honglin was overjoyed and hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks. Then I must ask for your help, sir. Honglin will definitely be endlessly grateful. He feigned hesitation. Helping you is not difficult, but Wu Honglin was anxious. But what? Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Qin Lie said, I need some time to prepare and refine this pill. In addition, after it's done, have the That Ba Institute bring out the Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood as an exchange. How about it? Wu Honglin agreed generously. Done. Qin Lie praised. Good. The young master is indeed very straightforward. Then I will return to prepare. On the way out, Qin Lie laughed himself. Hee, what bullshit immortal pill. Wu Honglin, the injuries on your body were all inflicted by me before, and now you're seeking me out for treatment. Isn't this what they call heavenly justice and immediate retrib? Those who harmed the girl in the Saint Infant Immortal abode back then, none of them will escape now. Wu Honglin, you are the first. Qin Lie was unaware that he himself was being watched from afar by his prey through a mirror. Wu Honglin turned inside and said, Very good. That Ziguan has left. Come out. A pair of slender legs stepped out. He asked impatiently, This time, I went to great lengths to bring you from home, precisely because I want you to help me check out these people. Outside, see if this Ziguan is trustworthy. After all, you're the smartest person in our Wu family, right, little sister? The owner of those slender legs was a young girl with long blue hair named Wu Honglin. Wu Honglin urged, Little sister, in your opinion, is this Ziguan trustworthy? Wu Honglin replied, Big brother, this matter of trust isn't something that can be seen in a day or two. After all, I don't know if you've offended anyone out there. But speaking of that Qin Lie you mentioned before, if you wanted to hide into that Ba Institute, there is indeed that possibility. Wu Honglin panicked and stepped back. What? This matter? Wu Hongyun reassured him. Don't be hasty. With the strength of the That Ba Institute, even if this place were infiltrated by that Qin Lie, he wouldn't be able to harm you. Let's not even mention Taoist Master Chong Su's nether profound realm strength. Just the thing sealed within the That Ba Institute alone is not something Qin Lie can deal with. Wu Honglin breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Wu Hongyun said in a serious tone. Big brother, originally, with Ziguan coming here, we should cooperate fully. But there's one thing I must remind you. This Ziguan cannot be fully trusted, especially what kind of medicinal ingredients he uses. You must check them carefully. There must be absolutely no mistakes. Things that go into the mouth are extremely important. You can't be careless. Wu Honglin agreed and said, Little sister, you're still the thoughtful one. I'll leave this matter to you. Wu Hongyun opened her mouth to protest. Me? On what grounds? Wu Honglin reached out and patted her head. Be good. You won't even listen to your big brother's words anymore. No matter what method you use, you must obtain the formula for the 3 revolutions C transformation golden pill. After it's done, I'll go back and persuade father to agree to your marriage with Lingyu, all right? Wu Hongyun was persuaded and agreed. Sai, all right then. The temporary housing area behind the That Ba Institute. He had just stepped out the door when he ordered. Someone there? Sir Ziguan, is something matter? Qin Lie handed him a prescription and said, Check the medicinal ingredients on this list. Get 10 portions of each. Qin Lie added, Bring them to this place before nightfall. Go. Yes. He closed the door, making sure no one was following. Qin Lie waved his hand. The disguise disappeared, revealing his true appearance. A faint blue vortex suddenly asked, Master, is there no one outside anymore? It's safe now. Amba, come out. The beaming stone lamp appeared majestically. Phew, thank you, Master. Amba, I told you before. Before he could finish, Aning interrupted. Master, rest assured, it's already prepared. Qin Lie was at ease. Very good, then just grind it into powder. Aning was still worried. Master, are you really going to use it? Even if it's ground up, that rotten serpent corpse brain sac is still extremely poisonous. If you add it to the spirit pill this time. Moreover, you even had a servant of the That Ba Institute fetch the herbs for you. Aren't you afraid the formula for the C transformation golden pill will be exposed? Qin Lie frowned. It's fine. What I need are just a few supplementary ingredients. The truly important medicinal ingredients. Aren't they all stored in the Saint Infant Immortal abode? Besides, perhaps you don't know the true face of the That Ba Institute, do you? Aning was puzzled. True face? Qin Lie revealed. That's right, on the surface, this That Ba Institute is the best medical hall in Yu Province. But in reality, it is a direct force of the Wu family, equivalent to their right-hand arm. Ning was too shocked to speak. What is this? Qin Lie asked again. Ba, do you know how many experts are by Wu Honglin's side? Chong Su has a profound stage cultivation, and Wu Honglin himself is at the 5th level of the infant palace. We don't even know if their Wu family has sent people to secretly protect him. Therefore, killing him is difficult, and leaving is even more difficult. Since both are difficult, I have to make one thing simple. Otherwise, this time we're not here for revenge, but to throw our lives away. And the rotten serpent corpse egg sac is the gift prepared for the Wu family's experts. 5 days later, in a corner of the That Ba Medical Institute. How is it? How far have you gone with the task I gave you? The servant reporting to young miss, this subordinate has been guarding outside Ziguan's door day and night. Apart from needing some medicinal ingredients 5 days ago, this person has kept his door closed and hasn't come out. Therefore, the formula could not be scouted. Wu Hongyun rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then said, show me the list of medicinal ingredients he needed. Yes. Wu Hongyun was shocked. These are all just supplementary ingredients used to refine medicinal properties. Not a single word was mentioned about the main ingredients. It seems this Ziguan is quite shrewd. Do this. Next, you will act according to my words. An incense sticks time later at the temporary housing area. A knock was heard on Qin Lie's door. Knock, knock. Knock. Ning, master, there's someone at the door. He waved his hand, saying you hide. While walking to open the door, Qin Lie had already disguised himself back to Ziguan's appearance and asked, who is making noise outside? Hello, Sir Ziguan. Little sister Wu Hongyun pays her respects to you, sir. Qin Lie immediately became vigilant. Wu Hongyun is from the Wu family. He stepped outside. Miss Hongyun, is there something you need from me? She made an excuse. I've heard that Sir Ziguan is unparalleled in the Tao of alchemy. The untalented Hongyun would like to ask for your guidance. Qin Lie showed a moment of hesitation, then agreed to guide her. All right. I wonder what difficulties Miss Hongyun is facing. Wu Hongyun replied clearly, little sister has some problems with the methods and steps of extracting medicinal liquid and condensing the pill. I hope Sir Ziguan can come in my alchemy room for guidance. After all, these problems can only be discovered during the process. All right, Miss Hongyun, please lead the way. Busy in the alchemy room until evening. Only then did Qin Lie return to his room. Ning was overjoyed. Master, you're finally back. Ba, what is it? Ning recounted. Something bad has happened. Not long after you left, a servant from the That Ba Institute entered the room. Qin Lie immediately guessed, oh, it must be someone Wu Honglin sent to probe for the formula. It's fine. I was prepared before I left. Today was just a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The medicinal ingredients and notes in this room are not the real prescription, so they won't discover anything. Ning hurriedly said, no, master, they took the ashes from your medicinal furnace. Qin Lie was stunned. What? He was endlessly worried in his heart. This is bad. Although the formula for the C transformation golden pill is complex, a true alchemy grandmaster could deduce the pill's materials from the shape and smell of the medicinal ashes. Although classifying the combinations will take some time, finding the exact proportions is only a matter of time. Qin Lie used the process of elimination to find the person behind this. The person who could think of this is definitely not Wu Honglin. Could it be an elder behind him? No, if it were really those old geezers, they would probably use their cultivation to directly coerce me. Then, it's not Chong Su either. He didn't hear the conversation between me and Wu Honglin. Since he saw my help, Wu Honglin wouldn't need to tell him. In that case, it seems the real person pulling the strings is probably Wu Hongyun. Qin Lie bit his lip, blaming himself. I didn't expect her to look so weak on the outside, yet be so scheming. Even I fell into her trap. Ning proposed a countermeasure. Master, we have no choice but to speed up our progress now. We must hand over the complete C transformation golden pill before they do. Qin Lie agreed. That's right, but I don't want to swallow this anger just like that. He resentfully wiped his face. Ning was anxious. Master, could it be that you already have a way to deal with it? Let's just say so. Qin Lie turned away, thinking to himself, Wu Hongyun, I have to make you suffer a little. Sword Assembly Villa, 50 miles east of the That Ba Institute. Two people were talking. One person questioned, what did you say? The other repeatedly affirmed, young master, this matter is absolutely certain. Yesterday, our underground network reported that Miss Hongyun and that Ziguan secretly entered the alchemy room and only came out at dusk. Ling Yu, the young master of Sword Assembly Villa, still didn't believe it. Impossible. I understand Hongyun's feelings for me. We have known each other for many years. If not for the Wu family elder's obstruction, we would have been married long ago. Now there's news that she's close to another man. How can this young master accept that? The servant asked for his opinion. Then, young master's meaning is? Ling Yu said, help me tell my father that this young master wants to make a trip to the That Ba Institute. This matter must be asked clearly in front of Han Yun. All right, yes. 3 watches later, at the That Ba Institute. What is the progress on deciphering the C transformation golden pills formula? The pharmacist replied, reporting to young miss, the formula for the C transformation golden pill is extremely complex. Judging from the medicinal dregs obtained yesterday, that Ziguan used at least 50 types of medicinal ingredients. The crucial parts of pill refinement are the sequence of procedures, the timing of adding them to the furnace, and the calcination of medicinal properties. Any deviation in the order will lead to different pill formation results. Wu Hongyun rested her chin on her hand. So what you mean is it's impossible to decipher the formula in a few days? That's right. I'm afraid it's impossible in a short time. At the fastest, it would take about half a month. Wu Hongyun said sternly, no, half a month is too long. The so-called Great Martial Saint will pass in the blink of an eye. By the time half a month has passed, everything will be over. The pharmacist was flustered, but Wu Hongyun said, what if I send someone to search that Ziguan's room again? Are you confident you can decipher it within 10 days? Yes, this subordinate will definitely not fail your trust. Young Mississippi, in a temporary housing area, looking at the medicinal ingredients transforming into various colors. Qin Lie was satisfied. Very good. After a night of cultivation, the medicinal properties of these ingredients have been activated. According to the formula of the C transformation golden pill, the next step is to refine the essence solution of the medicine and proceed with condensation. But before that, rotten serpent corpse egg, I must first familiarize myself with its toxicity. Someone knocked on the door. A soft female voice called out, Sir Ziguan, are you there? Qin Lie quickly performed the disguise technique. Wu Hongyun, she's here again. Is she planning to pull the same old trick? Just in time. I was also planning to vent my anger. Besides, calculating the time, the other party should be arriving soon. After changing back to Ziguan's appearance, he opened the door and went outside. Wu Hongyun asked with concern, your complexion doesn't look good today, sir. Qin Lie replied coldly, Miss Hongyun, I don't think our relationship is good enough to be concerned about each other. Is it? She put on a pitiful face. Actually, Hongyun came here to apologize to you, mister. I heard that after we left yesterday, someone seemed to have snuck into your room. The world knows that the alchemy room is a restricted area that should not be entered. This is all Hongyun's fault. I hope mister will punish me. Qin Lie reached out his hand and said, Miss Hongyun, there's no need for that. I only lost the dregs from one furnace. But I understand your sentiment. How about we skip the formalities and speak as equals? Just as their hands were about to touch, a sour male voice rang out. Wu Hongyun, don't you feel you've wronged me? She looked around in a daze for the person calling her name. Wu Hongyun, don't you feel you've wronged me? A wave of energy slammed down into the courtyard. Ling Yu appeared, his face as dark as thunder. Wu Hongyun was startled. Ling Yu, why are you here? Ling Yu's face was contorted with jealousy. Why can't I be here? Tell me, why are you in Ziguan's courtyard? We swore vows of eternal love. Have you forgotten all of that? Wu Hongyun anxiously tried to explain. Ling Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Between me and Mr. Ziguan. Ling Yu interrupted. Are you in some kind of trouble? Or has this Ziguan threatened you? Wu Hongyun's intended explanation got stuck in her throat as she thought of Wu Honglin's proposal. As long as you get it done, I'll go back and convince father to agree to your marriage with Ling Yu. She bit her lip and said helplessly, Ling Yu, you should go back first. This isn't what it looks like. Ling Yu roared with anger. Do you think I'm blind? The two of you are standing so close. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Wu Hongyun was flustered. No, that's not it, Qin Lie stood to the side, silently watching the show. This was part of his and in Ying's plan. Master, you said you have a way? Something like that. Uncle and find an opportunity to leak the news that Wu Hongyun and I were alone together. In this day and age, for an unmarried young lady to be alone with a strange man is considered taboo. Hopefully, this news will attract the attention of other powers. They might use this matter to stir up trouble in their fight for fame and fortune, possibly even causing conflict. Thus, the Wu family will be distracted dealing with this matter. The old servant understands. During this time, the Wu family's attention on us will be loosened, and our actions will no longer be restricted. Qin Lie said smugly, That's right. On a public level, it benefits the smooth progress of our revenge plan. On a personal level, ruining Wu Hongyun's reputation a little can be considered punishment for trying to investigate my formula. In any case, Ziguan is just a fake name, and even this face is fake, so of course, it won't affect me at all. Master is brilliant. This old servant will get it done right away. Be careful. Go on. Watching the lovebirds quarrel, Qin Lie was ecstatic. Hehe Lingyu. I heard this person is the young master of sword assembly. Villa. I didn't expect him to have a relationship with Wu Hongyun. What an unexpected gain. It seems this sword assembly villa is not so simple. Perhaps the Wu family shadow is behind it. Lingyu, blinded by rage, started spewing harsh words. Humph. Very well, Wu Hongyun. While this young master was away, you got lonely and started fooling around everywhere. Wu Hongyun, having never been so humiliated, shouted, Lingyu, what are you saying? Shut up. With blood rushing to his head, he charged forward. After this young master deals with this Ziguan, I'll confront you. Qin Lie snorted coldly, circulated his energy, and directly confronted Lingyu. Qin Lie said contemptuously, just a mid-stage infant palace realm cultivator dares to be so reckless. I see you're tired of living. Boom! The entire courtyard was torn apart, and dust filled the air. Fresh blood dripped down. Lingyu knelt on the ground, coughing. Wu Hongyun was extremely worried. Lingyu. Qin Lie stood before her, demanding justice. Miss Hongyun, I came here to treat your brother's illness. Now I've been dragged into this dispute for no reason. Can you explain? Wu Hongyun was flustered this. Mr. Ziguan. Lingyu pushed himself up, laughing bitterly. Haha, very well. Worthy of an ancient martial imperial clan. Your taste is indeed high class. I originally thought that without a matching family status, no one could touch the Wu family's young miss. Wu Hongyun, you clearly know how I feel about you. Wu Hongyun was as dumb as a pig. Instead of rushing forward to explain, she just stood there like a log, looking like she had some unspeakable grievance. Lingyu was completely disappointed and snorted coldly. He leaped away decisively. Fine, I'll just leave. Wu Honglin rushed over. Little sister, what happened? Was that Lingyu who just left? Big brother? Qin Lie, clear his throat. Taoist Master Chong Su, I didn't expect your institute to be so unsafe. How can people just come and wreck my courtyard at will? Taoist Master Chong Su smiled obsequiously. Brother Ziguan, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Qin Lie waved his hand. If it's a misunderstanding, then it's best there isn't a next time. Taoist Master, you should know that I didn't come here for quiet cultivation. If the progress of my alchemy is affected, I'm not the one who'll be anxious. Am I right, young Master Honglin? Wu Honglin replied, This is indeed our problem. I apologize to you, Mr., on behalf of Lingyu. Qin Lie turned back to his room. In that case, I intend to continue my alchemy. Please excuse me for not seeing you out. Entering the room and closing the door, Ning was overjoyed. Master, it seems our plan has succeeded. It has, indeed. Today's drama was not just a success, but a brilliant success. I really didn't expect Wu Hongyun and the young master of Sword Assembly Villa to have this kind of relationship. It looks like the Wu family will be busy for a while. At that Ba Institute, Wu Honglin asked, Little sister, where's the formula? You still haven't gotten it? Wu Hongyun, who was heartbroken, retorted, Formula, that's all you care about. Because of this, Lingyu is about to fall out with me. As my big brother, what do you know, what do you understand? Every day, you only think of yourself. Have you ever cared about me? Wu Honglin crossed his arms sternly. Little sister, is that how you talk to your big brother? We grew up together since we were little. You think I don't understand you? Just leave Lingyu to me. You continue with your mission. Hey, where are you going? Wu Hongyun didn't listen and leaped away. You can't control me. Wu Honglin was angry. This girl. Taoist Master Chong Su guessed. It seems the young miss wants to go to Sword Assembly Villa to explain. Young master, you don't need to worry too much. Wu Honglin scowled. I hope so. Arriving at a desolate mountain pass, Lingyu stomped his foot in anger. He punched his palm. Damn it. Who the hell is that Ziguan? What's so good about him that he can bewitch Wu Hongyun like this? Oh, Wu Hongyun, I never thought you would stoop so low. I was wrong about you. Since you've been unfaithful, I don't need to be righteous with you anymore. A cunning glint appeared in Lingyu's eyes. He performed a disguise technique, transforming himself into Ziguan's appearance. No matter what means I have to use, you will be my woman. A streak of green light also chased after. The fake Ziguan said softly, Miss Hongyun, where are you going in such a hurry? Wu Hongyun was secretly surprised. Ziguan, why are you in the mountains so late at night, mister? I came to the mountains, of course, to wait for you. Mississippi Wu Hongyun raised an eyebrow. wait for me. What do you mean? Under the guise of Ziguan, Ling Yu shamelessly revealed his true colors. It wasn't convenient to speak at that bar institute. Actually, I have admired you for a long time, Mississippi. Therefore, this place is conveniently perfect for us to spend a beautiful night together. Wu Hongyun's trembling voice echoed in the quiet night. Ziguan, do you know what you're saying? The fake Ziguan took out a vial of incense. Of course, a national beauty like you, Mississippi, to make things convenient. This venerable one has made some preparations. Wu Hongyun's eyes widened in alarm. This smell is 10-mile, gentle fragrance. Ziguan, you're despicable, he said smugly. It's too late to cover your mouth now. The drug's effects have been active since we started talking. Her legs trembled weakly. She collapsed to the ground. Ugh. Wu Hongyun tried to resist, panting. Ziguan, are you trying to make an enemy of the Wu family? Do you think you alone can stand against the entire ancient martial imperial clan? The fake Ziguan sneered. Of course, I don't have that ability. But what does that have to do with what's about to happen tonight? The drug is taking effect now. By the time you wake up, everything will be over. The blood in Wu Hongyun's body boiled, and her head spun. Ugh. Wu Hongyun gradually lost consciousness. This is bad. My consciousness is fading. I have to get to Sword Assembly Villa to explain to Ling Yu. Ugh. My consciousness is fading. Ling Yu, save me. She fell to the ground, unconscious. Ling Yu reverted to his own appearance, laughing lecherously. Huh, Wu Hongyun, even you can miscalculate, huh? Well then, we can't delay. Tonight, let's take the sky as our blanket and the earth as our mattress, and do the deed. This way, it can be considered worthy of our feelings for each other all these years. Ah, it really makes one itch with anticipation. His vile, petty laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Ha ha! Qin Lie, hiding nearby, witnessed everything, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Earlier that afternoon, he had a simple thought. Uncle Lin, you watch the alchemy furnace here. I have something to do. Ning was curious. Master, where are you going? Qin Lie analyzed. Although Ling Yu left clenching his teeth, seeing Wu Hongyun's expression, she will definitely chase after him to explain. If she really manages to explain the reason, then me injuring Ling Yu today would have been meaningless. So, Master's meaning is, Qin Lie detailed his plan, follow Ling Yu. Before he gets back to Sword Assembly Villa, intercept him. The young Villa Master disappearing without a reason at that Ba Institute. What kind of reaction do you think Sword Assembly Villa will have? Back to the present, Qin Lie just stood from a distance, watching Ling Yu drag Wu Hongyun into a cave, preparing to do the vile deed. He smiled smugly. I didn't expect this Ling Yu to have such a character. That's fine too. Saves me the trouble of acting myself. I just wonder what expression Wu Hongyun will have when she wakes up. It really makes one look forward to it. Holy shit, first time seeing such a fucking asshole of a main character. He sees an innocent girl being harmed, and not only doesn't help, but even laughs, damn it. Planning to poison her whole family is one thing, but she just used a little trick to check the prescription, and he holds a grudge against her for it. The next morning in the cave, Wu Hongyun was still sleeping soundly as the effects of the drug had not worn off. Her brow furrowed, then her eyes snapped open. She pushed herself up and Wu Hongyun tried to piece things together. My head hurts so much. What's going on? I remember I was on my way to Sword Assembly Villa, and then... That's right, then Ziguan. Did he really? Suddenly, a grunt was heard from behind. Wu Hongyun's whole body stiffened as she heard the person behind her cover their mouth and yawn. What's going on? How'd I fall asleep? She viciously launched a killing move. Ziguan die. Ling Yu, who had just woken up and hadn't yet remembered what happened, immediately took a palm strike because he deserved it. His whole body slammed hard against the cave wall. Wu Hongyun was stunned. Seeing his face clearly, she questioned Ling Yu. How could it be you? Ling Yu broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, "This is bad." I didn't have time to change back to Ziguan's appearance. Wu Hongyun was dazed, her expression absent-minded upon realizing, could it be? Was it you who pretended to be Ziguan and humiliated me? Ling Yu tried his best to explain. Hongyun, listen to me, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I just didn't want you to be defiled by Ziguan. Therefore, Wu Hongyun was hurt, tears trickling down as she finished his sentence. Therefore, you beat him to it and raped me? How could you do this? Ling Yu was still being stubborn. Hongyun, don't get agitated. I truly like you. Impersonating Ziguan was only because I wanted you to see his true face. Wu Hongyun questioned him angrily. Truly liking me means you can treat me like this? Ling Yu, you are a beast that deserves to be chopped into 100 pieces. Shamelessly, he still wanted to run his mouth. Hongyun, don't be angry for the sake of the feelings between us. Her voice was cold. There's no other way. Ling Yu, as a descendant of the ancient Wu imperial clan, I cannot allow the family to be humiliated. Things have come to this. You cannot live any longer. Don't blame me. Wu Hongyun raised her hand, which carried a faint light. Ling Yu immediately felt that something was not right with him. His eyes widened, and he spurted blood. Ugh! His entire body felt like it had been drained of all strength, and he collapsed to his knees. I've been poisoned. Since when? Could it be from her body? Wu Hongyun, you are so vicious to dare to poison yourself. Wu Hongyun had a petite figure, but her tone was firm. Traveling in the cultivation world, how can one survive without self-defense methods? This type of poison was originally meant to deal with soul cultivators who practice dual cultivation by draining yin to supplement yang. It's just that I didn't expect to use it on you today. Ling Yu fell to the ground. Ugh. To think that I, Ling Yu, would only understand at the moment of my death. Wu Hongyun, so you are such a malicious woman. Holy shit. The brains of the men in this story are full of crap. They plot to harm others first, and when it backfires, they play the victim. Luckily, the beautiful ladies have some brains. At the same time, Sword Assembly Villa reported to the Villa Master. The young master's life tablet just shattered. Ling Changjian was horrified. What? At the same time Ling Yu died, Sword Assembly Villa also received the news. The enraged Villa Master Ling Changjian traveled through the night to that Ba Institute, surrounding but not attacking, intending to find the murderer. But Wu Hongyun had already fled back to the Wu family's ancestral home, leaving Chong Su and his people with 100 mouths, but no way to defend themselves. The two sides drew their bows, and the atmosphere was frozen solid. Somewhere, a golden medicinal pill spun in midair, emitting a powerful force. Qin Lie reached out and grasped it. Aning, congratulations, Master. The Sea Transformation Golden Pill has been successfully refined. He gave an order, Olden, I will go find Wu Honglin to have him take the pill, while you go find an opportunity to create chaos. Aning was unclear. What does Master mean? He emphasized, I need you to go attract the attention of the That Ba Institute guards. So that's how it is. This old servant understands. Based on the footsteps, Wu Honglin immediately guessed, you've come. Could it be Mr. Ziguan? Qin Lie indeed. Why does the young master look so gloomy? Wu Honglin frowned and complained. Isn't it because of what happened yesterday? After that, Ling Yu left that Ba Institute. He was killed, and everyone knows about the relationship between him and Hongyun. Now, at this crucial time for confrontation, Hongyun has left without reason. It's truly making me anxious. Qin Lie advised, young master need not worry too much. Have you forgotten what day it is today? Wu Honglin turned sharply. Today? Could it be that Mr. has refined the Sea Transformation Golden Pill? Qin Lie opened his palm to reveal the pill. That's right. Young master, please take a look. With this spirit pill, you can get rid of your internal injuries and focus on cultivation. But Taoist Master Chong Su suddenly spoke up. Rest assured, we will definitely offer the Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood with both hands. Qin Lie bowed. Taoist Master Chong Su is also here? He replied, the young master's condition is a major matter. Naturally, we cannot be careless. He tossed the pill over to Wu Honglin. In that case, here is the Sea Transformation Golden Pill. Young master, please take it. He put the pill in his mouth. Wu Honglin carefully sensed his internal energy. Taoist Master Chong Su was anxious. Young master, how do you feel? Wu Honglin, I feel much better. The Sea Transformation Golden Pill is truly extraordinary. Qin Lie, you too, as per our agreement. What about the Ghost Sea Flood Dragon Blood? A violent tremor suddenly occurred in the stone cave. The three people inside were bewildered. What's happening? What's happening? A subordinate rushed in to report, Institute head, someone has broken the seal of the immeasurable cave. It has now collapsed. Wu Honglin frowned. Immeasurable cave? Is it the place where that Ba Institute seals demons? Taoist Master Chong Su's expression darkened. That's right. The demon in the cave will surely escape. Their eyes turned to Qin Lie, and he said nonchalantly, young master, you should go suppress the beast first. As for this Ziguan, rest assured his internal injuries have been eliminated. Keeping him is useless. I will handle him. Taoist master Chong Su left with peace of mind? If so, then I'll trouble the young master to take action. Waiting until his figure had completely disappeared, Qin Lie curled his lips into a smile. Wu Honglin, to go back on your words so blatantly, is there no law in your eyes? Wu Honglin said arrogantly, how precious is the ghost sea flood dragon blood. How could it be easily given to someone of unknown origin like you? Besides, this is that Ba Institute. What rules are there? Isn't it whatever I say goes? Qin Lie covered his face and laughed. Wu Honglin asked, annoyed, you're about to die. What are you still laughing about? Qin Lie transformed back to his true appearance and cursed, I'm laughing at how you're still the same as before. Arrogant and foolish. Above them, the immeasurable cave exploded. Taoist Master Chong Su reassured the disciples, everyone, do not panic. This evil creature has just broken through the barrier, so is still weak. We will form a formation to deal with it. The beast was a combination of various species with bird claws, a monkey's body, tiger fangs, bird horns, and bat wings, looking ferocious and letting out a gur-gur-gur sound. It spat out a mouthful of phlegm. More than half of the guards were sent flying. Taoist Master Chong Su stood firm and counterattacked. Don't even think about being presumptuous. While beast, why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? The two sides clashed, and booming explosions echoed through that Ba Institute. The stone table in front of them shook, and papers scattered everywhere. Wu Honglin was terrified. You're Qin Lie? Wu Honglin, we haven't seen each other in years. Have you been thinking of me every day? He snorted, I know you want revenge, but I wasn't the only one responsible for that incident. Don't forget, back then at the Saint Infant Immortal abode besides me, there were also people from the Qin family, along with the Azura King and Sha Gui. Qin Lie crossed his arms indifferently. Of course I know that. Therefore, you're just the first target of my revenge. I used the name Zi Guan to infiltrate that Ba Institute precisely for this moment. The fool Wu Honglin covered his mouth, only now realizing, the sea transformation golden pill. Qin Lie revealed more. That is indeed a pill that can heal your injuries. However, I added a special medicinal ingredient to it. Streaks of liquid appeared on his body. Wu Honglin looked devastated. My flesh is starting to melt. Reaching the end of his life's thread, he finally wised up, guessing correctly this time. Could it be the rotten serpent corpse egg sac? Qin Lie didn't mind telling him his plan. That's right. The chaos outside was caused by people I sent. Right now, Chong Su is busy suppressing the beast and has no time to pay attention to you. By the time the people from Sword Assembly Villa react, that Ba Institute will face a catastrophe. This way, we can cut off one of your Wu family's arms. Isn't that just perfect? Wu Honglin was devastated. Qin Lie, how did you know about this? Could it be? He curled his lips. That's right. Today's outcome was orchestrated by my hand alone. Wu Honglin, you can die in peace. Wu Honglin's form was like a melting candle, hissing a few words through his teeth. Qin Lie, you are truly vicious. Qin Lie said arrogantly, I'm not afraid to tell you. I will also take Wu He's life. Of course, you no longer have the chance to tell him. You can just stay in this cave and slowly turn into a puddle. Wu Honglin bit his lip, screaming unwillingly. Qin Lie, I'm not resigned to this. At the same time Qin Lie left, the news that a beast was wreaking havoc in that Ba Institute reached Ling Chengjian's ears. Ling Chengjian decisively abandoned the strategy of surrounding without attacking and switched to an all-out assault on that Ba Institute. Chong Su and his people were busy dealing with a difficult situation both inside and out. That Ba Institute suffered heavy casualties and had no choice but to give up resistance. In the end, Ling Chengjian, eager for revenge, ordered all the buildings to be burned down. With that, the Wu family's largest direct force in Yu Province was wiped out. Half a month later in Yu Province, at the Wu family's ancestral home. How can this be? Why should I vent my anger? Wu He angrily questioned Hong Yun regarding your elder brother's murder. Do you dare say you bear no responsibility at all? Wu Hongyun voiced her suspicions. The matter of that Ba Institute cannot be simply traced to one person's responsibility. How could that Qin Lie have been lying in ambush in that Ba Institute? And how did the news of my elder brother's injury get out? Aren't these the main points? Wu He was filled with killing intent. Hong Lin was an outstanding junior that our Wu clan painstakingly nurtured, and now he is gone. Who can accept this? From behind a screen, a dignified voice rang out. Wu He, do not be angry. Everything must be considered in terms of cause and effect. You must not be hasty when dealing with problems. Have you forgotten? Wu He was flustered. Ah yes, clan head. He turned and said, Hong Yun, speak your thoughts. Wu Hong Yun presented. Reporting to the clan head, there's definitely something strange about this because there are too many coincidences. First, when Zi Guan and I were discussing the pill refining method, who spread the news that we were alone outside. Next, Qin Lie appeared at the exact moment the beast appeared in that Ba Institute. Then he killed my elder brother. Isn't this timing a little too good? Wu He rested his chin on his hand, considering these points. Wu Hongyun boldly proposed. Although the matter of that Ba Institute caused us to lose an asset, is not necessarily a bad thing. Right now, with Ling Changjian leading the way, those who oppose our Wu family have revealed themselves. Why don't we catch them all in one net, so that the Wu clan can completely unify Yu province? We asked, then how do you plan to deal with Qin Lie? She clasped her hands and requested, Clan head, please grant Hongyun manpower to investigate Qin Lie. This person, whether in terms of strength or schemes, cannot be underestimated. As long as we have a grasp of his movements, avenging my elder brother will only be a matter of time. The hidden clan head agreed. All right, in that case, the command of the Wu clan is temporarily handed over to you, Hongyun. I hope you will not disappoint us. As you command. On a remote mountainside, dark clouds gathered over the peak. Qin Lie's cultivation of his technique reached its final stage. His eyes flew open, ready to receive the descending heavenly tribulation. Loose stones fell. The ground was scorched black. Qin Lie, covered in electricity, scrambled to get up. Stepping out, Ning was overjoyed. Congratulations, Master, on increasing your cultivation by another level. Qin Lie looked at the vial of blood in his hand. I have the Ghost Sea Flood Dragon blood to thank for this. If Mba hadn't reminded me at the end to take Wu Honglin's Chinquan bag, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through even in another 10 years. Now my cultivation has reached the nether profound realm, almost on par with those I used to have to respect. With this milestone, I can be considered to have cultivated to the realm of a true expert among the 9 realms of cultivation. There are some debts, it's time to settle them. Ning was also eager to see a fight and quickly said, Master, a few days ago, Old Tiger found out Sa Gui's whereabouts. Should we make a move? What? Where is he? West of Yu Province, Lingxi Gorge, Tian Gui Peak. Qin Lie praised. Good. If we can kill Sa Gui, the Zhuyin finger art on that girl will be released. At that time, not only can we awaken her, but we might also find a way to treat the twin primordial spirit. Lingxi Gorge. It seems I have no choice but to go. He shot off like a rocket, landing on a land full of gravel. Qin Lie was disoriented again. I'm here. From here on out is the territory of Lingxi Gorge. But the problem is, where is Sa Gui? While puzzled, he heard voices talking in the distance and pricked up his ears to listen. What did you say? Can you fake it? Right now, the entire direct lineage of the Wu family in Yu Province is looking for that Qin Lie. What crime did Qin Lie commit exactly? Hey, isn't it because he killed the Wu family's young master? Furthermore, there's a side rumor that this Qin Lie even used the Wu family to eliminate Tuoba Shihua. Tuoba Shihua is that the young master of Shuri Fortress in Ing Province? That's right. It seems the Wu family intends to settle both old and new scores this time. Oh, that vicious. It's not just that. The Wu family has publicly released all intelligence related to this Qin Lie. Now many people know he wants revenge, and from the looks of it, the closest target is the corpse demon king Sa Gui, who is also in Yu Province. I heard Sa Gui is now at Lingxi Gorge, and many cultivators are heading there, wanting to fish in troubled waters. Haha, that's right, if they fight until both sides are grievously injured. Exactly. Won't the treasures on those two belong to us then? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up too. Don't let others beat us to it. Of course, let's go. This news infuriated Qin Lie, but he forced himself to calm down. Retreating to advance. Very clever. I didn't expect the Wu family to have such a figure. Not only did they predict my course of action, but they also used me in turn to attract ordinary cultivators, even expanding their search range and manpower invisibly. This person is definitely not Wu He. Could it be another old monster from the Wu family? But no matter what, my plan of action cannot change. If I can't kill Sa Gui at this time, I'm afraid I'll have even less of a chance later. I have to be quick. Qin Lie accelerated, leaving only a red streak across the blue sky. Amidst the mountains, a cheerful laugh echoed. "Ha, brother Sa, this corpse of yours is truly beautiful. Not only can it prevent corpse chi from leaking, it can even repair itself. I really don't know where you got it from." Gue replied indifferently. "Just a small trick. It's a pity that in this life, I ultimately cannot escape this shell to live a long life. Therefore, the path of cultivation is even more difficult than for those ordinary mortals." The brown-haired man encouraged. "Brother Sa, no need to overthink it. I heard the Wu family has released news about Qin Lie. He killed Wu Honglin, so he will likely come here next. If we can snatch the Saint Infant Immortal Abode from his hands." Gui's lips curled. "Humph. I'm actually hoping he comes here. For the fight over the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, I've already left a backup plan. If Qin Lie wants to save his Dao companion, he must come here and beg me. At that time, whether it's the Saint Infant Immortal Abode or anything else, I will take it all." Speak of the devil, and Qin Lie appeared. "Oh, Gui, you seem very confident, don't you?" The brown-haired man who was laughing loudly just a moment ago now cowered in fear. Qin Lie. Gui waved his hand. Very good. I didn't expect you to find your way here so quickly. It wasn't a waste for this old man to stay here these past few days." Qin Lie waved his hand, ready for battle. "Sage, isn't it a bit too early to talk about who's trapped?" Gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward directly. "Let's see the outcome of the fight." This one palm strike caused the mountain rock to explode, but the opponent remained standing in place, completely unharmed, which surprised Qin Lie a little. The brown-haired man, finding courage from who knows where, dared to suggest, "Brother Sa, I heard this Qin Lie only has the cultivation of the 5th level of the Infant Palace. How about you leave this battle to me?" Gui sighed at this fool. "I advise you not to underestimate him." The brown-haired man didn't listen and attacked directly. "Don't worry, my cultivation is at the peak of the Infant Palace realm, dealing with an enemy of this level." While boasting, his foot was struck by an external force. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. He was sent flying backward, screaming like a stuck pig. Then he collapsed to the ground. Gui shook his head. "So that's it, the 7 Immortals' thunder? It seems that after you obtained the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, you acquired quite a few treasures." Qin Lie brandished his saber. Gui, your pack of cronies has failed. Aren't you going to make a move yet?" Gui was still muttering. "The 7 Immortals' thunder is a rare treasure. Even in the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, there aren't many, right? You bastard. Use it sparingly for this old man." He rushed over as fast as lightning. Qin Lie was startled. In that 1 second, his saber-wielding hand was struck by Gui momentarily, loosening his grip. His great saber was snatched away. Fighting so clumsily, he was disarmed by his opponent before he could do anything. Luckily, Qin Lie still managed to salvage the situation by taking out a new weapon. "This is bad." Su Yun's sword. He put his strength into a swing. Heya! The 2 swords clashed, sending sparks flying. The force radiated outwards. Qin Lie was pushed back, trying to stabilize his breath. He didn't forget to provoke, declaring the Immortal Abode is yours so hastily. Aren't you dreaming a bit too early? As soon as he finished speaking, the Su Yun sword in his hand broke in 2, a resounding slap to his face. Gui threw the great saber to the ground and retorted, "Is that so? But it seems your weapon isn't as tough as you are, is it? How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, I will not only spare your life, but I'll also help your Dao companion undo the Zhu Yin finger art. How about it?" Qin Lie threw the broken sword in his hand down, growling. "You can even say such words meant to deceive a child? Listen carefully, Sagi. Today I will not only eliminate you, but I will also personally split your head open to get the method to undo the Zhu Yin finger art." Gui was enraged and charged like a mad dog. "Qin Lie, you're tired of living." In the first round of hand-to-hand combat, Qin Lie was continuously pushed back. Both sides jumped back at the same time. They launched palm strikes simultaneously, 2 streams of energy, red and purple, clashing on equal terms. They coiled into a ball of energy. Qin Lie was exhausted, panting heavily like a dog. Gui was startled to realize, "You've also entered the Nether Profound realm. No wonder your guts are so big, daring to confront this old man. Is this all thanks to the Saint Infant Immortal Abode? Qin Lie, hand over the Immortal Abode now, and this old man agrees to leave your corpse intact." Qin Lie circulated his energy. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense coming from? He charged forward with great momentum, the mark on his forehead glowing brightly. Qin Lie declared firmly, "It's over, Sa Gui." Sa Gui's jaw dropped in astonishment, fear appearing in the depths of his eyes. This is the aura of the Jingshi Jinyin Lu. Why does he have such a supreme treasure too? Qin Lie's attack descended upon him. The terrifying power blew away the entire mountaintop. He landed with a thud. Sa Gui's old true body was knocked out, unwillingly questioning heaven and earth. Why? Why? Qin Lie waved his hand to summon the great saber, casually remarking, "The shell has been destroyed, only now revealing your true form? You're really ugly, Sa Gui." Sa Gui's eyes were bloodshot as he asked, "Qin Lie, you little brat, if you already possess the Jingshi Jinyin Lu, then why did you fight for the Saint Infant Immortal Abode before?" He said nonchalantly, "What Jinyin Lu? Did I hit you so hard you become confused? This is the imprint of the Baixianling. It's a waste that you've lived so long and don't even." "No," Sa Gui growled. "Nonsense. How could this old man not recognize it? There's a limit to lying. Fine, as long as I kill you, this old man will take all the treasures." Dark energy swirled around him. Qin Lie frowned, immediately recognizing it as the 14th move of the Zhan Ke saber art. He immediately used it to see Kong Zhan. A brilliant golden light swept over. Sa Gui roared in disbelief. His remnant soul dissipated in the stream of light. Qin Lie let out a sigh of relief. It's over, another enemy slain. But although Sa Gui is dead, this corpse of his should still have some residual heat. I must quickly perform the soul search technique to see if this corpse's brain contains the solution to the Zhu in finger art. Qin Lie touched the corpse's head, performing the sensing technique. The information he received stunned him speechless. This is... Scene changes to the Wu family report. Reporting to the young miss, yesterday Qin Lie appeared at Lingxi and killed Sa Gui and Dao Xia. Wu Hongyan, he's that fast. She bit her lip, her mind racing. The plan to use ordinary cultivators to trap him has failed. It seems, to deal with this person, we must approach from another angle. Dong Province, Qin Emperor clan's ancestral home. Snow covered the sky. Outside the courtyard, Qin Hongshan said, "Well then, that's all for today. See you in a few days." Qin Feng saw the guest off. "Elder, take care." As soon as the guest left, Qin Ziqian asked, "Father, Qin Hongshan came again?" "Yes, this time he still brought many treasures." Qin Ziqian concluded, "I think they're just being fake. We've been in Dong Province for so long, and we haven't seen these clan members show us much regard. On the contrary, after 13th Uncle seized the Saint Infant Immortal Abode a few months ago, they suddenly started showing concern. It's so fake." Qin Feng was also helpless. There's no other way. We've been here for a long time, and we still can't see the true intentions of the other elders. Qin Ziqian, relying on his father's status, said, "Don't we still have 13th Uncle? He is resourceful and cunning, and his cultivation must have improved a lot by now. I believe he will definitely teach these Qin clan people a lesson." He was immediately scolded by Qin Feng. "You brat, go cultivate. It's not your place to worry about your 13th uncle." Hee. 5 days later, in the forest, placing Ela's body into a formation. Qin Lie carefully chanted Qian San Lian, Kun Liu Duan, Shui Feng Jing, Zi Lai Sui, Zhuing finger art out. The formation turned into small rings of light, running along Ela's body. And Wang rejoiced, "Success, master. Miss Ela will surely wake up soon." The pair of purple pupils slowly opened. Qin Lie eagerly asked, "Little girl, how are you feeling?" Ela was bewildered. "Where am I?" He kindly explained, "This is the border of Yu province. Don't worry, you're fine now." Ela was surprised, "Huh? You aren't you?" "Ah, so that's how it is." The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Then she struck out with her palm. Qin Lie, completely unguarded, was hit, and blood spurted from his mouth. Ela laughed triumphantly. "Ha, it really is you. I didn't expect you to show yourself before." "Me?" Qin Lie trembled, not understanding why the situation had turned out like this. "Little girl, you." "Why?" Ela tossed her hair, seeming to transform into a different person, and replied, "Why? You, surnamed Qin, it's been many years. If it weren't for that damn girl constantly stopping me, how could you have lived until today?" He propped himself up, struggling to his feet. You You're not Elah. You are the second primordial spirit in her body. Qin Lie's mind was in turmoil. This is bad. I'm already at the nether profound cultivation level, yet she can still hit me with a single palm strike and cause me heavy injury. This cultivation level, it's at least the young god realm. Since when did this girl have such formidable power? Unable to win with martial force, Qin Lie resorted to verbal attacks, shouting, "You bastard! Get out her body!" The second primordial spirit in Ela's body taunted, "What? Feeling heartbroken for your little treasure? Don't be hasty. After killing you, this immortal will personally send her down to meet you." In the moment of crisis, and Wong rushed out. "Master, run. This old man will hold her back." A red beam of energy shot out. The surging power caused the stone lamppost to shatter. At the same time, and Wong managed to counterattack, knocking Elah down. Qin Lie's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Uncle!" And there was no response. Qin Lie called out for uncle in an anguish. The second primordial spirit curled her lips and attacked. "You still have the mind to care about others right now, do you?" He frowned, determination flashing in his eyes. Black scale shield block. Before the opponent's surging power, the black scale shield broke in two. Qin Lie was thrown back by the residual force. Ugh! He lay battered on the ground, panting heavily. The second primordial spirit walked over. "Ha! After waiting for so long, I've finally found the chance to kill you. Unfortunately, this immortal's time is limited. I can't let you understand everything before you die. You, surnamed Qin, go to hell." Red energy, like a centipede, converged and shot towards him. Qin Lie stood frozen, watching. At this moment, a golden point of light flashed. It blocked in front of him and scolded him with disappointment. "You brat. Are you just going to sit there and wait for death?" Unable to fight back, Qin Lie crossed his arms in front of him, resigned to death. He waited for a long time, but no soul reaper came to take him away, so he dared to peek open his eyes. He saw a tall, sturdy old man with a commanding presence, blocking in front of him and resolving the perilous situation. The second primordial spirit questioned, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "It's not your place to ask. You have descended to the mortal world without permission, violating the heavenly laws. When the time comes, someone will naturally deal with you." The second primordial spirit gritted her teeth in anger. Even if you can protect him now, it doesn't mean you can protect him for a lifetime. Don't forget that he is." The old man interrupted. "Enough nonsense. There are many who want to kill him. You're not the only one. Be smart and scram. Otherwise, not even the one above can protect you." The second primordial spirit was extremely resentful. "If that's the case, I'll come for his life next time." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished. The old man turned back and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Lie cupped his hands. "Many thanks for your help, senior. No need for formalities. To be honest, you can't be blamed for this. The situation you encountered today is due to some other reasons. Fortunately, you're fine now. Senior, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead." That second primordial spirit, who is she?" The old man sighed. And he began to explain, "This is a long story. You must know that this place is the mortal realm, and above it is the immortal realm. Immortals cannot descend to the mortal world at will. That is stipulated by the heavenly laws. If they want to descend, they cannot bring both their soul and body down. Therefore, they need a real human body, so they take the opportunity when a body is born in the mortal realm to deposit their spiritual entity into it. So that second primordial spirit is an immortal." Qin Lie asked again, "But why do they want to kill me?" The old man hesitated before answering. "They want to obtain something inside your body." Qin Lie was stunned. "What?" He guessed, could it be that mysterious star compass? Qin Lie exclaimed in surprise. "You mean the mysterious star compass?" The man replied, "That's not a star compass at all. That thing is called the Jingshi Jinyan Lu." Qin Lie's lips trembled slightly. How could you know I have it unless?" The immortal nodded slightly. "Yes, it's just as you think," he said calmly. "I was the one who gave you the Jingshi Jinyan Lu." Qin Lie was once again surprised. "What? You are the mysterious person my second brother met at the beginning, are you?" He suddenly recalled his conversation with Qin Feng. It seems that Senior was right. You truly are a heaven-sent prodigy. At that time, Qin Lie was still confused. "That's Senior. Second brother, what do you mean?" The man showed surprise. "Oh, it seems that brat Qin Feng has already told you." "Ha, little one, this old man knows you have a belly full of questions right now. He patiently explained, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the time is not yet right. You just need to remember to continue persevering with the Tao in your heart. That is enough." However, Qin Lie still wanted to say something, son. Ire. As if understanding his thoughts, the immortal replied, "Rest assured, your Tao companion will be fine. You two will meet again sooner or later. My giving you the Jingshi Jinyan Lu was not a coincidence. On the contrary, this is fate." He gently placed a hand on Qin Lie's shoulder and encouraged him softly, "Train well. One day, you will know the weight of the burden on your shoulders." The man vanished in a flash, leaving only his echoing words of advice. "My words end here. Little one, we will meet again." Qin Lie looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself, "Jingshi Jinyan Lu." Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. It seems what Yue said back then was not wrong. It seems he knew some information. Qin Lie suddenly felt a little regretful. A pity he was already killed by me. It seems I was a bit too anxious at the beginning. It's just a shame that old man wouldn't reveal anything more. Oh well, I'll go into the immortal abode first to check on Uncle Yan's condition. First, a moment later, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky from the forest. At the Saint Infant immortal abode. As soon as Qin Lie returned, he went to check on his companion. "Uncle Yan, how are you?" Uncle Yan replied, "Rest assured, master. This old servant's clothes were destroyed, but my primordial spirit is still intact." Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's good." But Uncle Yan reminded him, "Master, now is not the time to relax. The old man you just met is already close to the late Yang God realm. The cultivation world is divided into the mortal realm and the spirit realm." He slowly explained in detail. Ancient legends say that experts who leave the mortal realm for the spirit realm cannot return to the mortal realm and disturb the order here. If anyone violates this, they will face severe punishment from the guardian immortal elder. Qin Lie then asked, "So the guardian immortal elder is the only one who can travel between the mortal and spirit realms?" Uncle Yan nodded slowly. "That's right. The mysterious old man from before. His identity is very likely that of a realm guardian immortal." A moment later, he materialized a piece of paper and said to Qin Lie, "Master, this old servant has a spirit communication map left behind by the old master back then. So that's it. It seems to get the girl back, I still have to make a trip to the spirit realm." Uncle Yin replied hesitantly, "That's right. It records the way to the spirit realm, but with your current cultivation, I'm afraid." Qin Lie knew it was a difficult task and was not in a hurry. That's true. One's cultivation must reach the Yang God stage to ascend to the spirit realm, not something a cultivator who's only at the early nether profound stage like me can enter. It seems I still have to go cultivate first. Suddenly, a portal opened behind his back. A small bird flew in front of Qin Lie. "Master, there's a messenger letter for you outside the immortal abode. This old servant will bring it in." He reached his hand towards the small bird. "A messenger letter? For me?" Qin Lie's expression suddenly changed. Uncle Yin noticed something was wrong and asked, "Master, is something the matter?" He didn't explain and directly gave an order, "Quick, return to Shan Province." In Shan Province, on the outskirts of Bianjing, an urging voice rang out, "Qin Feng, stop dawdling." Qin Feng asked coldly, "Qin Miao, although I'm not of the main bloodline of the Qin clan, it's not up to an outsider like you to order me around, is it?" He looked at the old man with a sharp gaze. "Now that the Qin family's ancestral home has been burned down and the culprit is still at large, you're in such a hurry to drive me away. Could it be you have some ulterior motive?" However, the old man was not afraid at all and asked back, "These past few days, you've performed the rites and paid your respects. What else is there that you can't let go of?" Qin Feng replied wearily, "My clan's affairs are no trouble of yours. Yin province belongs to the Tian sect. I'm afraid you've already interfered too deeply." Qin Miao laughed mockingly. "What are you talking about? The demon clan is invading now, and the cultivators in every city are in danger. This one is just being kind and wants to lend you a hand." After speaking, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Dongji," a voice echoed from the forest. "Everyone, after waiting for so many days, aren't you getting tired of it?" Qin Miao questioned, "Wu Hongyun, it's been several days now, and Qin Lie still hasn't shown up. Did you not anticipate this?" Wu Hongyun pursed her lips slightly. Then she puffed out her chest smugly. "How could that be? Everyone here has had conflicts with Qin Lie. Don't you all know the news that my big brother and Yue are dead?" She quickly presented her plan. Instead of being defeated by Qin Lie in one move, why don't we take the initiative to attack? Even if Qin Lie has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape this inescapable trap. The Azura King then spoke up. But even so, why must we set up an ambush in Shan province? Aren't other places just the same? He suddenly recounted Qin Lie's background. There's something you all don't know. Qin Lie was originally a cultivator from Shan province. He went out to make a name for himself many years ago, and now the ancestral home is guarded by only 2 people. After hearing this, Qin Miao stroked his chin with interest. A good plan. A falling leaf returns to its roots. If we use a spark to burn that place to the ground, their target is the 2 Qin Lie brothers. In addition, our Wu family has also investigated and found that Qin Lie has a biological brother named Qin Feng. If we spread the news that the Qin family's ancestral home has been burned, after hearing this, Qin Miao laughed and praised. Ha! No wonder the Wu family is now fully supporting a little girl like you to become the clan head. Your mind is truly not simple. Wu Hongyan smiled. Thank you for the praise, senior. She clapped her hands in anticipation. Now, everyone just needs to wait for Qin Lie to take the bait, and that's it. Looking at Qin Feng's figure, Qin Miao snorted coldly. I didn't expect Qin Feng to arrive before Qin Lie even showed up. Never mind. As long as we capture Qin Feng as a hostage, why worry that Qin Lie won't appear? Just then, a surge of energy suddenly appeared behind the old man. Luckily, the old man dodged in time. Looking at the dark figure standing on the wall, Qin Miao frowned and asked, "Who's there?" Qin Lie looked at the old man with a sharp, cold gaze. Qin Miao, why aren't you waiting obediently at the Gui Tian sect? What are you doing in my Tian prefecture? Qin Lie. Qin Miao's voice suddenly rose. You've come at a great time. I was just worrying about not being able to find you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Qin Lie immediately jumped down. Then let's just see what we're both made of. Qin Miao quickly struck. Do you think I would be afraid of you? After that, a huge explosion resounded in midair. Qin Miao was knocked to the ground, able only to lie there groaning in pain. Ugh. Qin Lie, on the other hand, landed coolly. Qin Miao, I wasn't afraid of you back at the Gui Tian sect, and now that our cultivation levels are similar, there's even less to say. The old man struggled to his feet, snorting coldly in his heart. To think the news that this brat has entered the nether profound realm is true. This is going to be difficult. Qin Lie said nothing, only gently raising his hand. A mysterious star chart immediately appeared under Qin Miao's feet. What is this? Qin Lie said coldly. Don't struggle. This is the immortal trapping formation from the Saint Infant Immortal Abode. With your cultivation level, you can't escape. Qin Miao was so angry his teeth chattered. Qin Miao pursed his lips and snorted. After a moment of thought, the old man suddenly decided to threaten him. Qin Lie, I'm a headmaster of the Gui Tian sect. Have you thought this through before making your move? Qin Lie just sneered coldly. Right now, I really don't want to get involved with the Gui Tian sect, but that doesn't stop me from gathering intelligence. Qin Miao's whole body trembled. Could it be? He didn't waste words, raising his hand to gather spiritual energy. Using the soul-searching technique on a living person, you're the first. Let's see if it works. Qin Miao cried out in agony. Ugh, In just a moment, the matter concerning Qin Miao was dealt with cleanly. Qin Feng finally spoke up. 13th, how is it? Qin Lie immediately replied. The situation is not good. His eyes grew deep. It was all instructed by Wu Hongyan. Moreover, Wu He and the Azura King have already attacked the Mu family. Qin Feng stood with his arms crossed, looking at Qin Lie with suspicion. The Mu family. Could be they found out about your past relationship with Miss Mu. This is also to force you to show yourself. He didn't deny it, replying, that's entirely possible. With the Mu family's old master's cultivation level, it's impossible for him to withstand the attacks of 2 nether profound realm experts. And that cowardly old man, Zhao Mu, still hasn't shown his face. I'm afraid he's been scared off. Therefore, I must go and provide support immediately. Qin Feng frowned worriedly. 13th, Wu Honyun still hasn't appeared. She's clearly forcing you to fight her. Qin Lie sighed softly. There's no other way. Old Master Mu did me a favor back then. Now, even knowing it's a trap, I have no choice but to walk into it. With that, he turned and disappeared. He only had time to leave his sentence behind. Second brother, find a good place to hide. Don't get discovered. After I've handled things over there, I'll deal with that. Qin Miao. The Mu family manor was currently engulfed in a sea of fire. Wu He observed for a moment, then said, this place is almost completely destroyed. The Azura King said in annoyance. I just didn't expect Qin Lie to still not have appeared. Mu Qingyang stood amidst the sea of fire, panting heavily. He looked up at the Azura King's group with furious eyes. My Mu family has no grudge or enmity with you. Are your actions today those of people from the righteous path? He immediately landed in front of Mu Qingyang. Those who do great things don't sweat the small stuff. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for knowing Qin Lie. Besides, the Azura King's eyes revealed a brutal look. This king has never been one for the righteous path. Mu Qingyang realized with a tremble, this aura. It's the demon clan. The Azura King was growing impatient. Old man, if Qin Lie doesn't appear, there's no use in keeping you alive. He struck without hesitation, die. But before he could succeed, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Azura King, you really have regressed the longer you've lived. From the sky, a massive greatsword appeared. It shot down, blocking the way in front of Mu Qingyang. He looked up happily, this voice. It's Qin Lie. Qin Lie looked at the Azura King and provoked him in a cold voice. A dignified nether profound realm expert, shamelessly attacking a Danyang realm cultivator. Azura King, it's been a while. It seems you're not as composed as you used to be. From behind, Wu He rushed forward to launch a sneak attack. Qin Lie, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. It's the same principle. Obediently accept your death. Qin Lie angrily retaliated. Wu Honglin deserved to die, and his death doesn't absolve his sins. What right do you have to avenge him? The two streams of power collided, creating a sky-shattering explosion. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing Wu He's astonished expression. Qin Lie looked at the old man with disgust. What's wrong? Other people can die, but people from your Wu family can't? The Azura King also rushed forward to attack from behind. Qin Lie, enough of your arrogant talk. Take this move from me. Qin Lie just snorted in response. He summoned the demonic power of the soul-devouring, heart-eating claw. A single shattering sound sent Qin Lie flying. That one move made him hit the ground of the Mu family estate. The Azura King crossed his arms smugly. You stinking brat, you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. Even if you've ascended to the nether profound realm, fighting 1 against 2 is harder than ascending to the heavens. Qin Lie pushed himself up and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gauga, gauga, hak hak. He smirked and replied, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Suddenly, a series of light rays appeared from behind. They shot down and struck the two who were standing above, laughing smugly. We could do nothing but cry out in pain. Ugh! The Azura King also recognized it, but could do nothing. This is the jade, snow-cold light pillar. He angrily looked up at the light in the sky and cursed. Who the hell is meddling in other people's business? Mojiran replied coldly, meddling. Azura King, Wu He, you're considered experts of this era, yet you gang up on the weak. Is that the behavior of an expert? Watching the girl slowly appear, the Azura King felt a bit curious. Little girl, who are you? Mu Xiren placed her hands on her hips and introduced herself confidently. From the wind, snow, divine palace, Mu Xiren. You destroyed the Mu family manor and injured my ancestor. If saving my own clansmen is called meddling, then you lot are truly shameless. The Azura King grew even angrier after hearing this. The wind, snow, divine palace? Ridiculous. Even if Yi Feishuang herself came, she couldn't stop me from doing what I want. Mu Qingyang shouted in alarm. Be careful. Qin Lie immediately gathered his strength and leaped up. Old master, don't worry. Mu Qingyang didn't know what he was planning to do. Qin Lie replied softly, just leave this place to us. He quickly executed a move to block. Azura King, don't be too arrogant. 14th layer of the Great Silk Communication / of the Decapitation Art. Qin Lie's power quickly blocked the attack, heading straight for Mu Xiren. He hurriedly reminded Xiren, stick to the plan. Attack together. Mu Xiren drew her sword without hesitation. All right, the two sources of power immediately combined. The Azura King looked at them, trembling. This is a cultivation technique that specifically counters our demon clan. In an instant, a stream of pale, golden power enveloped him, leaving him no time to react. That circle of power created a beautiful scene. After taking a severe beating, the Azura King could only pant heavily. He had now been completely blackened. Qin Lie, you dare destroy my physical body. I will tear you into 8 pieces today. Qin Lie smiled coldly. Just a spiritual body, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. 7 mortals thunder, go. The Azura King's soul was struck once again. Ugh! unwilling to accept this. He turned his head to ask Wu He for help. Brother Wu, what are you standing there for? Fight back. But the other party just stood there, smiling. The Azura King looked at him, trembling. Wu He calmly looked at the Azura King and said, Azura King, I'm sorry about today. He didn't hesitate to strike and eliminate his own teammate. You'll have to die here. The Azura King finally realized Wu He's true face. He could do nothing but endure it, letting the power slowly burn his soul. Finally, after some time, the Azura King's soul completely dissipated. Mu Xiren looked worriedly at the male lead. Qin Lie, are you alright? He shook his head slightly. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Next, Qin Lie pointed his sword straight at Wu He. Wu He, what was the meaning of betraying the Azura King? Or did you think I would spare you for doing that? The old man replied calmly, without a trace of fear. Qin Lie, if you've appeared here, it means you've already dealt with Qin Miao, right? The intelligent Qin Lie immediately realized. So, you saw Xiren appear, knew you couldn't kill me, and so you betrayed the Azura King to save yourself, right? But Wu He burst out laughing with amusement. Save myself? How could that be? Although I'm not convinced, I have to admit it. The old man laughed coldly. Everything was indeed within Hong Yun's calculations. I didn't expect that even the variables would be predicted correctly. Qin Lie asked impatiently, what? Wu Hongyan, where is she? Wu just laughed and replied, this matter in Shan Prefecture was merely a part of our plan. Qin Lie, we'll meet again in Yu Prefecture. With that, the old man disappeared. From behind, Mu Xiren asked softly, aren't you going to chase him? Qin Lie turned his head and sighed wearily. No need. The Azura King is dead. Right now, there's a pile of things to deal with in Shan Prefecture. I'm afraid it would be dangerous to insist on chasing him. Besides, being greedy never leads to a good outcome. Wu He's life. I'll just leave it for later. Mu Xiren sheathed her sword and said, then what about Qin Miao? Have you thought about how to deal with him? Qin Lie replied calmly, let him go. Even if he still wants to avenge Xia Chuanqiu, after this lesson, he probably won't act recklessly. Mu Xiren turned to look at him with a lingering gaze. All right, I'll go help my ancestor put out the fire. And after that, Qin Lie smiled faintly. No one died today. It was also fortunate that we had that person's help. I'll go see her in a bit. 1 hour later, on the outskirts of Bianjing, Qin Lie leisurely landed in front of a person. I'm late. Have you been waiting long? Jiyu. She shook her head gently. It's fine. In any case, it wasn't convenient for me to show my face. Qin Lie placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, but I still have to thank you. If it weren't for your information, my second brother and the Mu family would have had a hard time avoiding this calamity. Jiyu is my She looked at Qin Lie with a curious gaze. This is strange. Since when did you become so polite? This isn't like your usual style. The smile on his face was a bit stiff. A life-saving grace. How could I not give my thanks, but I still have something I don't understand? Could I ask Miss Ji to enlighten me a little? Qin Lie didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The Azura King was clearly your master, so why would you betray him? If you hadn't given me that dual-person cooperative spell, I wouldn't have been able to turn the tide of the battle so quickly. Ji shrugged, feigning indifference. This has nothing to do with you, does it? In any case, you've already gotten your revenge. Why do you need to get to the bottom of it? Qin Lie answered frankly, haha, isn't it because I'm uneasy? You're from the outer region Demon Island, and we are on opposing sides. Ji then explained, that expression of yours doesn't look uneasy at all, does it? Also, don't flatter yourself. I was just repaying a favor to you. She gently rubbed her chin as if recalling something. You didn't leave me alone at the bottom of the cliff. Qin Lie laughed awkwardly in response. Haha, really? You seem to have said the same thing last time. He humorously commented, I feel that you're truly cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Really not suited to be a demon. Ji snorted lightly. Puffed. Is it any of your business? After a moment of teasing, Ji returned to a serious demeanor. All right, since you're so insistent, don't regret it after you hear the truth. The story began half a year ago. The Azura King intentionally concealed the failure to seize the Saint Infant Immortal abode. In order to deceive the eyes and ears of the outer region's demon lord, he deliberately took all matters in the central lands upon himself. But unexpectedly, you reappeared this time, successively defeating the Wu family in Yugue, in Yu Prefecture and Spirit Creek Gorge. This news spread far and wide, eventually alarming the Demon Lord. He knew the Azura King had treacherous plans, so he ordered me to kill the Azura King after he had killed you and obtained the Immortal Abode. Then I was to bring the Saint Infant Immortal Abode back to the Demon Island. Therefore, the one who wanted to kill the Azura King wasn't me. Do you understand now? Qin Lie's gaze darkened slightly. No wonder he was in such a hurry this time. The image of his opponent flashed in his mind. Not only did he give up cooperating with the Wu family, he even agreed to follow Wu Hong Yun's plan. But thankfully, you used a flying message to warn me then, which allowed me to not only eliminate the enemy, but also protect my second brother. Ji Yu blushed shyly and said, I just reminded you, the rest of the countermeasures were all your own ideas. She recalled Qin Lie's previous actions. Whether it was teaming up with your second brother to deceive Qing Miao, or going to Yingzhou to inform that young lady of the Mu family, it was all your plan. Qin Lie smiled helplessly. Right. It all had nothing to do with you. Ji Yu felt a little angry. You can still laugh? Do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? He closed his eyes and replied calmly. So are you also going to tell me that besides the Azura King, I'm also being targeted by the South Sea Demon Lord? That attitude made Ji Yu even more anxious. If you've already guessed it, then why are you asking me? Qin Lie didn't answer and changed the subject. What about you? If you've chosen to betray the Demon Island, what about after this? Where do you want to go? Ji Yu turned her face away. I want you to tell me the location of the entrance to the spirit realm. In my current situation, I can no longer stay in the outer region or the central lands. Understand? Qin Lie frowned slightly in thought. So she wants to go to the spirit realm. Then he let out a satisfied sigh. Qin Lie suddenly wanted to tease Ji Yu. I see your cultivation hasn't progressed at all these past few months. The spirit realm is extremely dangerous. Aren't you just going there to die? Ji Yu was so angry she was speechless. So Qin Lie suggested, how about this? As it happens, I also want to go to the spirit realm in the future. Before then, why don't you accompany me for a while? What do you think? Qin Lie confidently assured Ji Yu, I might not be able to help you with other things, but I can still protect you completely. Wait until your cultivation reaches the nether profound realm. Then we'll go to the spirit realm together, all right? His words made Ji Yu ponder in silence. Having no other choice, she sighed and agreed. Fine, I have nowhere else to go anyway. I'll be troubling you then. Qin Lie turned and beckoned with his hand. Why be so polite with me? Let's go back to binging. But Ji Yu replied, no, not for now. Qin Lie asked blankly, why? Ji Yu thought of her tail and horns and felt a little worried. My appearance will attract a lot of attention in the Central Lands. If I just appear on the main road in broad daylight, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial for our future actions, right? She slowly moved forward. So you guys go on ahead. I'll secretly follow from behind. Besides, you all have things you need to do, don't you? Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, followed by Mu Xiren. Hey Xiren, why are you here? Is everything all right at the Mu family manor? Mu Xiren calmly replied, the fire has been extinguished. The remaining matters are no longer a concern. Isn't this girl? Qin Lie immediately introduced them. That's right, her name is Ji Yu. This time, it was thanks to her that we were able to. Ji Yu looked at him irritably. All right. How many more times are you going to say it? Suddenly, she turned and left, leaving Qin Lie a bit surprised. Ypsilonue, she replied softly. It seems this Miss Mu still has something to say to you. I'll be going first. See you later. Mujiran sighed softly. Humph. Her words carried a hint of jealousy. I didn't expect you to have so many romantic interests. One close acquaintance just left, and another admirer arrives. Qin Lie hurriedly explained, don't talk nonsense. We're just friends. Mu Xiren angrily turned her head away. I see a soulmate, more like. Her attitude left him a bit speechless. She and I are just friends. Hearing this, Mu Xiren questioned, are you always this warm toward your friends? Then do I count as a friend? Qin Lie nodded firmly. Is there even a need to ask? Of course you are. We are close companions who have been through life and death together. Those words made Xiren's face flush slightly. Then she shyly covered her face, much to Qin Lie's confusion. Forget it. It's better to just be friends. After a moment, Mu Xiren regained her composure. No more joking. Next, let's get to business. This time, I want to talk about the intelligence on the Wu family. Qin Lie quickly asked, what did you guys find out? Mujiran replied nonchalantly. Wu Honyun, she left Shan province many days ago. Qin Lie suddenly grew anxious. What, she's gone? Wasn't the trap in Shan province designed to kill me? So where is she now? Mu Xiren answered vaguely. She's at the ruins of the Tower Monastery in Yu Prefecture. By the time we received the news, Sword Gathering Villa had already been destroyed, and the other forces opposing the Wu family have also been suppressed by her to the point where they don't dare to make a peep. At this point, Mu Xiren sighed softly. In that case, all of Yu Prefecture is now almost under the Wu family's control. Qin Lie frowned, thinking worriedly. What a Wu Honyun. She not only wants to kill me, but also all those who oppose the Wu family. Always staying hidden, it turns out she wanted to control the situation on both sides. Mu Xiren then offered her analysis. She used killing you as bait to go to Shan province, making the anti-Wu family factions think they had weakened. But in reality, she was waiting for them to take the bait, to catch them all in one fell swoop. Qin Lie understood and replied, and on the other side, the plan to kill me was also made real. For this, she roped in Qing Miao and the Azura King, which further increased the credibility of her being in Shan province. Even if it failed, the Wu family wouldn't suffer any losses. It both tied me down and eliminated Sword Gathering Villa, truly killing two birds with one stone. At this point, Qin Lie couldn't help but admire Wu Honyun in his heart. Alas, although this woman is an enemy, I can't help but admire her methods. She might even be the strongest enemy I've ever faced. Mu Xiren continued. Also, Big Brother Qin Feng asked me to pass a message to you. Qin Lie frowned slightly. Second brother. She nodded slightly. It seems something happened at the Qin Ancestral Hall. The Eastern Continent Qin clan has already sent people to take him away. Also, her gaze darkened slightly. There's someone named Qin Xiaoyang who wants to see you. The location is also in the Eastern Continent. Qin Lie replied wearily. They clearly have no good intentions. I can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip to the Eastern Continent. At the Immortal Qin Imperial clan in the Eastern Continent. Qin Feng gently closed the door and asked, Zijian, are you alright? Zijian replied politely, Father. He then asked, the clan members urgently sent someone to bring me back from Shan province. What happened? Zijian was startled and avoided his father's gaze. It's just that a few days ago during cultivation, I had a conflict with someone. In a fit of anger, I injured him. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and asked, why were you so rash? Zijian then justified himself. They looked down on us, father and son, for being just a branch bloodline of the Qin clan. They even insulted 13th uncle. I was too angry at the moment, so I struck out. Qin Feng asked worriedly, what happened after? How was this resolved? Zijian shook his head slightly. I haven't resolved it. They've already said it. Unless I can get into the top 3 in the clan leader selection tournament in 10 days, they won't let it go. Qin Feng frowned slightly in thought. The clan leader selection tournament, top 3, what a strange requirement. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Wait, Zijian, you just said that those people mentioned your 13th uncle. Zijian nodded innocently. Yes, what's wrong, father? At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes showed clear worry. This isn't right. When we first arrived in the Eastern Continent Qin clan's territory, we never mentioned having any other blood relatives. A thought flashed through Zijian's mind. Could you mean father? His father replied, someone has figured out the relationship between us and your 13th uncle. That fight was just bait. Qin Feng quickly deduced the ill intentions of those people, the Eastern Continent Qin family. Their real target is your 13th uncle. 5 days later, in the Eastern Continent. Qin Lie looked quite hurried at this time. This is the beginning of the Immortal Qin Imperial clan's territory, the meeting place Qin Xiaoyang mentioned. He suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. Ahead was a magical barrier blocking the way. This is... From behind, a group of people appeared. Qin Lie obediently surrendered. Qin Lie sneered and raised his hand to summon his weapon. So that's how it is, bringing a bunch of small fry to play ambush. He growled softly, Qin Xiaoyang. Then Qin Lie angrily swung his weapon, sending the surrounding people flying. You really are a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit. One person was sent flying far away. It turned out to be Qin Xiaoyang. Ugh. Qin Lie quickly landed in front of him. Wu Honglin, Yu Gui, and even the fate of the Yama King. You're not unaware of them, are you? Since you've come looking for it yourself today. Qin Lie flicked his wrist, preparing to strike. Then I'll help you go meet up with them. At once, suddenly, a strange voice stopped him. Qin Lie, show mercy. Then, a solemn figure appeared. Qin Lie looked at the person before him with suspicion. Who are you? The person calmly introduced himself. I am the patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Shufu. Qin Lie, since you have come to the eastern continent, why don't we put down our weapons and have a proper talk? Qin Xiaoyang, behind him, opened his mouth to say something. Patriarch, this guy. Before he could finish, Qin Shufu shouted, silence. The old man bluntly reprimanded him. I told you to welcome him, not to launch a sneak attack. According to the laws of the Qin clan, those who slaughter their own clansmen shall be punished with half a year of penance in the Four Perceptions cave to repent for their sins. Sins? Qin Xiaoyang stammered, trying to explain, but this matter. But Qin Shufu paid him no mind. Are you not leaving yet? Qin Xiaoyang could only obey the order and leave. Yes, yes. After a moment of observation, Qin Lie said angrily, one plays the villain, one plays the hero, Qin Shufu. This act of yours is quite impressive. Qin Shufu gently shook his head. Quite the contrary, Qin Lie. Do you know what lies 20 miles east of here? Here? Qin Lie frowned suspiciously and asked, what place? Qin Shufu began to narrate, the eastern continent's Filiu city, also known as City. 2,000 years ago, the Qin clan faced a great calamity. Our ancestors fled all the way and were finally saved by a sworn brother who sacrificed his life. Only then were we able to settle here and rebuild the prosperous Qin clan. Qin Lie asked coldly, what does this have to do with me? Qin Shufu asked in return, do you know the name of your ancestor? Qin Lie frowned in doubt. Could it be my ancestor, Qin Yi? Qin Shufu nodded in response. That's right. After our ancestors settled here, they changed Filiu City to East City to commemorate their sworn brother, who is also your ancestor, Yi. He said solemnly. At the same time, he left behind a teaching that we, the later generations, must do everything in our power to find the descendants of ancestry Yi. Therefore, Qin Shufu looked at the imposing young man before him. If you're a descendant of ancestor Yi, then you're also a 35th generation disciple of our Qin family. Since you have returned to the eastern continent, it is only natural that you should return to the clan and acknowledge your ancestors, is it not? Not. Qin Lie looked at him with suspicion. Why should I believe you? Qin Shufu did not explain, but simply turned to leave. Everything will become clear later. Qin Feng and the others are waiting for you in East City. A sense of worry suddenly rose in Qin Lie's heart. Second brother, could it be that they've detained them? Half a day later in East City. Qin Feng was waiting below for Qin Lie. 13th brother, you're here. As soon as he landed, he asked about the situation. Second brother, are you and Zijian all right? Qin Feng sighed wearily. What could happen to me? On the contrary, that kid Zijian has caused big trouble. Trouble? Qin Lie immediately asked, huh? What happened? Qin Feng replied listlessly, a few days ago, he injured an intersect disciple of the Qin clan, and now they refuse to let it go. Qin Lie quickly asked further, then what? How is this resolved? Qin Feng answered, the people of the Qin clan want Zijian to participate in the clan's grand assembly. He must place in the top 3, otherwise. Qin Lie's eyes darkened slightly. So that's how it is. That old fox Qin Shufu really has other motives. Qin Feng frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Qin Lie answered honestly. Today, when I first arrived in the eastern continent, he sent Qin Xiaoyang to probe my cultivation realm. Then, on the surface, he told me to return to the clan, but behind my back, he used you and Zijian to force me into the city. Qin Feng exclaimed in shock. What? Qin Lie continued his analysis. Not only that, the Patriarch Selection Assembly, is that a place for a junior like Zijian to participate? Isn't this clearly a move to get the two of us to compete? If we get injured in the match, no one could be blamed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, but it's not like there's no way out. Out. Qin Feng frowned, not understanding. 13th, what do you have in mind? Qin Lie explained, during the great battle in Shan province, I seem to have gained some enlightenment, and my cultivation seems to have shown some unusual signs. He boldly made a guess. Perhaps I'm about to break through to the mid-stage of the Nether Profound Realm. Qin Lie suddenly recalled the realm map. Among the 5 continents of the Central Lands, the Nether Profound Realm is considered the highest. Realms like Yang God and Grotto Heaven above it are too powerful for us. He suddenly remembered the strange immortal he had met before. Therefore, one must enter the spirit realm to continue cultivating, or else face punishment from the guardian immortal elder. Qin Feng gently stroked his chin in thought. In that case, is your cultivation about to reach the pinnacle of the Central Lands? He suddenly had a question. But how do you know these things? Qin Lie explained, this is related to my background. Second brother, do you still remember the old man who gave you the jade pendant back then? Qin Feng replied without hesitation, of course. He told me to give that jade pendant to you. Didn't that jade pendant later turn into a mysterious astrolabe? Qin Lie immediately denied it. No, it's not an astrolabe. It's called the Tome of World Purification True Words. This surprised Qin Feng. I never expected such a thing. Qin Lie continued. It not only records some information about the spirit realm. His voice held a hint of worry. Moreover, the rules of the realms are also taken from it. Qin Feng lowered his voice slightly. No wonder. He slowly understood. No wonder we've never seen a young god realm cultivator appear in the Central Lands. Yet we all know how to cultivate to realms above the young god realm. It turns out they all entered the spirit realm afterwards. Qin Lie slowly analyzed. That's right. The Central Lands, after all, have more people, and the power after reaching the Yang God realm is too strong. Entering the spirit realm is probably also a form of protection. After hearing this, Qin Feng continued. So to get back to the point, in the Central Lands, the Nether Profound realm is the peak. Qin Lie nodded slightly. Yes. Therefore, the most powerful person in the Qin clan is at most only at the late stage Nether Profound realm. Qin Feng suddenly remembered the various weapons Qin Lie had. Borrowing the power of the treasures from the Saint Infant Immortal Abode, it wouldn't be too much to expect some gains at the Grand Assembly. But Qin Lie shook his head no. He calmly turned and spoke. If the Qin clan wants to make things difficult for us two brothers, then we'll just see it through to the end. Qin Feng vaguely guessed Qin Lie's thoughts. Could it be that you want to? He replied to his brother with a determined tone. Isn't it the Patriarch Selection Assembly? This first place, Qin Lie, will definitely take it. Back in the room, Qin Lie was still focused on his cultivation. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The six senses are clear. Heaven and earth are assisting. It's time. Primal Voidstar art break. A powerful energy immediately enveloped him. Immediately after, a bolt of light struck down from the sky. Qin Feng, who was outside, rushed in. 13th, are you all right? The spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Qin Lie asked, Second brother, what day is it today? Qin Feng replied, it happens to be the day of the competition. He hurriedly asked about the situation. I thought that after cultivating for so many days, it must be time for you to come out of seclusion. How is it? Did you successfully break through? Qin Lie replied confidently, yes, I've now ascended to the mid-stage Nether Profound realm. Even if Qin Shufu himself were to fight, I could still fight back against him. Then, the two brothers left together. Let's go. It's time to see what's so great about the Qin clan's competition. One watch hour later, on the outskirts of Yi City, Qin Shufu stood on the city wall and announced loudly, everyone, today is the once-in-a-decade Patriarch Selection Assembly of our Eastern Continent's Immortal Qin Imperial Clan. He began to announce the competition rules. According to the rules, the contestants will be divided into two groups, A and B, to compete. The final winner will be chosen from the battle between the top two from each group. That is to say, this person will have the qualification to inherit the position of Patriarch. They will take over immediately after the previous Patriarch abdicates. The contestants below listened in silence. The competition brackets will be determined by drawing lots. I hope you all will do your best and leave no regrets. With that, Qin Shufu began the process of dividing the teams. Then let's begin the group assignments. A stream of light flew out from his hand. Then they flew into the sky and exploded in many directions like fireworks. Qin Lie suddenly felt puzzled. What did Qin Shufu mean? Even if you win, you can't become the Patriarch right away? Qin Feng replied vaguely. It seems so. They watched the streaks of light intently. I remember his term still has 2 years left. Does that mean even if I win today, the earliest I can become Patriarch is in 2 years? Qin Lie frowned and replied, 2 years. It seems there's something else to it. Qin Feng suddenly had the thought of backing down. 13th, maybe we should just forget it. We'll think of another way for Jin's matter. Qin Lie reached out to receive a jade slip and replied calmly, it's fine. We came today precisely to slap the Qin clan in the face. In addition, he loudly declared. As for the position of patriarch, whoever wants it can have it. I'm not interested. Qin Feng looked at Qin Lie worriedly, 13th, as if understanding his brother's worry. He explained, second brother, don't worry. At worst, we'll leave the eastern continent after today. With my mid-stage nether profound realm strength, it won't be difficult to find a peaceful place to settle in the central lands. Qin Lie looked at the characters appearing on the jade pendant and thought, number 8, Group A. Then the arena should be on the left. He immediately turned and instructed, second brother, according to the rules, I will bear the full responsibility for today's matches. You and Zijian don't need to participate to avoid getting injured. Qin Feng replied guiltily, why must you go through such trouble? Qin Lie smiled cheerfully, relax. We're family, no need to overthink it. He remembered the gentle and caring image of Qin Feng from the past. If you hadn't taken care of me when I was little, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here today. Today, it's time to repay your kindness. The heavy stone in Qin Feng's heart seemed to be lifted. Sigh, this kid has been stubborn since he was little. He gently instructed, you must be careful in all aspects. Qin Lie went to find the arena alone. Number 8, Group A arena. It should be this way. Suddenly, he sensed something, Before Qin Lie's eyes was a group of people enthusiastically performing. Qin Wei leaped high into the air, looked down, and smiled provocatively. Ha ha ha. At this rate, I've already won 6 consecutive matches. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Just come on up. Someone quickly flew up from behind. Qin Wei, don't get cocky. Take this. He snorted coldly and rushed forward. Humph, you don't know your own strength. The other guy was struck by a palm and coughed up blood. Then they both hit the ground. Qin Wei used his hand to signal the number 7. After winning that match, he became even more arrogant. 7 consecutive wins. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then I, Qin Wei, will be the winner of today's Group A matches. The members below all felt intimidated. Qin Lie had been observing quietly from the start, so he had already formed his own opinion. This Qin Wei guy, his cultivation was probably at the great perfection of the infant soul realm. In addition, he keenly observed the expressions of the other members. It seems like no one around has any intention of challenging him anymore. Is this all the talent the Qin clan has? Qin Wei seemed to sense this as well, which made him even more smug. Is no one else going to challenge this young master? It seems this patriarch selection tournament is nothing special after all. In that case, the top spot in Group A will go to Qin Wei. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Qin Lie. Don't be so sure. Qin Wei stood with his arms crossed, watching as Qin Lie landed gently in front of him. A stranger, you are? He introduced himself coldly, a descendant of ancestor Yi of Shan Province, Qin Lie. Qin Wei suddenly felt a bit amused. Oh, so you're the one from the branch family that's been rumored about recently, huh? Here to fight for Zijian? Qin Lie began to question him. This assembly is for the 35th generation disciples to participate in, yet you people let a junior like Zijian compete on the stage. Is that proper? Qin Wei was angered by that attitude. Oh, do people from the branch family all talk as arrogantly as you? Qin Lie looked at him calmly. I'm just speaking the truth. Qin Wei's gaze darkened. Very good. It looks like you're planning to crawl off this stage. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to attack. Take this. Qin Wei used the Qin clan's ultimate technique, Scorching Void Palm, aiming straight for Qin Lie. He also quickly summoned his own weapon. It would be rude not to return the favor. Then, he forcefully swung his arm to counter water-parting wave-slaying art. A single move was more than Qin Wei could handle. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Qin Lie slowly walked over. Well, the power emanating from him made Qin Wei tremble in fear. You can't even defeat the person from the branch family you spoke of, and yet you have the nerve to get on this stage and want to become the patriarch. He couldn't seem to believe his eyes, so he stubbornly asked, how is this possible? You're at the nether profound realm? Qin Lie immediately answered, what's so strange about this? Unlike you people who only cultivate in warm rooms all year round, the outside world is far more cruel and unforgiving than you can imagine. He glanced at Qin Wei with a sharp gaze. Besides, by defeating you, I've become the winner of this group, haven't I? He suppressed his pain and let out a small groan. Ugh. Just then, a pillar of light appeared behind Qin Lie. He glanced back and thought to himself, that pillar of light is in the direction of the Group B arena. Could it be that they've also decided the winner over there? Already? 1 hour before the tournament. Qin Hongshan asked again, Xiaoyang, are you really going to do this? Qin Xiaoyang nodded firmly. There's no other way. Qin Lie has returned with great strength this time. He definitely won't miss this tournament. Qin Hongshan hesitated, wanting to stop him, but using the blood spirit pill, although it can temporarily cause your cultivation to soar, the price to pay is extremely high. That's why in this match, I must crush him under my foot. Xiaoyang, why must you suffer like this? My mind is made up. Qin Xiaoyang bit his lip tightly. So what? He trembled as he recalled his former self. Now, I bear the title of the Qin clan's most outstanding youth, but I've been defeated by him time and time again. If I can't prove myself this time, I will sooner or later be replaced by him. Without any hesitation, he put the spirit pill straight into his mouth. Qin Xiaoyang's body reacted immediately. Ugh. His whole body trembled violently, and intermittent groans sounded ceaselessly. Qin Hongshan looked at him with pity. This child is as good as ruined. But I hope Qin Lie doesn't participate in this tournament. Otherwise, Xiaoyang is done for. Returning to the match, Qin Shufu's voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Very good. Having passed this stage, the winners of both Group A and Group B have emerged. Already, Qin Shufu began to introduce them one by one. On the left is the winner from Group A. He is Qin Lie, a descendant from Shan province of ancestor Yi. Qin Lie fell into deep thought. The old man turned to look at Qin Xiaoyang and continued. As for the winner of Group B, you are all very familiar with him. He is the most outstanding junior of the Qin clan in recent years, Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang watched intently, deep in thought. Then, Qin Shufu summoned an incense burner. Next up is the match between the two of you. The winner will gain the right to inherit the position of the Qin clan's patriarch. The old man placed the incense burner on the floor and announced, the match will begin in half an hour. Losing consciousness or actively admitting defeat will directly determine the winner. After that, Qin Shufu quickly left. All right, this match is in your hands. Perform well. Qin Xiaoyang looked at Qin Lie and asked, do you have anything to say? He let out a cold snort. Then he replied sarcastically, what half-year of repentance? It was all fake. The Qin clan, you people really know how to go back on your word. Qin Lie suddenly grew angry and scolded. Qin Xiaoyang, don't think that just because you're in the Qin clan now, you have someone to back you up. On the arena, fists have no eyes. Have you thought this through? Qin Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with hatred. Enough nonsense. Today, I will definitely skin you and pull out your tendons to resolve my hatred. The incense sticks in the burner had almost burned out. Very well. It seems you weren't humiliated enough at the Saint Infant Immortal Palace that day. The match began. Qin Lie quickly made his move. Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Qin Xiaoyang replied contemptuously. I spit on that. He immediately leaped up and rushed towards Qin Lie. The outcome is not yet decided. Don't speak too soon. The madness in Qin Xiaoyang's eyes grew more and more apparent. The one who should admit defeat is you. Qin Lie raised his hand to summon his power and replied, interesting. Then let's see you try. The two streams of power rushed straight towards each other. They created an extremely powerful explosion. The explosion affected Qin Xiaoyang's entire body. Ugh. Somehow, Qin Lie had appear behind him. Qin Xiaoyang, again? Qin Xiaoyang immediately turned around. Don't underestimate others. Watching Qin Lie's charging speed, he still smiled sarcastically. Just a minor branch bloodline, and you still dream of the patriarch position? Qin Lie immediately noticed something unusual, this force and aura. Strange. Since when did he reach the nether profound realm? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang's face showed clear panic. He struggled to defend while thinking, why? Why have I increased my cultivation level, yet still feels so difficult? A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Xiaoyang's mind. Could it be he has also advanced to the nether profound realm? Even though he had used a spirit medicine, Qin Lie was able to send him flying far away. Qin Xiaoyang fell freely to the ground in pain. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Ugh. By now, Qin Lie had vaguely guessed what Qin Xiaoyang was hiding, so that's how it is. Qin Xiaoyang, this is just like you. A guilty feeling flickered in his heart. Qin Lie calmly analyzed. Your cultivation level may look like the nether profound realm, but your spirit energy is weak and your foundation is unstable. You must have used something to achieve this state, right? For example, some kind of treasure to enhance your potential, or perhaps a medicinal pill. He suddenly recalled an image. I've met someone who did the same thing as you before. Do you know what happened to him in the end? Qin Xiaoyang stubbornly replied, shut up. What do you know? He quickly gathered momentum and leaped up, just someone from a branch family. Then he rushed towards Qin Lie at an extremely fast speed, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. But in just an instant, a fist appeared before his eyes. Before he could dodge, Qin Xiaoyang took the full force of Qin Lie's punch. And so, he had another ungraceful landing. The immense power made him cry out miserably again, ugh. Qin Lie clenched his fist slightly. Qin Xiaoyang, have you misunderstood something? He looked at Qin Xiaoyang with a sharp gaze. You're not the only one I'm targeting. It's the entire Qin clan. He hissed angrily, you bastard. Qin Lie twirled 2 fingers lightly in the air. Then it's time to end this match. His stream of power immediately enveloped Qin Xiaoyang. That power gradually eroded his body. Qin Xiaoyang's vision slowly blurred. Qin Lie. Time gradually shifted to night. In a small room, a faint candle illuminated the entire space. Qin Xiaoyang, on the bed, suddenly showed signs of waking up. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Then he sat up and observed his surroundings. He quietly got out of bed. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Qin Hongshan. Qin Xiaoyang hesitantly asked, Uncle Hongshan, the result of the match? He gently shook his head and advised, face reality, Xiaoyang. You've lost. Qin Xiaoyang pursed his lips in regret. As expected, I feel like I don't have a single bit of spirit energy left. He slapped his forehead and said sorrowfully, so it turns out I'm really no different from an ordinary person. As if he had just thought of something, Qin Xiaoyang became eager. Uncle Hongshan, please ask the patriarch to help me. His words became more and more frantic. Ask the elders to transfer some cultivation to me. As long as my cultivation is high enough, I can defeat Qin Lie. Qin Hongshan sighed helplessly. Hi, things have come to this, and you still don't know where you went wrong? He gently reiterated the Qin family's rules, secretly using the blood spirit pill, violating the patriarch's punishment order to repent on your own. Either of these is a major crime. Qin Hongshan turned around and offered advice. Xiaoyang, you're already lucky to have kept your life. From now on, don't be so willful anymore. Qin Xiaoyang persisted in asking, then what about Qin Lie? Qin Hongshan did not hide anything and answered frankly, that's right. This kid's talent is very good. By now, he has probably been summoned by the patriarch to the ancestral pavilion. He said while looking outside, if one can enter that place, the chosen one for the patriarch's position is basically decided. Scene changed to the ancestral pavilion. As soon as Qin Shufu saw him, he spoke up to greet him. You're here? Qin Lie nodded slightly. Yes. I came this time to talk to you about the patriarch position. Qin Shufu lowered his head and sighed. Don't be so quick to refuse. Do you know my intentions for arranging all this? Qin Lie frowned and replied, as expected, this was all your scheme. He frankly admitted, that's right. Qin Xiaoyang violated the punishment order and has now brought upon himself a loss of all his cultivation. Qin Shufu tried to persuade Qin Lie. From now on, within the clan, can those who hold grudges against you and Qin Feng still act recklessly? But Qin Lie just gave a faint, cold smile. So I should thank you for that. He immediately replied, no, I just want to resolve the grievances. Familiar figures appeared in Qin Shufu's mind. Back at the sacred infant immortal abode, although the Qin clan participated, Xiaoyang has now become an ordinary person. Hongshan cannot take half a step out of his city. They have all been punished for it, and you have already returned to the clan and are even famous in the cultivation world. So, this old man thinks we should just let this matter go. Qin Shufu was still intent on persuading Qin Lie to take a step back in the future when you lead the Qin clan. If you want to punish them further, who would dare to say anything? Qin Lie replied bluntly, after all is said and done, you still want me to inherit the position of patriarch. I'm very curious why you all wanted to take this position. Is it that the Qin clan has no other descendants with outstanding abilities besides Qin Xiaoyang anymore? Qin Lie narrowed his eyes dangerously. Or is it because I have the sacred infant immortal abode? Qin Shufu laughed as if he had just heard a funny story. The sacred infant immortal abode? Haha. The initial fight for the sacred infant immortal abode was merely to let Xiaoyang get some training. He calmly walked up to Qin Lie. A gentleman does not take what is good from others. If you obtain the sacred infant immortal abode through your own strength, why would I covet it? Suddenly, Qin Shufu lowered his voice. Besides, within the Qin clan, there is a magic treasure even more powerful than the sacred infant immortal abode. Don't you want to know about it? Qin Lie felt a little surprised. Stronger than the sacred infant immortal abode? Qin Shufu nodded. That's right. He turned and asked, do you know where the primordial magnetism starry sky art you cultivate comes from? Qin Lie frowned, guessing this. Wasn't it passed down by generations of Qin clan ancestors? Down? Qin Shufu slowly explained. You're only half right. The immortal Qin imperial clan originated from the spirit realm, so naturally, it was inherited from the spirit realm. Over the years, the Qin clan has only tried to extract the last essences from 10,000 scrolls of immortal arts to cultivate, finally perfecting the primordial magnetism starry sky art. But because it originated from the spirit realm, it still couldn't be completed. At most, it can only allow someone to cultivate to the cave heaven realm. Qin Lie asked indifferently, what does this have to do with a magic treasure? Qin Shufu turned back to look at him with a profound gaze. Qin Lie, have you ever heard of Heavenly Steel Mountain? He continued to analyze. West of the eastern continent, across the Fin Sea, there's a mountain called Heavenly Steel. This mountain appears once every 60 years, and inside it contains countless cultivation magic treasures, a grace for the cultivation world of the 5 continents. Recalling the scenery there, Qin Shufu gently denied. No, to say it has rare and precious treasures is not enough. Let's put it this way, all the current inheritances in the cultivation world of the 5 continents come from that place. Qin Lie quickly guessed his true purpose. So mysterious? So, you mean you want to go find treasures? Qin Shufu said honestly, to be precise, to find the feather transformation realm manual for the primordial magnetism starry sky art. He sighed and advised, moreover, that mountain has a barrier. A person can only enter it once in their lifetime. Qin Shufu began to recall the past. This old man went 60 years ago and managed to bring back a part of the cave heaven realm of the primordial magnetism starry sky art. But this time, you just need to get a part of the feather transformation realm, bring it back, and master it. At that time, who in this world could stop you? Qin Lie clearly didn't believe what Qin Shufu said. Master it? You're kidding. He questioned him without reservation. After the yang completion realm, all ordinary people must enter the spirit realm to cultivate. How can they continue to stay in the 5 continents? Qin Lie clenched his fists and growled angrily. Let alone the cave heaven and feather transformation realms that come after. Where do you get the confidence to think it's possible in the Central Lands? But another thought flashed through his mind. Oh, wait a minute. At this moment, he vaguely realized. Could it be that the Qin clan has a magic treasure that can conceal one's cultivation level? Qin Shufu smiled with satisfaction. You finally understand. The appearance of the heavenly steel is a huge opportunity. Besides the secret manual for the primordial magnetism starry sky art, there are many treasures you can take for yourself. The day you return will be the day you become the patriarch of the Qin clan. Qin Lie thought to himself, no wonder the person chosen as patriarch doesn't succeed immediately after winning the competition. It turns out there's this additional layer of testing. Qin Shufu took the opportunity to try and win him over. There's no need to hesitate anymore. As long as you return safely, then whether it's the people you want to protect or the secret manuals you want to know, it will no longer be a difficult matter. You are the genius of our Qin clan, and also our hope for the past 1,000 years. Qin Shufu began giving Qin Lie directions. Just go straight from East City, and in less than 3 days you will reach the border of the eastern continent. Qin Lie remembered the instructions to go around a red mountain, then head southwest for 19 miles, passing through Luba Mountain. Upon arriving, a vast beach appeared before his eyes, meaning he had reached the Fin Sea. Qin Lie was now in a state of high concentration, then focused his spirit to pass through the thick fog of the Great Sea to be able to see the place where Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared. After succeeding, a mountain slowly emerged in the middle of the sea. Qin Lie gently set foot on the sandy beach, finally arrived. Aning come out. Aning spoke up. Master, this old tiger doesn't quite understand. Qin Lie turned to look. What is it? Aning explained. With your personality, how could you be here searching for treasures? Even if you wanted to free Qin Feng and his son, there are other ways. Qin Lie immediately replied, I understand everything you've said, but according to Qin Shufu, this heavenly steel is related to the spirit realm. So I was thinking whether this place might hide something related to that girl. Aning now understood everything. It exclaimed, so that's how it is. Master is truly far-sighted. Qin Lie continued. According to Qin Shufu, when Heavenly Steel Mountain appears, there will be a golden rain spirit light. Looking at the scene now, it's still calm. It seems the time has not yet come. Seeing Qin Lie leave, an ing called after him. Master. Qin Lie walked on without looking back. Let's go. Find a place to rest for a bit. Let's see if you can keep up. This trip can also be considered a fateful opportunity. An ing replied, yes. At the same time, the scene changes to the southern shore of the Fen Sea. The master of the Demon Island was standing there gazing into the distance when suddenly a new person appeared. The master of the Demon Island knew who it was without looking. You've arrived? How was the plan progressing? The other person immediately reported, very smoothly. The experts from the 5 continents have all arrived. Now if we start the plan. The master of the Demon Island turned and ordered, no rush. Wait for the golden rain spirit light to appear. After those experts from the Central Lands have entered Heavenly Steel Mountain, it won't be too late to begin. Hearing this, the other person gritted their teeth and did not reply at all. The master of the Demon Island suddenly let out a laugh. Haha, this king forgot. You are also from the Central Lands. Rest assured, after this is done, I will keep my promise. Hearing this, the other person was finally satisfied and snorted, I hope so. Otherwise, even if I'm reduced to ashes, I will drive you all out of the Central Lands. The master of the Demon Island replied indifferently. How could that be? Fellow Taoist is overthinking it. Night fell. The sky above the Demon Island was full of stars. Suddenly, streaks of light appeared, shooting across the sky like comets. They were the representatives from the various sections. By me spoke first, all familiar faces. It seems the major sects have sent all their people, haven't they? Gui Tianjiao replied in a helpless tone. There's no other way. Heavenly Steel Mountain only opens once every 60 years. How can we miss this opportunity? Wu Qianyuan added, Xian Qingjiao. Why is it that only you have come from your Jingqing palace? Where is your master? Xian Qingjiao answered politely, Senior, my master has been in seclusion for 2 years and is not concerned with outside matters. This junior came today with Palace Master Yi of the Wind Snow Divine Palace. Gui Tianjiao asked again, Yi Fei Shuang, you also want to get involved in these muddy waters? Yi Fei Shuang replied without any reservation. In this generation of the Wind Snow Divine Palace, there was also an elder who once came to Heavenly Steel Mountain. Now that it has appeared again, I cannot let a junior disgrace the predecessors. Gui Tianjiao cleared his throat. The appearance of the Heavenly Steel is a major event, but what is an Ingfu-level alchemist doing here? Wu Qianyuan replied with dissatisfaction. Sect Master Qingmiao, although I, Wu Qianyuan, am just a cultivator from a secular dynasty, I also have a heart for cultivating the Tao. Although I won't participate this time, I wanted to come and broaden my horizons. Yuran pondered for a moment. Speaking of which, we came together this time, but we haven't seen anyone from the 2 imperial clans, Immortal Qin and Ancient Wu. Could it be that they've given up? After hearing this, Bai Mi immediately refuted, impossible. The people of the Ancient Wu imperial clan have always been skilled in scheming. Not showing up doesn't mean they've given up. As for the Immortal Qin Imperial Clan, have you all forgotten the recent news that Qin Lie has returned? Yuran involuntarily thought of Qin Lie. Gui Tianjiao continued to ask for everyone's opinion. Lung Yu, what do you think? Do you still remember that good disciple of yours? Remember how he went crazy at the sacred infant immortal abode? The result was Qin Lie. Before he could finish, Lung Yu's attention was drawn by something else. As soon as she sensed something unusual, she vanished right before Gui Tianjiao's eyes. Being treated like that by a junior made him quite bitter, but he could do nothing but silently judge. Good on you, Lung Yu, you truly don't put anyone in your eyes. If I didn't need people right now, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. It's the Heavenly Rain Spirit Light. Heavenly Steel Mountain is about to open. Gui Tianjiao was stunned. What? Indeed, a brilliant halo had appeared in the sky, aiming straight for Heavenly Steel Mountain. Not only that, but rain also began to fall. Everyone was surprised. It really is the Heavenly Rain Spirit Light. Once this light appears, Heavenly Steel Mountain is about to activate. Yi Fei Shuang said in a firm tone. The time has come. I ask you all to quickly follow Demon Venerable Lung Yu. Everyone replied in unison, all right. With that, everyone set off. In another place, someone had witnessed this entire scene. A voice sounded from behind him. The major sects have entered one after another. Are we still going to wait? Yi Ipsilonue. Ji continued. I know you're thinking Wu Honyun will appear, but we've already missed the chance. To wait for the next time the heavenly steel descends would be an incalculable wait. Qin Lie gritted his teeth, showing his unwillingness. He suddenly used his movement technique and left. Forget it. Watching from the outside is not enough. I have to see it with my own eyes. The Wu family will absolutely not miss this opportunity. Let's go. After saying that, the two flew towards Heavenly Steel Mountain. They rushed into the Steel Mountain at the speed of light. Qin Lie grimaced, huh? Is this place inside the Heavenly Steel? Ji continued, it seems so. I didn't expect the initial Golden Rain Spirit Light to actually be a teleportation spell. We accidentally encountered it and were teleported here. I see, but I really didn't expect this place to turn into such a large area. What can be seen from the outside and what is it like? Qin Lie looked around cautiously. An independently existing space with the ability to separate from the land and sea. Only those with a cultivation level of cave heaven or higher can enter. It seems this place is connected to the spirit realm. Ji reminded him, don't let your guard down. We are heading in a different direction from the other sections. We might run into them. Qin Lie explained, but staying in one place isn't a good idea either. So we can only go and see for ourselves. Indeed, the two of them couldn't just stand there and wait. Ji also agreed with him. All right then. Following Qin Lie without seeing anything for a long time, Ji gradually lost her patience. Qin Lie, is this the right direction? We've already walked right to the edge of the abyss. It's rumored outside that there are many rare treasures in Heavenly Steel Mountain, but this path has nothing but rocks and plants. And what's on top of this tree? Why is it so big? Could it be some kind of special item? Qin Lie answered firmly, no, it's probably just an ordinary tree. The news that Heavenly Steel Mountain has many treasures is probably not false. Ji wondered then why. Qin Lie replied impatiently, think about it. It's just an ordinary type of wood, so why could it grow to be so enormous? Ye Ipsilonue pondered haimem. Could it be because it absorbed the spirit veins underground that it grew so tall? So, could it be that the truly valuable thing is underground? Perhaps. Qin Lie continued as he walked. I guess there might be something under the tree, or it's just the exterior, maybe an illusion spell. The real treasure is probably hidden deep underground. That's why we're not going up, but down. He gently touched the tree trunk, and just as he said, Qin Lie disappeared. More accurately, he was teleported elsewhere by this tree. Looking around, Qin Lie surmised success. This is inside the tree trunk. The spirit energy is too abundant, astonishingly so, but he had barely experienced the quiet space for a moment when Ji appeared right after. I can't believe it was just as you said. Ye Ipsilonue elendid. Not bad, Qin Lie. How did you know? He explained it was Qin Shufu. He came here 60 years ago. Before he left, he gave me a cloth pouch with a few hints inside. Ji patted his shoulder and exclaimed, it seems he really values you, the young patriarch. Does this mean I can rely on your prestige to live from now on? Qin Lie immediately refused. Stop talking. You know my ambitions are greater than that. This place is filled with dense fog. We should be more careful. Going deeper, Qin Lie remarked. The deeper we go, the hotter the spirit energy gets. Ji suddenly raised her voice. Qin Lie, look ahead. In front of them was an incredibly magnificent space. Who would believe this was the scene inside a tree trunk? Just then, a light suddenly flew past Qin Lie's face. Qin Lie didn't hesitate to reach out and catch it. In a flash, it blossomed and grew into a plant. Qin Lie was surprised. Jade front grass. In the 5 continents, this is a top-grade medicinal herb. It seems these balls of light all come from small planets. Just by infusing a little spirit energy, we can get these treasures. Ji's jaw dropped. Then these balls of light before our eyes aren't. All of them. Qin Lie added, not only that, look at their positions. Hearing his hint, Ji also immediately realized this is a map of the stars. Amazing. The whole cave is just like the night sky. Heavenly Tao 9 worlds, the righteous chi of the profound jade metal, yin and yang circulating. Profound jade, circulating yin and yang. Seeing her unusual expression, Qin Lie asked with concern, Ji, what's wrong? Without a word, Ji suddenly collapsed. Qin Lie rushed to catch her. Ji, wake up. What's wrong with you? After calling her name repeatedly without her waking up, he had no choice but to use his spirit energy on her. Qin Lie was extremely worried at this moment. Strange. Her consciousness is unconscious, but her spirit energy is still moving. This doesn't look like an injury, but more like entering a state of meditative cultivation. Oh well, there's still time. I'll guard her for now. Elsewhere, someone was secretly cursing him. Qin Lie die. As the words fell, a source of light instantly appeared behind him. Qin Lie just turned to look. What? That source of spirit energy rushed straight towards the two of them. However, it wasn't enough to injure Qin Lie. He still managed to activate his shield in time. No wonder I didn't see anyone on the shore of the Fancy. Turns out you arrived one step ahead of us. Wuha, where are the others from the Wu family? Don't tell me you're the only one who came this time? Wuha shouted loudly. Stinking brat, go ask the king of hell. With that, he continued to attack his shield. Qin Lie struggled to defend. Strange, how did Wuha's cultivation increase so drastically? He was only in the early stage of the Nether Passage realm. Before, no matter what, I have to protect Ji first. At that moment, from Wuha's perspective, he noticed Ji was gradually fading. She disappeared. They know spatial magic? No, it's probably the sacred infant immortal abode. That brat moved her into the sacred infant immortal abode. Qin Lie looked at him, attacking when people are unprepared. Wuha, you are truly despicable. Wuha leaped up. The Qin and Wu families have always been mortal enemies. Since you returned to the Qin clan, I no longer need to hold back. Spring wind bone melting powder, go. Qin Lie quickly retreated. Not good, it's poison. That fragrance had already reached him. Qin Lie felt a little regretful. Cough, I should have anticipated this. Since the Wu family arrived early, they must have come prepared. After waiting for a moment, without any unusual signs, Qin Lie realized. Strange, there seems to be nothing abnormal. Wuha was also surprised to see he wasn't affected at all. What's going on? Why is there no effect? Qin Lie should know how to detoxify it, right? At this moment, the fragrance also managed to wrap around the man's nose. This smell, could it be? Another character suddenly walked over and said, the spring wind bone melting powder is indeed effective against top experts, but it's also very easy to neutralize. Don't you smell the scent of celery-scented plant in here? Wuha was surprised. It's you? I didn't expect a woman like you could neutralize my spring winebone melting powder. Yuran sympathized. I also didn't expect that a long-lost poison would appear in the hands of Wuha of the Wu family. It seems the Wu family also has someone well-versed in the path of Qihua. Wuha said smugly. That's a matter of course. In my youth, I roamed the world with my poison arts, but I only stopped later to cultivate talents in the clan. Currently, the Wu family has merged with the Baisajia Tower. In this world, what other family would dare to discuss medical and poison principles with us? Yu Ran smiled. If Elder Wuha claims his medical skills are unparalleled in the world, then do you dare to compete in a match with this little girl? Home. Wuha was curious. Let's hear it. The Lady of Wind and Snow plays fair. It's very simple. We poison each other, then use our own methods to neutralize it. 3 rounds to decide the winner. How about it? Hearing this, Qin Lie immediately tried to stop her. Wait, you ran? That's too dangerous. Wuha also felt she was being too foolish. Little girl, you are merely at the peak of the manifestation realm, while this old man is already in the mid-stage of the Nether Passage realm. Why should I take the long way around to fight you? Yu Ran replied bluntly. Wuha, your cultivation increased drastically because you used a blood spirit pill, right? Looking at your complexion, the medicinal power can probably last for more than 5 shurchin. If you see any problems or have any objections during the match, you can kill me. Furthermore, the secret codex of the Wind Snow Divine Palace will also be offered with both hands. How about it? Wuha suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, since you've gone this far, this old man can't refuse. But if it's just a contest of skills, it's a bit boring. Yu Ran frowned. Not using the medicinal herbs we carry with us. What do you mean? He explained, why don't we use this cave as our boundary, and then search for medicinal herbs only within it? We can freely choose herbs from these balls of light to concoct poisons and then test them on each other. Yu Ran understood his meaning. So the antidote must also be sourced from this place, right? Wuha confirmed. That's right. But if we can't determine a winner in 3 rounds, we will consider the medicinal ingredients inside. After understanding the details, Yu Ran decided to agree. Right. Since this idea was proposed by this little girl, I invite you to set the first challenge. Upon hearing this, Wuha immediately used his spirit energy. Then this old man won't be polite. Watching the old fox in front of him gathering more and more spirit energy, Qin Lie felt extremely worried. You ran. From the looks of it, she seems to be prepared. I'll observe a little longer. Wuha summoned 3 items. Well then, little girl, do you recognize these 3 types of herbs? Yuran answered easily. Of course. White mustard seed itself has very little poison, but when combined with yang flame crystal at extremely high temperatures and adding lighting grass as a catalyst, it can create a fire poison that burns the 5 viscera. Wuha explained with an air of profound knowledge. Their origins are not rare, but neutralizing it is what takes talent. This poison can only have its toxicity minimized by using medicine in a specific sequence. Hee, do you need this old man to remind you? Yuran refused flatly. No need. Without another word, she chose to taste it directly. Wuha couldn't help but be surprised by her audacity. He wondered this. How could she neutralize the poison without looking for an antidote? As if reading his mind, she immediately answered, no need to be surprised. The mind art of the Wind Snow Divine Palace is primarily for refining extreme cold spirit energy, therefore. So this bit of poison doesn't need an antidote. It can be neutralized just by relying on the cold energy in my body. Wuha was resentful. I didn't expect this round wouldn't be able to trouble her. Next, no matter what difficult challenge she poses, even if I only use one type of herb to neutralize it, I'll still be at a disadvantage. Yuran easily dealt with one medicinal herb. Now it was her turn. Well then, Elder Wuha, this little girl now only has a single leaf of flying spirit grass. With your knowledge, would you be able to detoxify this? The leaf of flying spirit grass was immediately sent before the old man. As an elder, the first thing to do when challenged is to agree to the risk. Of course I can, but how can one drink a single leaf? Yuran smiled gracefully. Just now, I took advantage of the opportunity to win without using any effort. However, this little girl is a junior. How could I make things difficult for you? He carefully bit off a small piece of a leaf. One leaf is too little. How can it trouble this old man? The moment the words left his mouth, the old man immediately regretted it. His whole body trembled, unable to do anything but let out a groan. The poison of the flying spirit grass causes rapid blood loss. The best treatment is to consume herbs that clear the mind, but as a senior and a master of medicine, how can I lose to a junior? He's trying to maintain his balance. Qin Lie stood outside the match, but was very anxious. Wuha's already started circulating his energy to suppress the poison. Could it be that because he got used to poisons at a young age, his body now contains more toxins than an ordinary person's? Isn't that like possessing a natural shield? After circulating his internal energy for a while, the old man let out a long breath. Only then did the old man gradually regain his composure. All right, the poison is out. Other than being a little dizzy, I'm fine. But something seems a little off. Never mind. I'll focus on the competition at hand. Without hesitation, the old man sent 2 herbs in a row to the junior. Little girl, want to try again? Yuran recognized them at a glance. Mayfly, purple lotus, and also golden toad vine. These 2 poisons will cause instant death. It seems Elder Wuha really wants to send the little girl to her death, doesn't he? Wuha explained in a righteous tone. This old man just wants to ask for your profound guidance. In for a penny, in for a pound. Yuran boldly took the herbs. All right, she put both items in her mouth one after the other. Qin Lie was now very anxious. Yuran, just as she finished chewing those 2 things, in an instant, Yuran suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, she also collapsed. At this point, Qin Lie could no longer stand by. He hurriedly ran to her side. Yuran, what's wrong? Yuran stammered. Qin Lie, I have to do my best to fight the poison now. Can you bring me the Lan Wen algae and Songlan incense? Immediately, the 2 herbs she had just requested were brought over by him. Wuha watched from the side, thinking to himself, Lan Wen algae and Songlan incense. This little girl is quick-witted, but still a bit naive. These 2 herbs do have detoxifying effects, but they are useless against the poisons I gave her. After eating the 2 herbs, Yuran was able to breathe normally again. It's best to get the blood flowing. If I wait too long, the poison will take full effect. Without waiting to fully recover, Yu Ran rushed back into the fray. It's my turn. Wuha gritted his teeth. This girl is on the verge of death and still struggling? Fine, this time I'll give her something that will finish it quickly. Yu Ran summoned a new herb and sent it before the senior. Please. With his profound knowledge, Wuha also recognized it immediately. This is my Shan Perilla bark. It's the second medicine she created. Qin Lie took this opportunity to praise Yu Ran. A true master of medicine is like a chef. The simpler the ingredients, the higher the skill, right? Although he didn't want to, the old man still had to admit, this girl is too clever. My Shan Perilla bark's toxicity isn't high, but it's a different story when combined with 3 types of poison, and it just so happens that she's given me more than one type. It seems my only option is to eliminate one of those 3 medicines. With my constitution and ability, doing so isn't difficult. The moment he finished chewing and swallowing those items, his body immediately reacted. The blood vessels on his face became extremely clear, and his whole body felt like it was being torn apart. Qin Lie was surprised. Yu Ran, look at Wu Ha's complexion. In contrast to him, she appeared quite normal. Everything was already within her calculations. Earlier, because he wanted to neutralize the toxicity, he eliminated the jade water lotus, which has a neutralizing property. So the antidote only had manting grass and songlan flower, which would naturally be a bit strongly intoxicating. Wu Ha was now coughing violently, his body staggering along with it. Although he was very tired, the old man still tried to provoke her. Little girl, is that all you've got? The 2 poisons you created have no effect on this old man. I don't think this competition needs to continue. Yu Ran calmly stepped forward. There's no need for a 3rd round. The result is already obvious. For this round of detoxification, this little girl used 2 types of medicinal materials, and you also used an equivalent amount. On this point, let's call a draw. But just now, I only suppressed the toxicity, which of course doesn't count as detoxification, so I'll concede defeat. Wu Ha was impatient. Then why haven't you quickly handed over the Wind Snow Divine Palace's medical book? Yu Ran suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. I wonder if Elder Wu Ha has ever heard of the 7 Soul Guide? Wu Ha replied nonchalantly. Of course, but so what? Mixing manting grass, songlan flower, and, conveniently, the flying spirit grass you. Just used. Wait, by the time the old man realized it, it was already too late. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Wu Ha lost control and collapsed to his knees. Qin Lie wondered. The 7 Soul Guide's toxicity is quite low. Why did he end up like this? Yu Ran turned back to explain. Didn't Wu Ha say it himself? The toxins in his body have long since spread throughout his system, with so many toxins accumulated in his body. So, before Yu Ran could finish speaking, someone else spoke up for her. So, as long as all these toxins are stimulated at once, hundreds of thousands of different toxins being stimulated, isn't that the same as poisoning oneself? Qin Lie quickly turned to look. This voice, could it be Wu Hongyun? Wu Hongyun immediately appeared. Excellent. Truly excellent. I never expected someone in this world could use the 7 Soul Guide to its full effect. Truly brilliant. Could it be that you were plotting against Wu Ha from the very beginning of the poison duel? Yu Ran explained. Of course. As a senior, Wu Ha is naturally more competitive, so he would also have the ability to detoxify, just like me. And the poison of the flying spirit grass causes rapid blood loss and could paralyze his nerves. Furthermore, after detoxifying, his reaction speed would not be the same as before. After hearing her explanation, Wu Hongyun understood everything. So that's how it is. He only thought about guarding against your poisons, but never expected that he himself was using medicinal materials to cause his own demise. This plan is truly too brilliant. Wu Ha trembled on the ground. Hongyun, what are you saying? At this moment, Hongyun suddenly threw a bag over. The bag flew straight into the old Wu Ha's hands. Wu Ha stared blankly at the thing in his hand. This is... Not letting the old man wait long, Hongyun immediately explained. Inside is a purple defect spirit light talisman, which can temporarily stop the poison from acting up. But the price is paralyzed meridians, unable to use spiritual energy anymore. Although I had no hope for you, your cultivation has already been shattered. You've really been affected by this scheme. This isn't something only those without cultivation need. As for him, just wait. Wu Ha heard these words as if struck by lightning. What? As for him? But now outside, Hongyun frowned at the old Wu Ha. Wu Ha was startled when he saw that look. All right. After that, Wu Ha sullenly clutched the bag he had just received and left. Yuran looked at Qin Lie, her eyes showing unwillingness. Just letting him go like that? Yuran explained. Wu Ha has lost all his power. Taking his life would be as easy as turning over a hand. But right now, what I'm more concerned about is, Wu Hanyun, what is your purpose? Hanyun replied in a mocking tone. You want to know? When you sever your own meridians, then I'll consider letting you know slowly. Qin Lie was annoyed and, without hesitation, unleashed his spiritual energy. In your dreams, let's settle the hatred between us today. A huge explosion appeared. However, what appeared next surprised him. Wu Hongyun was still safe and sound, because beside her now was Wu Jingxian. Hongyun was grateful. Thank you, clan head, for saving me. Wu Jingxian reminded her. Hongyun, the time has come. You can refine the boundary guardian stone now. He also reminded the two people opposite him. It's not too late to deal with these people after we've manipulated Heavenly Steel Mountain. After hearing this, Qin Lie couldn't help but worry. Boundary Guardian Stone, manipulate Heavenly Steel Mountain? This is bad. After Wu Jingxuan's words, Wu Hongyun immediately left. Then, I'll have to trouble the clan head to handle the cleanup. Unwilling, Qin Lie intended to use his spiritual energy to chase after her. Wu Hongyun stopped, but it was broken by old Wu Jingxuan's teleportation array. Rest. Qin Lie could do nothing but be resentful. It's a spatial shift spell. Wu Jingxian, with his eyes closed, advised in a gentle tone. Control yourself, young man. Although Wu Ha has left, his poison is considered gone. Stop. I'm afraid your companion can't hold on much longer. After hearing this, he immediately turned to look at Yuran. Yuran, indeed, she didn't look well at all. Wu Jingxian explained her current condition to him. Earlier, she only temporarily suppressed the poison's toxicity. Naturally, time has run out. Now you only have two choices. Either give up the chance to go up Heavenly Steel Mountain to save people, or die. Qin Lie worriedly asked her. Yuran, how are your injuries? By now, her complexion was extremely bad. Yuran replied weakly. I'm sorry, I miscalculated. I didn't expect that this time the Wu family's clan head would also make a move. Hearing this, Qin Lie was even more surprised. So you helped me deal with Wu Ha this time because you wanted me to focus on dealing with Wu Hongyun. Hey, you silly girl, Wu Ha is my enemy too. You didn't have to force yourself to fight him. Yuran hesitated. Do you still remember a few months ago when Wu Ha and the Azure King destroyed my Mu family manor? He immediately replied, Of course I remember. If you hadn't helped back then, how could we have killed the Azure King? Yuran was getting weaker and weaker, but still managed to whisper to him. So consider it me helping you get revenge. Qin Lie worriedly supported her. Yuran. Her current condition was alarmingly bad. She couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Qin Lie was anxious and worried. Wu Ha's poison is too powerful. Yuran can't take it anymore. There are many immortal herbs in the Saint Infant Immortal Abode. Maybe they can help her detoxify. Seeing his actions, Wu Jingxian knew what his intention was, to take her to the Saint Infant Immortal Abode. Young man, think carefully. If you die here, and the immortal abode changes owners later, won't she still die? Qin Lie replied without reservation, Wu family elder, if I remember correctly, your name is Wu Jingxian, right? But I, Qin Lie, have traveled everywhere and have never known fear. His speed was indeed fast, but this old man was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared before him. Insolent. Qin Lie's jaw dropped. He barely managed to jump up and dodge the attack. A moment later, and he would have been just a pile of bones. Wu Jingxian raised his voice. You only have a mid-stage nether passage realm cultivation now. Wanting to defeat me is a pipe dream. Qin Lie stubbornly replied. How can we know for sure without trying? Just then, a mark suddenly flashed on his forehead. Old Wu Jingxian was forced to pause because of this very thing. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately struck, parrying the water-parting wave-slaying art. Break! Wu Jingxian was surprised. This power is the Immortal Worship Order. It seems you're quite experienced. Qin Lie gritted his teeth. This journey is not short, but Heavenly Steel Mountain will certainly not be my final stop. Wu Jingxian, take this blade. Although Wu Jingxian was old, he was still incredibly sharp. Brat, don't think it's that easy. On one side was ruthless sword chi, on the other was boundless spirit energy. Which side would win? A huge explosion was created in the air. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Wu Jingxian quickly waved away the smoke, aiming for the hazy spot where the junior appeared, and slashed. But when he slashed, he discovered there was no one there at all. Wu Jingxian was startled. How? How can this be? In another turn of events, within another cloud of smoke, it turned out Qin Lie had been rescued by Jiyu at that dangerous moment. She worriedly asked him, "Qin Lie, are you all right?" Qin Lie was surprised by her sudden appearance. "Jiyu, I'm Fine. Weren't you in the Saint Infant Immortal abode? And what happened to this wing?" Jiyu mumbled evasively, "It's a long story." Wu Jingxian couldn't seem to believe what was happening before his eyes. What? What is this? How can the demon clan have an insider in Heavenly Steel Mountain like this? This is why I said the demon clan should have allied with me. Could it be that the demon lord has a scheme that the Wu clan doesn't know about? Just as Qin Lie was about to strike again, Jiyu raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Qin Lie looked at her, puzzled. Ypsilonue? Jiyu spoke up. "I saw everything in the Saint Infant Immortal abode. Isn't pursuing Wu Hongyun the most urgent matter right now?" Qin Lie's jaw dropped. "Are you planning to face Wu Jingxian here alone?" "No way." Jiyu turned back to look at him, her tone firm. "Don't dawdle. Use the starry sky to find your way. I've just passed the Nether Passage realm. Stalling for time is not a problem." Qin Lie hesitated, but before he could finish, Jiyu quickly cut him off. "What are you worried about? Go deal with Wu Hongyun, then come back and help me." After a moment of thought, he decided to listen to her. "All right, then I'll go first. Just do what you can. Don't overexert yourself." With that, Qin Lie's figure immediately vanished in a stream of light. After seeing him leave, Wu Jingxian immediately voiced his confusion. "You are a demoness, yet you came to help Qin Lie. Did you not receive orders from the Demon Island? Moreover, as a human in the Demon Clan's realm, aren't you afraid of your master's punishment?" Jiyu thought seriously. Orders from the Demon Island. Strange. Although I've been away from my clan, how could I know nothing at all? Wu Jingxian continued. "Step aside. This is a crucial moment for the Wu clan's great cause. If we are allies, then don't interfere." Jiyu then voiced her own question. Wu Jingxian, as the head of a clan, for a great cause like seizing Heavenly Steel Mountain, you act as a servant to Wu Hongyun. Is there something special about her that makes even you, a grand elder of the ancient Wu imperial clan, submit? Wu Jingxian replied gravely. "Initially, I intended to spare your life out of respect for your demon lord, but you, demoness, deliberately obstruct me. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, another violent storm erupted. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Rocks fell with a crash. Although Qin Lie had already run a good distance, he could still clearly feel the tremors. This tremor, they've started fighting. Damn it, where is Wu Hongyun? After searching for a while, he suddenly stopped. Qin Lie had seen a giant tree trunk. He looked around in confusion. A forest with a sky. What's going on? I must go deeper into Heavenly Steel Mountain to figure this out. The sky was dyed a deep, loyal purple. Inside the forest, a young man was frantically searching for something. He ran everywhere, deeper and deeper into the forest with a single thought. Heavenly Steel Mountain is truly a treasure left by a great power from the spirit realm. The forest and the space above are just for show. The key to this formation is the top of this rock. The waves transmitted from above are a bit chaotic. This might just be the center of Heavenly Steel Mountain. After an exhausting run, Qin Lie finally approached what he suspected was the center of Heavenly Steel Mountain. Qin Lie leaped onto the smooth tree trunk. He landed lightly, just as I thought. This position in the formation. This is the source of the chaotic spirit energy. Here, Wu Hongyun has already started refining the Boundary Guardian. Stone, looking at her current state, she definitely can't be distracted. The opportunity is here. 13th level of the decapitation blade technique. Break. Qin Lie aimed straight for the center and struck. However, it was protected by some kind of protective talisman, so he was repelled by an extremely strong force. Qin Lie was bewildered. What the hell? The light radiating from the stone steel can actually resist my blade chi? If that's the case, then I'll attack Wu Hongyun directly. Huh. Qin Lie tried to slash at Wu Hongyun, but the result was the same. He was thrown back again. He looked up, his face dark. That doesn't work either. Can the refining of the Boundary Guardian stone not be reversed? No, I absolutely cannot let her control Heavenly Steel Mountain. I don't believe this. I'll try again, a direct close-range attack. Qin Lie tried to break it one more time. This time, a crack appeared. But what was noteworthy was that the crack came from Qin Lie's treasure blade. It had broken in two. Qin Lie couldn't believe his eyes. What? Not only did his treasure blade break, but he was also thrown backward by that thing. Qin Lie slammed into a rock. Dust flew everywhere. Qin Lie struggled to his feet, his hands trembling and bleeding. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it. The bitch Noyet blade couldn't withstand it, and Wu Honyun isn't affected at all. Damn it. Am I just supposed to stand by and watch her take possession of the heavenly steel? That's right. There's another stone steel. That's the center of Heavenly Steel Mountain and also the focal point of the formation. Maybe, just as he thought, the moment his hand touched it, spirit energy appeared. Qin Lie was pleased. Good. There's a reaction. The sword embedded in the steel was immediately pulled out. The sword and the stone steel were now radiating a jade-green aura. That treasure blade spun once in the air before plunging straight into the ground. Qin Lie immediately turned to look at it, guessing to himself, this seems to be a stone sword. So that's it. I'll use it to attack the shield. If a mortal weapon can't touch it, then I'll use a spirit realm magic treasure. No sooner said than done. Qin Lie immediately grabbed the sword. He leaped to his own stone steel, which was also emitting a similar aura. He struck it with all his might. Sure enough, this time it was more effective. The steel shattered into pieces. But Qin Lie didn't have a single scratch. The test was a success. Qin Lie was extremely pleased. Good, it worked. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In a cloud of dust, the figure of a woman appeared. That person was none other than Wu Honyun. So that's how it is. It seems not only my Wu clan, but your Qin family is also from the spirit realm. No wonder you also resonate with the stone steel. Qin Lie stepped forward. Wu Honyun, she continued, there are magic treasures left by spirit realm seniors in here. Only those with spirit realm cultivation methods can touch them. Mortals who touch them will only die. Hearing this, Qin Lie immediately took a few steps back. He now understood everything. No wonder you were unharmed no matter what I did. If it weren't for the primordial star void art, I'm afraid my corpse would be lying before you right now. She sneered. Qin Lie, since you and I are fellow countrymen, why not have the Qin clan submit? When the Wu clan unifies the 5 continents, you will have power under 1 person and above 10,000. You're a smart person. You surely know what to choose, right? Qin Lie maintained his defiant stance. Submit to you? That's ridiculous. I think it's more like you want to exploit the Qin clan's connections, isn't it? Wu Honyun shrugged and shook her head wearily. Fine then. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. After all, I already control nearly 70% of the heavenly steel plus the manpower in the outer world. Qin Lie's jaw dropped. Sweeping across the 5 continents is now just a matter of time. Sweeping across the 5 continents. Wu Honyun, what exactly do you want to do? Wu Honyun replied in a mocking tone. Oh, I didn't expect the young patriarch of the Qin clan to panic sometimes. Well, since I already have the upper hand, it's no problem to tell you a few things. Currently, the ancient Wu imperial clan has mobilized cultivation masters from all over the 5 continents, and at the same time, joined forces with the master of the outer region Demon Kingdom. With insiders and outsiders cooperating, they will attack simultaneously. At that time, all the sects of the 5 continents will be surrounded on all sides. It's time for this world to have a new master. Qin Lie couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? You want to replicate the demon war from 10,000 years ago to let the wolf into the house once more? Wu Honyun gently stroked her hair, her tone still as casual as if nothing had happened. The cultivation sects of the world. Why must we distinguish between righteous, demonic, and fiendish? Are any of them not of immortal cultivator bloodlines? Cultivators like us all follow the principle that the strong survive. There's no division between good and evil. The principle is those who submit to me shall live. Those who resist me shall die. Don't you understand? Qin Lie lost his composure and raised his weapon. Wu Honyun, you've cultivated yourself into a fool to be able to say something like that. If I don't kill you today, the future consequences will be endless. Qin Lie quickly struck, and Wu Honyun nimbly dodged. She sneered, kill me? Do you think you can do it? Right now, outside Heavenly Steel Mountain, the immortal Qin, ancient Wu, Western Realm, and Southern Sea have formed a horizontal alliance. The flames of war have been ignited. The annihilation of all the sects in the Central Lands is just a matter of time. Qin Lie was stunned. What? Did she just say, Immortal Qin? Knowing she had the upper hand, Wu Honyun was extremely confident. So, even if you're lucky enough to get out of Heavenly Steel Mountain, you won't survive for many. Days. Qin Lie was furious. I spit on that. Mortals cultivate with intention from their original heart. Seeking immortality and questioning the Tao is about pursuing eternal life. What does that have to do with the hegemonic ambition of unifying the cultivation world? You're dragging the entire world into the smoke and fire of war just for your personal desires, even scheming to act in heaven's place. Dream on. Wu Hongyan had her own reasoning. Personal desires? In this cultivation world, who doesn't fight for themselves? Heavenly treasures, secret immortal techniques, precious mounts. All these are key factors that determine whether a cultivator can become an immortal. On the contrary, mortals always have things to worry about. Clan, relatives, friends. With so many attachments, how can they become immortals? While Wu Honyun dodges attacks as lightly as a feather, now Qin Lie had to struggle just to avoid as much injury as possible. Indeed, those with different paths cannot conspire together, not to mention the old grudge between me and the Wu family, just for colluding with the demon clan to invade the central lands of the 5 continents. You can be considered a sinner for all eternity. Upon hearing this, Wu Honyun couldn't help but laugh. Sinner? How ridiculous. The Heavenly Steel Mountain is now in my pocket. The rule of the Wu clan and the end of the Central Lands is only a matter of time. If the outcome is already set, why must you struggle to break free and change this process? He replied magnanimously, man can conquer heaven. Perhaps it's difficult for one person, but what about a group of people? We cultivate to live as long as heaven and earth, but without friends and family. What is the meaning of one person becoming an immortal? These words of his were meaningless to Wu Hongyan. Indeed, from ancient times to the present, humanity has always been a race that cannot endure alone. Linus, if words cannot awaken you, then I can only use methods that cause you pain. Perhaps in the moment of struggle between life and death, you can feel for yourself what the Tao is. As soon as she finished speaking, a fatal blow was immediately struck at Qin Lie's position. However, he was no pushover to be hit by that attack. Qin Lie flew up to dodge the blow, speaking recklessly. Your Tao is to use violence to force others to bow their heads. If you are so stubborn, then I will sever this path. Break. He sighed in relief, certain of his success. Yet, things did not go as he had dreamed. Qin Lie was surprised that he missed. Wu Honyun had appeared right behind him at some unknown moment. She struck a vicious blow straight at his sword-wielding hand. Qin Lie struggled to stand firm. Wu Honyun then spoke again. Qin Lie, are you thinking to yourself that, logically, my cultivation level shouldn't be at the Nether Passage realm, and you yourself have already given your all, yet why is it still so difficult? At that moment, she was conjuring a snake with the intention of binding him tightly. It's actually very simple. By controlling the Heavenly Steel Mountain, I have obtained spirit energy from the Earth's ley lines. My cultivation is now at the early young god stage. After taking that much of a beating, Qin Lie lay on the ground, panting. The mark on his forehead also faded accordingly. Wu Hongyan raised her voice. Look, this is a meaningless resistance. You can no longer change the outcome. But if the Qin family pledges allegiance to me now, perhaps you might still be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. Wu Honyun summoned several teleportation arrays in succession. Qin Lie was surprised. Space. No, that's a divine tower magical art. Through these, I can see many different space-times. Wu Honyun looked at them with tears in her eyes. Do you see? This is the current situation of the 5 continents. The 10 great Een mountains, the Emotion Calming Hall, and even the Heaven-returning sect have all been annihilated. Right now, only the Evil Moon sect and the Wind Snow Divine Palace are still stubbornly struggling. At this moment, if you cannot stop me from taking control of the Heavenly Steel Mountain, nor can you defeat me in a magical battle, once I control the Heavenly Steel Mountain and emerge into the world, how long can they resist? Just then, his eyes suddenly locked onto something. That was Lingyang City. Has Shan Province fallen too? Scene changed to Lingyang City. Just as Wu Honyun had shown him earlier, this place had fallen. Zhao Mu was panting. Zhao Yin asked worriedly, Grand Emperor, are you injured? Amidst the devastated surroundings, Zhao Mu remained calm and replied, It's a small matter. What is the situation in other places now? Zhao Yin relayed the news. The spies report that the entire 5 continents are currently under attack from the collaboration between the Demon Clan and the Wu family. Several great sects have already been annihilated. The only places still resisting, besides the Evil Moon sect and the Wind Thunder Divine Palace, are us. The demon clan is attacking relentlessly, plus the cultivator experts of the Wu family. I'm afraid this time our chances of survival are slim. Zhao Musai, foolish. The so-called strategy of destroying the enemy without fighting is this. It's not that we are persevering, but that the Wu demon allied forces don't want to attack. Zhao Yin was puzzled. What is this? Zhao Mu turned to look at him, his gaze judgmental. Haven't you realized that these 3 places are all related to Qin Lie? This Shan province is the land of Qin Lie's ancestors. Besides that, there's the Wind Snow Divine Palace and the Evil Moon sect. Do you think this is a coincidence? Zhao Yin was still confused. But what does this mean? Qin Lie is currently thousands of miles away. Distant water cannot save a nearby fire. Besides, since when did you start trusting him? Zhao Mu explained. It's not that I want to trust him, it's truly a case of the lips being gone and the teeth being cold. Moreover, the timing the Wu family chose for their sneak attack was indeed calculated very precisely. The heavenly steel emerged, and the sect masters of all the major sects gathered at the burning sea. This inadvertently created a vulnerability within the 5 continents. But precisely because they seized the opportunity so perfectly, they're also too clever. Therefore, leaving these 3 places unattacked becomes strange. Perhaps the key to breaking this deadlock lies with Qin Lie himself. Scene changed to the Demon Island. As soon as the master of the Demon Island appeared, the other person reminded him with displeasure. You're late. The master of the Demon Island explained. There was an old ghost of a young god stage hiding on the heaven-returning sect side. So this seat had no choice but to take action personally. The other person asked with his hands behind his back. Is it handled? The master of the Demon Island replied. What is the state of the war now? Just as the master of the Demon Island wished, the other person smiled and replied. Very smoothly. The 5 continents are now in our hands. The master of the Demon Island was skeptical. All in our hands? I'm afraid not, right? Lingyang, aren't the Wind Snow Divine Palace and the Evil Moon sect not yet taken? Lingyang explained. That is Yunner's arrangement. There's a reason for leaving these few places. The master of the Demon Island turned away sharply. Forget it, whether it's an arrangement or an oversight, it's all the same. According to our prior agreement, our demon clan will now gradually withdraw. After all, our target was never this tiny 5 continents. The transfer of the spirit ley line between the Central Lands and the Demon Island is complete. Soon, all the spirit energy of the 5 continents will be transferred to the Demon Island. Now, this seat no longer needs to continue this play with you. Finally, out of respect for our past cooperation, I will give you a reminder. It's best you go to the Heavenly Steel Mountain yourself. Lingyang couldn't help but wonder. Why? The master of the Demon Island sneered. To use the words of you Central Landers, it would be heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Lingyang was suspicious. Are you provoking me? The master of the Demon Island showed no hint of an attitude. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But as the master of the Demon Island, my words have never been meaningless. Relying on Wu Hongyan alone, I'm afraid she is no match for that Qin Lie. In short, this seat will say no more. You all handle it yourselves. With one step, he leaped high into the sky. Chen Shufu flew straight up into the sky and said coldly, then our cooperation ends here. We will meet again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shufu immediately departed. In a small forest, a sound caught Chen Shufu's attention. Upon seeing the heavily injured person before him, Chen Shufu called out, Wuha. This made Wuha exclaim in some surprise. Chen Shufu asked, puzzled, what happened? Weren't you at the Heavenly Steel Mountain? The heavily injured Wuha slowly explained. I have failed, but Hong Yun has taken over the entire situation, and with the clan head assisting by her side, it probably won't affect the plan. Upon hearing this, Chen Shufu couldn't hide his astonishment and surprise, his face covered in sweat as he thought, what? Although it's very small, the situation will definitely change. Then Chen Shufu turned to leave. Seeing this, Wuha wondered, what's wrong? Chen Shufu simply replied calmly, the Heavenly Steel Mountain over there, I must go there myself. Wuha was filled with confusion and worry. Is it necessary? Isn't it enough to have Hong Yun presiding over there? If you go, what will happen to the situation in the outside world? Chen Shufu slowly explained. The demon clan has already begun to withdraw. There isn't much time left. Chen Shufu continued. If we cannot win the Heavenly Steel Mountain, all our efforts will be for naught. At this point, Chen Shufu reminded Wuha, You just stay here and recuperate. While you're at it, help me monitor the situation in the outside world. If there are any breakthroughs, you must immediately send me a message." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shufu left immediately. Wu Ha obediently complied and replied, "Understood." Inside the heavenly steel mountain in the starry sky realm, a fierce flame burned intensely and unceasingly, and the earth, rocks, and everything around were thrown into disarray. Jiyu, with blood on her lips, was panting continuously with exhaustion. She declared loudly, "Wu Jingxian, what other tricks do you have? Just bring them all out. With me here today, you can forget about meeting Wu Hongyan." Seeing her ability, Wu Jingxian was somewhat surprised, astonished, and helpless, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Strange, it's impossible. This brat just advanced to the Nether Passage realm. Her foundation shouldn't be stable yet. Why is she so tough to deal with?" Thinking this, he immediately swallowed a medicinal pill. "So be it. Delays will cause complications. I must fight a quick battle and secure a quick victory." Seeing this, Jiyu immediately said, "The blood spirit pill again. You're the clan head of the Wu family, yet you use a medicinal pill of the Qin clan. If your ancestors knew, I'm afraid they would be so angry they'd rise from their graves." Wu Jingxian, on the contrary, paid no heed to these things and directly launched an attack. "Demoness, you still dare to speak so arrogantly." Under the immense power, Jiyu was pushed back, unable to help but cry out in pain. Ugh! Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Wu Jingxian seized the opportunity to directly launch a finishing blow. He shouted fiercely with full confidence, "There's no more time for regrets. Go to hell with that mouth of yours." The strange spirit energy eroded Jiyu's body, causing her to cry out continuously in pain. However, at this very moment, a defensive barrier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Wu Jingxian couldn't hide his surprise and curiosity. Jiyu looked at the items around her and roughly guessed. That is the frost chi armor of the Wind Snow Divine Palace, and also a teleportation jade slip. Could it be? A woman with a captivating figure appeared and said coldly, "Wu Jingxian, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have declined to this extent." She asked, bullying the young with your seniority. Is that the demeanor of an expert? Upon seeing the figure before him, Wu Jingxian immediately recognized her. "It really is you. Yifei Shuang." The treasure suddenly lit up, then it was retrieved by Yifei Shuang. Wu Jingxian walked over from the side to stand before them, asking, "A specialized teleportation jade slip of the Wind Snow Divine Palace." Yifei Shuang, since when did you start colluding with the Demon Clan?" Wu Jingxuan's voice was filled with sarcasm. "The Grand Sect Master of the Wind Snow Divine Palace. You no longer care about the line between righteous and evil?" Yifei Shuang paid him no mind, narrowing her eyes to retort to Wu Jingxian. "Your Wu clan conspires to control the heavenly steel and even wants to seize these entire central lands. If at this moment we still cling to the boundary between righteous and evil, and in the end let your Wu clan swallow the entire 5 continents, wouldn't that be attending to the superficial and neglecting the fundamental?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Jingxuan's expression immediately changed, filled with confusion and doubt as he muttered to himself, Could it be?" At this very moment, dazzling golden rings of light suddenly appeared. In just an instant, 5 figures had appeared, surrounding Wu Jingxian. Reverend Qin Yao appeared with a greeting, "Brother Wu, it's been many years. Have you been well?" Bai Mi also smiled faintly and asked, "Wanted to occupy Heavenly Steel Mountain. Does the Wu family really think nothing of us?" Qin Lie, on the other hand, said nothing in this situation. Xianqing Jiao frowned in displeasure and asked, "The Wu clan has done this. Are they looking down on all the cultivators in the world?" Now, Wu Qinyuan sighed wearily. Yifei Shuang spoke coldly. "Wu Jingxian, the tide has turned against you. Do you have anything else to say?" Wu Jingxian seemed to think otherwise, merely asking back, "Is that so? But we have plotted for many years, all for this very moment. How can we give up halfway?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist with great momentum. Seeing Wu Jingxuan's action, Wu Qinyuan immediately advised, "Brother Wu, what are you thinking? As long as the Green Mountains are there, one need not worry about firewood." In the current situation, Wu Qinyuan asked helplessly, "The people standing here are all sect masters and elite disciples of the sects of the 5-continent Central Lands. Are you confident you can defeat us?" Wu Jingxian paid this no mind at all, stomping his foot hard on the ground and asking, "Is that so? Then this old man must give it a try." As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward to attack. This took Wu Qianyuan completely by surprise. What? A dazzling light appeared. Instantly, a powerful energy swirled everything around, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Jiyu also couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment at the intense situation before her. "Huh?" Yi Feishuang suddenly spoke at this moment, leaving her a bit confused. "Miss Jiyu, I must thank you. If you hadn't activated the spatial jade slip, I'm afraid we would still be treasure hunting on Giant Tree Peak." Meanwhile, Wu Qinyuan's group was still fighting fiercely with Wu Jingxian. Jiyu replied with an unchanged expression, "No need to pretend to thank me. In fact, you were already aware of the Wu clan's movements, weren't you? Otherwise, Mu Yuran wouldn't have appeared here so early at the beginning." Yi Feishuang chuckled and said softly, "It's not quite like that. Worldly ties are not over. Tribulations are not finished. In the end, it is fate. Of course, it's the same for Yuran. If that child still can't let go of her inner conflict, I'm afraid she won't be able to achieve immortality in this lifetime." As soon as Jiyu heard these words, she immediately understood the issue and probed. "It seems you've heard what she and I said to each other at the sacred infant immortal abode." Yi Feishuang replied calmly, "Of course, but now is not the time to talk about this. You should go first." Jiyu couldn't help but be curious, wondering, Go where? Yi Feishuang said with a serious face, "Reinforce Qin Lie." Qin Lie was indeed in a bit of trouble at this moment. He was frozen stiff with a dazed and worried expression at the situation before him. Jiyu asked, full of doubt and confusion, "Reinforce Qin Lie? Do you mean the battle situation on Qin Lie's side is more important than here?" Yi Feishuang replied calmly, "That's right. If Heavenly Steel Mountain is controlled by the Wu family, the consequences will be unimaginable. We don't even know how many cards the other side has yet to play." Just as they were talking, Wu Jingxian was using all his strength to knock back Wu Qinyuan's group. In that situation, Yi Feishuang continued, "You see, after Wu Jingxian used the blood spirit pill, his cultivation is constantly expanding. He is sparing no expense to hold us back, precisely to buy time for Wu Hongyan." She continued calmly, "If he succeeds, I'm afraid everyone here will find it hard to escape this calamity." As soon as she heard this, Jiyu immediately and obediently turned to leave. "All right, then I'll leave Wu Jingxian here to you all. I'm going to rendezvous with Qin Lie." Jiyu turned back to look at Yi Feishuang, smiled faintly, and asked, "Also, the Wind Snow Divine Palace's Qi Huang secret manual is quite interesting. Can you have Mu Yuran lend it to me to read later?" Upon hearing this question, Yi Feishuang let out a sigh, then replied, That will depend on whether you have the ability." At another location, two streams of power were clashing fiercely. Dust and smoke filled the air, and a voice suddenly rang out. Nether Een Fire, Wind Support Flag, Continuous Fireballs, and even the 9-through fist have all been used. Wu Hongyun stood opposite Qin Lie, sneering as she asked, "Qin Lie, is this all the skill you have?" At this moment, after a fierce battle, Qin Lie's face clearly showed exhaustion, and he was breathing heavily without stop. Seeing his state, Wu Hongyun's face darkened. Her eyes were cold as she released her power, threatening. "How disappointing. If this is your limit, then there's no need for me to keep you around anymore." This left Qin Lie involuntarily stunned. With a powerful circle of energy around her, Wu Hongyun directly launched a finishing blow. "It's time to end this." The powerful attack advanced towards Qin Lie. At the critical moment, he suddenly smiled, realizing the issue. There's an opening. Just like that, a powerful surge of energy shot straight up into the sky, turning it a brilliant red. After that, a cloud of dust and gravel flew up, obscuring everything. Under Wu Hongyun's attack, Qin Lie still stood firm with ease. He tried his best, even though he was already extremely tired. At this moment, Qin Lie suddenly took out a pill. Seeing him take it, Wu Hongyun immediately understood. The Moon Shadow Flood Dragon Wave Pill. So that's it. It's the thing Wu Qianyuan personally gave you in Yun Province to deal with the Azure King, isn't it? Wu Hongyun continued with interest. "I've heard that this type of pill can not only restore a person's spiritual power, but also temporarily raise the user's cultivation realm." She asked, full of doubt, "You now should have the strength of the Young God realm, right?" However, in the next second, she directly spoke with scorn and contempt, wasting so much time to figure out my moves. "Do you think you can beat me just because our cultivation levels are the same?" Qin Lie replied calmly, "Of course not. Wu Hongyun, You are indeed a very meticulous observer, but if both the Qin and Wu are descendants of the spirit realm, you can control the spiritual power of Heavenly Steel Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, his weapon suddenly emitted a stream of light. With a determined and solemn face, Qin Lie declared loudly, "Then I can do it too." In just a moment, his weapon had changed its form. Then, a formidable power shot straight up into the sky from Qin Lie. As soon as she sensed it, Wu Hongyun couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. This aura. You can awaken this spirit realm's divine weapon on your own? Qin Lie, his feet planted firmly like a boulder, continued. Heaven follows the cycle. The breath of the floating talisman does not last long. The one who beholds the breath, the 5 elements combine to guard the outer deficiency of the palace. There is a spirit lake. He held his weapon tightly, asking solemnly, "Wu Hongyun, is the current situation still part of your plan?" Amidst the vast and majestic space, a voice rang out. "So that's how it is." Wu Hongyun spoke. "On one hand, you dealt with the enemy, looking for openings in their moves. On the other, you were secretly familiarizing yourself with and refining the weapon in your hand, finally using an immortal pill to raise your cultivation and seize victory." After analyzing for a moment, she couldn't help but assess this ability truly worthy of being called both brave and resourceful. Seeing Wu Hongyun's completely calm demeanor, Qin Lie couldn't help but feel it was strange and hard to understand. Strange, why is she still acting so indifferent? Logically, the matter of dominating the Central Lands should not be delayed. He narrowed his eyes in confusion, thinking to himself, but she's still here dealing with me. Could it be? After thinking for a moment, Qin Lie tried to remain calm. He spoke coldly. "I must thank Miss Wu for the high praise. This Qin has cultivated for many years, and I have rarely met a woman as cunning and resourceful as you in this life." He suddenly changed the subject, thinking back that Wu Honglin, whether a brother or sister of yours, was not even half your equal in either cultivation or cunning. As the one behind everything, from borrowing a knife to kill at Spirit Creek Gorge to joining forces to besiege me in Shan Province, you have always wanted to drive me to my death. But now you're acting normally, not wanting to take my life. After hearing these words, Wu Hongyun's face indeed went blank for a long moment. She asked blankly, "What are you trying to say?" Qin Lie replied, "To fight against the demon clan. That is your goal, isn't it?" He calmly explained, "The difference in cultivation realms is insurmountable. You held back several times and made offers to me only for your own sake. For the Wu family, you want to obtain a sharp sword pointed at the demon clan." Upon hearing this sentence, Wu Hongyun's expression turned completely serious. Qin Lie continued to speak, "Because even if you succeed in conquering the entire Central Lands, the threat from overseas cannot be ignored. If at this time someone helps your Wu family attack the Demon Island, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You could suppress the Demon Clan and preserve your strength, while also consolidating your position in the 5 continents." After this long explanation, Qin Lie concluded, "And this sacrificial pawn sent to the Demon Island, that would be me, right?" Hearing his words, Wu Hongyun suddenly broke into an excited smile. She burst out laughing, looking very pleased. "Is this the feeling of saying too much and spoiling the fun?" "Qin Lie, you are indeed very smart." With a face full of schemes and calculations, accompanied by a sinister look, Wu Hongyun continued, "But so what if you've guessed my thoughts? What I want to do is not to fight against the Demon Clan at all, but to enslave the Demon Clan." As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Lie's expression changed, unable to hide his shock and confusion. He held his weapon tightly and replied, "Wu Hongyun, do you know what you're saying? Disasters often arise from selfish desires, and losses often occur from a lack of vigilance. Life may be short, but the will is passed on unceasingly. This is true for any race." As he spoke, his aura flared, and the spiritual power radiating around him grew stronger and stronger. Then, Qin Lie charged forward directly. He leaped high into the air, aiming his weapon to attack Wu Hongyun, and declared valiantly, "I will not submit, and neither will the Qin clan give up on this idea." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly unleashed a powerful strike towards her, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Seeing this situation, hope sparked in Qin Lie's heart. "This time, it really feels like I landed a hit." The rocks and dust had not yet settled. However, from within the smoke, Wu Hongyun's voice suddenly rang out. "AI, what a pity." She seemed to be wearing a new set of clothes and continued. "Originally, I held back from attacking Lingyang, the Wind Snow Divine Palace, and the Evil Moon Gate because I wanted to add more conditions to this negotiation. But your unreasonableness is truly detestable. Upon seeing her, Qin Lie couldn't hide his bewilderment and shock. A cold sweat broke out. Wu Hongyan stared at him and said calmly, "So now, I've changed my mind," she asserted with a stern face. "Even if I have to pay a small price with the demon clan in the future, I must immediately remove you, this thorn in my side." Wu Hongyan, her face cold and sharp, used the secret art, the supreme aperture void seed art. Instantly, powerful streams of energy were released. They rapidly attacked Qin Lie. Witnessing her power, Qin Lie couldn't help but think with a grim face. This is her true cultivation level after she refined the Guardian Realm Stone. His eyes suddenly glanced to the side. With his weapon held tightly, Qin Lie calculated to himself, "Using this Spirit Realm Divine weapon, although I can fight her on equal terms, I still have no way to defeat her. Could it be because we both use the spiritual power of the heavenly steel that we're evenly matched? But I just need to stall for time." As he thought, Qin Lie quickly dodged Wu's attacks. Hongyun. Wu Hongyun snorted coldly, then moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, she appeared right behind Qin Lie, saying, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Are you thinking of a countermeasure?" Hearing her voice, Qin Lie hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. Wu Hongyun quickly unleashed a move, causing dust to fly everywhere, then said, "Are you waiting for others to come reinforce you? Or are you trying to drag this out until the spiritual power of Heavenly Steel Mountain is depleted?" She provoked calmly, "If you think that's enough to stop me, then I'm afraid you're too naive." Qin Lie quickly moved out of the strange green dust, then spoke, "Is that so? You seem quite confident about Wu Jingxian, don't you?" He charged forward to attack while continuing, "With such a major incident happening here, how could the others who entered Heavenly Steel Mountain not hear or inquire about it?" A powerful blow was struck towards Wu Honyun, accompanied by a firm question, facing the elites of the 5 continents alone. "How long do you think that old man can last?" He continued to speak while fighting. "Or does your Wu clan have others who have entered Heavenly Steel Mountain?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lie seemed to realize something was amiss. His feet suddenly stopped. Then, with a dazed and lost expression, Qin Lie thought to himself, "That's right, if the Wu clan could bring so many people into the Heavenly Steel, then why was I the only one from the Qin clan who could enter?" A memory suddenly surfaced. "You want me to go to Heavenly Steel Mountain to search for treasure?" Qin Shufu replied to him, "To be precise, is to find the secret manual of the Feather Transformation Realm, the Yuan Ci Pai Kong art." Qin Shufu continued, "As long as you bring it out and master it, who in this world will be able to stop you?" As he thought of this, Qin Lie's expression changed drastically. His face darkened as he thought in confusion, and Wu He, his strength soared because he used a blood spirit pill. But that pill is clearly something only the Qin clan possesses. I only ever saw Qin Xiaoyang use it at the Qin clan's Grand Assembly. Could it be? While he was lost in thought, a move was rapidly approaching from behind. Only then did Qin Lie quickly realize. He hastily retreated to dodge the powerful attack. Qin Lie, full of doubt and suspicion, asked Wu Honyun, "Did you bribe Qin Shufu?" Wu Honyun laughed and replied calmly, "You're only figuring it out now?" However, she said indifferently while executing a move, "To say bribe is a bit inappropriate. With my abilities, instigating a few people is truly too easy." With a cold gaze, Wu Honyun asked sternly, "Besides, do you think Qin Shufu really wanted to groom you to become the next patriarch of the Qin clan? Stop dreaming. Your being here was all arranged by me." As she spoke, she directly summoned large, powerful magic circles. Qin Lie stood still watching her, while Wu Honyun continued speaking nonstop. "Your cultivation could be considered the top in the 5 continents. Since you won't work for me, then you must die." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of immensely powerful energy erupted. Its aftershock was enough to shatter the surrounding stones into 100 pieces. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Lie's voice suddenly rang out. "In the Ying realm, our cultivation levels are quite similar. Fighting further will only wear us both down." But he panted with exhaustion, his face covered in grime, and asserted firmly, "As long as I can grasp a flaw in my opponent's state of mind, then the outcome is not unchangeable." Seeing his state, Wu Honyun simply said, "Is that so? Qin Lie, you have already lost." Qin Lie's face darkened. He replied, "Perhaps, I admit, in terms of overbearing and tyrannical methods, no one in this entire cultivation world can outplay your Wu clan. Wu Hongyun, in contrast, remained completely calm and said, Qin Shufu's betrayal must have thrown your mind into chaos. Let me guess, what truly worries you is the safety of Qin Feng and his son, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Lie's expression became even more grave. His silence made Wu Hongyun even more certain. It's fine if you don't say anything. After you're dead, the ancient Wu imperial clan will become the #1 Taoist sect in the mortal cultivation world. Qin Lie retorted valiantly, in your dreams. No matter how despicable Qin Shufu is, he is still of the Qin clan's bloodline. He absolutely cannot. Hearing this, Wu Hongyun asked in return, bloodline? Then she asserted, people only believe what they see with their own eyes. You too have been blinded by appearances, haven't you? That's why you've been deceived until now. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Hongyun directly gathered a ball of power in her palm. Then, while unleashing a move, she smiled and said, to him, the Qin clan isn't really that important because the real Qin Shufu has been dead for a long time. A strange stream of power shot directly towards Qin Lie. Seeing the two types of magic mixed before him, Qin Lie held his weapon tightly to attack while assessing inwardly. Two types of magic mixed together? I can only block one first. At that moment, someone's voice suddenly called out, Qin Lie, get back. Then, a move was unleashed. Mu Duyin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, directly helping Qin Lie block Wu Hongyun's attacks. Upon seeing her, Qin Lie couldn't hide his surprise and astonishment. Mu Duyin? He asked, shouldn't you be recuperating at the Saint Infant Immortal abode right now? Seeing Mu Duyin, Wu Hongyun was a bit stunned. It's you? You were poisoned by Wu He. Not only did you not die, but your cultivation even rose a level. Mu Duyin calmly explained, after I was taken into the Saint Infant Immortal abode, Yin Ba saved me. He taught me a secret art that can refine that poison into pure spiritual power. Thanks to him, I have now stepped into the Nether Passage realm. Upon hearing that answer, the image of Yin Ba immediately appeared in Qin Lie's mind. Yin Ba helped her? So that's how it is. Wu Hongyun ignored everything and continued to attack fiercely, overestimating yourself. A mere Nether Passage realm cultivator dares to block me. The attack continued straight towards them, while in the distance, a purple light suddenly flashed. Purple. Mu Duyin suddenly smiled and said, one person? Of course not. A mystical black wing rose high in the sky. Then a thick cloud of dust suddenly spread everywhere. Wu Hongyun was naturally a bit surprised and confused by this situation. Jiyu also quickly appeared out of nowhere to rescue Qin Lie and Mu Duyin. With an unchanging expression and gaze, Jiyu stared at Wu Hongyun. Qin Lie was also extremely surprised to see Jiyu, calling out, Jiyu? Jiyu smiled and said, Mu Duyin, aren't you a little late in waking up? This guy was about to be beaten to death. Mu Duyin calmly retorted, you're the one who's too slow. Don't forget, back in the Saint Infant Immortal abode, who was it that said they could deal with Wu Jingxian in half an incense stick's time? Jiyu quickly said, blame me? Do you know how much time it took for you to refine that tiny bit of poison? Mu Duyin naturally wouldn't back down, retorting, oh really? Then who was it that was whining about one in a hurry over to help him? The two of them refused to yield to each other, their gazes clashing like sparks. Then, they both snorted coldly. Wu Hongyun suddenly fell in a deep thought. She thought to herself, full of confusion and doubt, what's going on? These two women are clearly only at the Nether Passage realm, yet they managed to block my attack. While Jiyu and Mu Duyin were bickering, Wu Hongyun was still lost in thought. They were both taken into the Saint Infant Immortal abode by Qin Lie to heal. If there's something fishy, it must have been then. The Saint Infant Immortal abode is full of treasures. It wouldn't be strange if there was a magic artifact that could block a young God Realm expert. But no matter how good this treasure is, it's still just a dead object. As she thought, she continued to conjure a ball of power in her palm. Wu Hongyun raised her hand to the sky with unparalleled power, and with a cold, deadly gaze, she asserted, the real threat is still this Qin Lie. Qin Lie suddenly noticed something was wrong. He quickly reminded the two beside him, now is not the time to argue. You two, get behind me quickly. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyun's power was expanding everywhere, its aftershocks not to be underestimated. Qin Lie warned, the spiritual power Wu Hongyun wields is constantly expanding. Prepare to respond. Seeing Wu Hongyun's ever-increasing power, Qin Lie couldn't help but feel alarmed and worried. With this much power, is she planning to destroy this place? Mu Dian was also dazed and stunned by the scene before her, saying, we are currently underground. If this place collapses, wouldn't the sect masters? Qin Lie hurriedly shouted, Wu Hongyun, are you insane? You don't even care if Wu Jingxin lives or dies anymore. Wu Hongyun replied with a sharp gaze. He was merely a pawn of mine. If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to worry about? She looked at Qin Lie calmly and asked, Qin Lie, it's not impossible for you to save them. All you have to do is take this one blow from me in their place. Isn't that right? Otherwise, just wait to collect their corpses. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Hongyun directly launched her attack. In the next second, a powerful ring of spiritual light illuminated a vast area of space. It seemed to possess the power to destroy everything, its aftershocks shattering the ground into 100 pieces. The stream of power shot straight up into the high sky. Small stones rolled across the ground. 2 treasures were summoned. They combined, emitting a powerful aura. Those 2 treasures belonged to Ji Yu and Mu Dian. After blocking the attack from Wu Hongyun, Mu Dian, her face drenched in sweat, asked, how are you? Are you all right? Ji Yu replied, of course. It's just that this Ling Lung Huan you command has drained the spiritual power from my body. What about you? Mu Dian answered wearily, the same. The Luli Hui Chun cup is the same. The consumption is so great it's hard to bear. But these 2 Saint Infant Immortal treasures are truly formidable. I didn't expect they could prevent the ground from collapsing. As she said this, Mu Dian suddenly glanced up at the sky. Seeing Wu Hongyun's appearance, she affirmed, even Wu Hongyun over there seems to be getting tired. At this moment, Qin Lie suddenly moved swiftly from out of nowhere. He was already behind Wu Hongyun before anyone knew it, telling himself silently, perhaps this is the opportunity. His sudden appearance took her by some surprise. Qin Lie, his eyes and face sharp and cold, shouted, loudly slash. Against his attack, Wu Hongyun directly countered with her hand. She gritted her teeth, struggling to defend. Then, filled with frustration and anger, she shouted, Qin Lie, still want to struggle? The world has already begun to restore its order. After today, the Central Land's 5 continents will no longer have a Qin clan. As she spoke, Wu Hongyun retreated, using the momentum to launch a technique. Listen up, I will unify the world and kill all who resist the Wu clan. She threatened the important people in your life, your relatives, your friends, and even the cultivation you've practiced for many years will all be transformed into stepping stones for me, Wu Hongyun, to achieve the shattered Tao. Qin Lie was not swayed by those words, retorting clearly, in your dreams. The 5 continents cultivation world, this world's Tao lineage, how could it be your plaything? He held his weapon firmly and continued to speak. You are nothing but a madwoman greedy for fame and power, coveting prestige. The Qin and Wu are both descendants of the spirit realm. A rogue cultivator of the Qin clan like me could make it to this day. And you, the young mistress of the Wu clan, with countless resources in your hands, what's the result? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack straight at Wu Hongyun. Qin Lie gathered momentum to attack, his mouth still speaking continuously. Without the Wu family as your backing, you absolutely would not have survived to this day. Qin Lie, with his weapon blazing with power, struck down from above. Wu Hongyun retorted while dodging the blow, shut up. What right do you have to speak of my Wu clan's internal affairs? In the beginning, if you hadn't killed Wu Honglin, why would I have been forced to take over all of this? As she spoke, she attacked him, frustrated and angry. Seeing her like this, Qin Lie thought to himself, she's starting to get desperate. Wu Hongyun's attacks were launched one after another, accompanied by the outpouring of her grievances. If you hadn't appeared at the Ba Yuan Pagoda, why would Ling Yu and I have misunderstood each other? Wu Hongyun, full of hatred and despair, said loudly, if you hadn't come to the Yu province, I would never have become like this. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, grinding her teeth, as if all her pent-up feelings were directed at Qin Lie. If it weren't for you, Qin Lie. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive, violent explosion appeared in the sky. The powerful, earth-shaking force enveloped the entire Mountain space. Wu Hongyun was also pushed far back by this force, letting out a cry, ugh. Qin Lie was no exception, grunting. Wu Hongyun struggled to steady herself. Then, gathering momentum, she charged forward directly. It's not over yet. If I don't flay you alive today, it will be difficult to resolve this hatred of mine. Qin Lie also quickly adjusted his rhythm. Then, with eyes blazing with power, he too rushed straight forward. You want to sever my destiny? Such arrogant words. Just like that, the two of them clashed head-on fiercely. Wu Hongyun's blue power flowed ferociously. Qin Lie's crimson power was no exception. They fought from one place to another. Without end, Qin Lie shouted to bolster his spirits, his eyes seeming to shoot out lightning. Wu Hongyun was exactly the same, attacking with great determination. Both of them possessed their own formidable power, clashing head-on. Two mighty streams of power collided between heaven and earth. The aftershocks they created were not small, affecting Ji Yu's group somewhat. Looking at Mu Diyin, Ji Yu couldn't help but wonder. What's happening? Mu Diyin replied, while watching the two fight in front of them. Qin Lie has probably been tricked. Wu Hongyun intentionally wants him to clash head-on with her. Hearing this, Ji Yu is still a little confused. What do you mean? Mu Diyin then explained, right now, their cultivation levels are similar, and they're both using the spiritual power of the heavenly steel. A direct confrontation will only lead to both sides suffering severed meridians. Mu Diyin stared intently at the battle with a worried expression, then continued, I don't know if Wu Hongyun has any trump cards left, but if she wants to unify the world, she certainly won't let her cultivation disappear and become a cripple. After listening for a while, Ji Yu seemed to understand the problem. So that means we can only have someone else break this balance? But our cultivation is a whole realm below those two. Seeing the mighty vortex of spiritual power right before her eyes, Ji Yu became even more worried. Besides, this vortex of spiritual power, how are we supposed to approach it? Mu Diyin answered, approach it? No, perhaps we don't need to approach it at all. At this point, her expression suddenly turned serious. I've heard that the demon clan has keen senses. Can you distinguish Qin Lie's spiritual power? As soon as she heard this, Ji Yu couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. Mu Diyin, don't tell me you want to. Mu Diyin replied with a grave expression. That's right. Follow the vortex of spiritual power that Qin Lie is emitting and transfer our remaining spiritual power through it in reverse. After hearing this, Ji Yu's stance became as firm as a rock. Then, moving forward, she said, if that's really the case, then let me do it. This surprised Mu Diyin a little. What? Ji Yu then explained, reversing the meridians is no joke. The slightest carelessness, and I'm afraid your cultivation will be destroyed. Ji Yu looked at Mu Diyin, smiled, and continued, besides, you and Qin Lie have a deep connection. It's just a pity that some words can never be spoken. If you get through this difficult trial, wouldn't it be a good time to express your feelings and share them frankly? Mu Diyin ignored those words, and as she moved past Ji Yu, she reminded her, don't mess around. I'm lending a hand this time only for the safety of the 5 continents. With a determined and solemn gaze, she said clearly, when one horse is sick, the whole stable refuses grass. This world has so many clans. Why must it bear the Wu surname? At this point, Mu Diyin suddenly changed the subject. Besides, do you dare say you don't have other thoughts? Ji Yu sneered, then replied, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive at a time like this. Mu Diyin, maintaining her gaze, asked, then why don't we all put our personal feelings aside and focus on dealing with the enemy? How about it? She had just finished asking when she immediately answered herself. That's right, it should be like that. Whatever needs to be said can be said later. Instantly, a stream of spiritual power appeared. It shot directly towards that vortex of power. Meanwhile, Qin Lie and Wu Hongyun were still fighting fiercely, unaware of anything. Wu Hongyun attacked with a serious expression. Qin Lie also showed clear determination on his face despite his fatigue. However, he seemed to notice something unusual with his body. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he thought, damn it, this situation doesn't look good. The two once again rushed at their opponent, their momentum not inferior to each other's. Qin Lie gritted his teeth, concentrating intensely. It had now become a stalemate. Rashly withdrawing his hand could very well shatter his organs and meridians. He observed his opponent carefully. Her expression remained unchanged. Damn it, what on earth is Wu Hongyun thinking? If this continues, in less than 10 breaths, we'll both die. His hand tightened, extremely unwilling. No, I have to find a solution. Suddenly, a gust of red-tinted spiritual power blew over. Qin Lie then noticed it. He didn't know when it had flown close to him. It wrapped around his body. Though frightening, it felt like silk wrapping around him. More and more of it came, making it impossible for Qin Lie to move. Then, with a swish, his vision went black. When Qin Lie came to, he found himself in another dimension. He looked around the empty space in confusion, feeling a sense of fear in his heart. Where is this? A voice sounded from behind him. This is a place where the auras of cultivators converge. It was I who brought your consciousness here. Qin Lie's jaw dropped, and he stammered, Jiyu, how did you? Before he could finish, she cut him off. It's actually very simple. I just had to find a spiritual aura you were emitting, then add my own consciousness to it, and enter in the opposite direction. Jiyu pointed to the two vortexes in front of them. All right, hold your breath, focus your mind, and look carefully. Before you are the spiritual power vortexes of you and Wu Hongyun. She held her hand forward and chanted a spell. My demon clan has always been proud of our movement techniques and observational skills, but this time, I'll let you experience it for yourself. The red-tinted spiritual wind flew towards Qin Lie's pupils. In no time, it was as if his eyes had been opened and his body trembled. This is... While Qin Lie was dumbfounded, Jiyu continued, see it clearly now? When cultivators fight each other, their spiritual power will fluctuate accordingly. So even if the cultivation levels are different, he finished her sentence. As long as you find the right moment, you can still suppress the enemy. Instantly, his sword was also enveloped. Jiyu's voice was steady. As the power increases, the color of the spirit realm divine armament also. Qin Lie smiled in satisfaction. So that's how it is. Thank you very much, Jiyu. He glanced at Wu Hongyun's swirling spiritual power, unable to help but wonder. But then again, although I can now sense the fluctuations of Wu Hongyun's spiritual power, how to actually break it is still understood. Suddenly, another figure appeared. It was the Ice Snow Fairy. She spoke calmly. In that case, we must first broaden your state of mind, to let the lake of your heart return to a state of tranquility. Qin Lie was even more stunned. Mudiyin, you two? She arrogantly tossed her hair. Is there need to be so surprised? Jiyu can help you, but I can't. After speaking, she waved her hand again. Listen closely. The Ice Snow Fairy's spiritual power enveloped him. The frigid wind divine art is the most extreme cold attribute technique in the 5 continents, primarily using softness to overcome hardness. Then, they both closed their eyes. Imagine it. Relax your body. Let your mind return to a state of tranquility. Afterward, Qin Lie's sword was also strengthened. A second later, his spiritual power erupted violently, shooting straight into the center of Wu Hongyun's spiritual power vortex, avoiding the brunt of her attack. Thousand softness 100 turns. Qin Lie shouted, spiritual energy aura, break. Her spiritual power gradually dissipated. Back in reality, Wu Hongyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her eyes widened. She was gradually becoming distracted. What's happening? The heavenly sorrow, spiritual power in my body is uncontrollably multiplying. The spiritual power within Wu Hongyun raged violently, causing her to scream in agony. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Lie swung his sword forward. The stalemate has been broken. This is the final blow. Wu Hongyun's eyes widened, horrified at the sight before her. Behind him, 2 more figures suddenly appeared. It was the Ice Snow Fairy and Jiyu, both supporting Qin Lie. Unifying the cultivation world is just a fantasy, Wu Hongyun. You should wake up. She hastily summoned a shield, shouting, nonsense. Spiritual Qi Protective Shield Command. The sword struck the shield, but only managed to create cracks on it. Qin Lie gritted his teeth with great difficulty. Almost there, just a little more. Suddenly, a soft hand appeared, gripping the hilt of his sword. Wasn't that Dila? She leaned close to Qin Lie's ear and whispered, Brother Lie, this time, can you let me help you? You girl, he exclaimed, his eyes wide. She stopped him from speaking further. Pierce. Then she began to murmur an incantation, converge the voice, and hold the breath. The heart acupoint reflects inward. True Qi supports the Dantian. Spiritual Qi returns to the 5 viscera. Yin and Yang are gathered and ordered. The self's posture gains advantage. Amidst DLA's whispers, the sword shattered the shield. With hardness resolved and softness destroyed, it can be broken. Finally, they pierced through Wu Hongyun's body. The power was incredibly immense.